Chapter 494. Leave desolate city within 3 days. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. After Chu Chaoyun said this, he did not stay any longer. His figure flashed, and a sword of light appeared under his feet. Then, he quickly disappeared into the night. As Xiaochen watched Chu Chaoyun leave, a shadow appeared in his heart. He had already been very careful. Unexpectedly, Chu Chaoyun still managed to find him. If Chu Chaoyun could find him, then those people who wanted to cause trouble for him would definitely be able to find him as well. It looked like he could not stay in Desolate City for long. The spiritual energy in Desolate City was much denser than outside. Xiaochen had originally intended to stay for a few more days. Now, it looked like he could only leave early. Xiaochen pushed off the wall of the courtyard and left. This courtyard could only be abandoned. Not long after Xiaochen left, a few cultivators dressed in black nimbly jumped into the courtyard. When they saw the rubble, it was clear that the house had been burned down. The leader of the group revealed heavy suspicion in his eyes. He muttered, "This brat is really cautious. The moment we arrived, he burned down his house and spent a lot of money to buy the information from the wind-chasing sect. Yet, he wasted it." The eyes of the person at the side hid a heavy murderous intent. He said coldly, "It just so happens that he is about to leave Desolate City. It will be easier for us to make a move after he leaves." The leader of the black-clothed men smiled and said, "City Lord Gao is right. It would be too conspicuous to make a move in the city. It is better to leave the city. Let's return to our Holy Fire Manor branch first to discuss the details." Gao Yangyu said indifferently, "There is no need. Since I agreed to cooperate with you, I will not act alone. Just send someone to inform me when the time comes." Gao Yangyu's words were filled with pride. He did not care about the Holy Fire Manor at all. After he spoke, he left. Leng Yun looked at the black-clothed men and asked, "Uncle Qin, is this person reliable? What if he makes a move on us?" Old Qin smiled coldly and said, "Don't worry. He lost all his fortune to Xiao Chen and hates him to the bone. With Xiao Chen's current strength, he will not be able to stop him alone. He will have to cooperate with us." Leng Yun said somewhat gloomily, "However, this fellow's attitude is really unpleasant. He asked for 50% of the harvest the moment he opened his mouth. If not for father not agreeing to us making a move, how could he have the chance to speak like that?" Old Qin smiled and said, "Don't bother about him. After all, he was once an influential figure in the southern islands. Give him some face." Xiao Chen was not very interested in the spirit stones on Xiao Chen. He only wanted to snatch back that peak demon core and open his sea of consciousness to advance to Martial Monarch. When Xiao Chen advanced to Martial Monarch, he would be able to obtain as many medial-grade spirit stones as he wished. He was very clear on what was more important. As for the operation failing, that was impossible. 2 half-step Martial Monarchs and 10-odd superior-grade Martial Kings were more than enough to ensure that nothing would go wrong. The next morning, Xiaochen walked out of an inn in Barren City. He wanted to eat something and then leave Barren City. As for where he was going, he had already made up his mind long ago. As of now, his state of massacre was still too weak. He wanted to go to the deep-sea battlefield and refine his state of massacre there. After that, he would return to the great Qin nation to settle some matters with the Shao clan. After that, he would go to the imperial capital and participate in the 5-nation youth competition that happened once every 4 years. While 1.5 years might seem like a lot, with this arrangement, Xiaochen felt that it was not enough. "Boss, bring me another 5 kilograms of the best wine in the inn. I do not have enough thunder ox beef. Give me another half." Just as Xiaochen descended the stairs, he heard a heroic cry. The thunder ox was a rank 6 spirit beast. Its meat was not only more delicious than ordinary beef, but it was also more chewy. After swallowing it, the fragrance would linger in the mouth. That feeling was indescribably comfortable. The most important thing was that the rank 6 spirit beast meat still contained some spiritual energy. Long-term consumption of it would be very beneficial to the physical body. There were many benefits, but the price was ridiculously high. Anyone could afford to eat a few kilograms a day. However, eating half a head in one go was too extravagant. Furthermore, based on the tone of the thunder ox, it sounded like it had already eaten half a head. Xiaoqin could not help but look over curiously. Xiaoqin saw a stout man sitting by the window on the third floor. Beside a table that was larger than a regular table sat a stout man. He was drinking wine and eating meat in large mouthfuls. This person looked very satisfied and comfortable. Xiaoqin found this person familiar. He turned to the side and looked. Indeed, it was Bai Lishi. "Waiter, why are you so slow? This old man is about to die from your dawdling. If you still don't come, this old man will go to another place." Bai Lishi was halfway through his sentence when he saw Xiaoqian's appearance. He was startled. He did not even manage to chew the piece of meat properly before he swallowed it. The piece of meat was stuck in his throat, unable to move forward or backward. His expression was one of extreme pain. His earlier satisfied expression disappeared without a trace. Xiaoqin raised his eyebrows slightly. Why did this fellow have such a big reaction when he saw me? There is no reason for this at all. Bai Lishi gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine and smacked the meat a few times. Only then did the piece of meat sink down. Xiaoqin immediately relaxed. "Brother Xiao, you are here. Come, sit. Eat as much as you want. It's my treat." Xiaoqin swept his gaze across the table. He was slightly stunned. What a fellow! Aside from the rank 6 thunder ox, there were also other rare beasts on the table. They were at least rank 5 spirit beasts. Some flew in the sky and some crawled on the ground, filling the table. Xiaoqin tore off a piece of deep purple thunder ox. The fragrant thunder ox was very tasty. He placed it in his mouth and chewed on it. Bai Lishi smiled in a fawning manner and said, "How is it? Little brother Xiaoqin, this beef is pretty good, right? Although this shop is small, in the entire southern district of Desolate City, this is the only place that dares to call itself the best." "Very good, it is very tasty." Xiaoqian's expression did not change. He sized up Bai Lishi's attire. He wore a pair of black open-toed gloves. On the surface, they looked like ordinary leather gloves. However, when Xiaoqin scanned them with his spiritual sense, he discovered several complicated talisman scripts. Based on the complexity of the talisman scripts, they were at least superior grade medial grade secret treasures. When Xiaoqin looked up, he saw a black talisman script necklace with a rhombus-shaped stone hanging at the end. With one look, he could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Bai Lishi wore a blue inner vest under his jacket. A strong spiritual qi came from it. The inner vest was at least a medial grade secret treasure. There were 2 black tiger shoulder pads on his shoulders. When Xiaoqin looked down, he saw that the shoes he wore were not ordinary either. There seemed to be 2 leg guards on his calves. What a fellow! He had a set of medial grade secret treasures on him. With such a large sum of resources, just the value of these items would cost him tens of millions of medial grade spirit stones. However, high-ranked medial grade secret treasures could not be bought with spirit stones. One would have to spend at least a few million medial grade spirit stones to make some connections and use some connections to obtain them. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. He smiled faintly and said, "Old Bai, does your butt still hurt? I really did not do it on purpose last time." Bai Lishi smiled magnanimously and said, "It's fine. It is just a small matter. I have long since stopped minding it. My butt is thick, it is fine to kick it a few more times." Since when did he become so magnanimous? There is definitely something strange about this fellow. Xiaoqin put down his wine cup and said in a low voice, "Tell me the truth. When the all-in-all victory token was activated, the person who spent a large sum on me and forced Gao Yangyu into bankruptcy was you?" Bai Lishi looked around cautiously. It seemed like he had expected Xiaoqin to ask this. He said, "It is not convenient to speak here. Come with me to the private room on the top floor." Dong! Dong! Bai Lishi casually tossed out a medial-grade spirit stone and quickly led Xiao Chen to the top floor. The two found a quiet private room and closed the doors and windows. After they verified that no one was eavesdropping, Bai Lishi told Xiao Chen everything that happened that day in full detail. After Xiao Chen heard it, he felt somewhat shocked. Even though he already had some guesses, he was still astonished. "You are too courageous. I really don't know where you got your courage from." Bai Lishi chuckled and said, "From Qianren Island to the demon battlefield, everything that happened clearly shows that as long as I follow you, I will definitely benefit. Furthermore, I believe in your strength. At worst, if I lose, I will no longer mingle in the ancient desolate land." After that, Bai Lishi said somewhat embarrassedly, "I received news that Gao Yangyu went in and out of the wind-chasing sect several times. It seems like he is trying to find you. It seems like that fellow is determined to kill you and will no longer mingle in the ancient desolate land." Xiao Chen said calmly, "It has nothing to do with you. There is no need for you to blame yourself. Even if he did not seek trouble for me, I would seek trouble for him. Tell me, what kind of existence is the wind-chasing sect?" Now, Xiao Chen finally understood why Bai Lishi had been so shocked when he saw Xiao Chen. Bai Lishi nodded and said, "I knew that you would not mind. The wind-chasing sect is a neutral organization that seeks information. As long as you can afford it, you can obtain any information from them in the ancient desolate land. However, don't worry. Even if you did not seek me out, old Bai intended to seek you out. In this desolate city, as long as you are willing to spend money, you can avoid the eyes and ears of the wind-chasing sect. It is just that the price is higher. I have already made arrangements. We will be able to leave the city by nightfall." Xiao Chen thought for a while and knew that Bai Lishi was telling the truth. This inn was the closest inn to his courtyard. It looked like it was not a coincidence that Xiao Chen met Bai Lishi here. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "Don't move for now. Let me ask you, with your current strength and this set of secret treasures, how strong are you?" Bai Lishi chuckled. Clearly, he was very satisfied with the treasures on him. He muttered, "I believe you know that there are strong and weak half-step martial monarchs. Normally, we divide half-step martial monarchs into 3 grades, small perfection, great perfection, and peak consummation half-step martial monarch. Right now, when I use my full power, I am already as strong as a peak small perfection half-step martial monarch. I should be able to deal with 5 or 6 small perfection half-step martial monarchs like Gong Haoyu in one go." Xiao Chen felt astonished. He could not tell that this fellow had relied on a stroke of luck to become a nouveau riche. Now, he was ahead of him due to a freak combination of factors. When Xiao Chen first arrived at the ancient desolate tower, his and Bai Lishi's strengths were about the same. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Xiao Chen had fought bitterly along the way. Not to mention a narrow escape, he had put in thousands of times more effort than ordinary people to get to where he was now. Chapter 495. However, when compared to Bai Lishi, the difference was immediately obvious. Bai Lishi had easily won a large sum of spirit stones in a gamble. By relying on a full set of 10-odd medial grade secret treasures, Bai Lishi's combat prowess surpassed Xiao Chen's. When Bai Lishi saw Xiao Chen's depressed expression, his smile became even more cocky. He pretended to comfort Xiao Chen, "Brother, don't overthink. This old brother is only ahead of you temporarily. However, there is still a long way to go. In terms of future potential, I am still not as good as you." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Never mind, let's not talk about this anymore. You should not be targeted yet. Help me ask around and see who exactly is investigating me." Bai Lishi was startled. He said, "What are you thinking of doing?" "I already made arrangements. I guarantee that you will be able to leave Desolate City safely tonight." Xiao Chen muttered, "Just do as I say. There are some grudges that need to be resolved in advance. Otherwise, you will end up creating trouble for yourself in the future. If I cannot find you, your friends and family might fall into their hands. I do not want to leave behind unforgettable regrets. Bai Lishi thought for a while and still disagreed with Xiao Chen's thoughts. He said, Gao Yangyu is not easy to deal with. He became famous in the southern islands long ago. He has already become a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Xiao Chen nodded and said, because of this, we need to make a decision early. Once he becomes a martial monarch, he will be even harder to deal with. Seeing Xiao Chen's insistence, Bai Lishi did not have much to say. Although Bai Lishi had a rough character, he felt that what Xiao Chen said made sense. However, he was worried that Xiao Chen would be rash. After Bai Lishi left, Xiao Chen found a room in the inn to stay in and continue to stabilize his cultivation. He was like a divine weapon. The outline of the weapon had already been formed. He still needed to polish it, making it sharp and filled with spirituality. Bai Lishi left for 2 days. The room in the inn was very spacious. After 2 days, Bai Lishi pushed open the door and sat down at the tea table in the hall. Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes and pushed open the door. When he saw the somewhat fatigued Bai Lishi, he asked, "Did you get what you wanted?" Bai Lishi took out a stack of information from his bosom. He smiled and said, "Brat, you have been extraordinarily popular recently. There are so many people looking for you. I collected at least 100 sets from the 4 branches of the wind-chasing sect." Xiao Chen nodded in thanks and said, "Lishi, thank you for the trouble. I will give you the money." Bai Lishi chuckled and said, "Let's not talk about money. Right now, I lack everything but money. I'll be leaving first. If you need anything, just call me. Don't act rashly by yourself. Brother, I will be there at any time." This Lishi to Xiao Lishi to. Lishi to, he, Chen Chen Chen. Lishi, he Lido Chen. Chen. Bai, he to with. There was a small pile of information on the table. There was a detailed introduction of the backer, strength, and personal information of every person looking for Xiao Chen. The detailed information taught Xiao Chen a lesson. He now understood why he was always the first to be found. The extremely detailed information really taught Xiao Chen a lesson. He now somewhat understood why he was always the first to be found by others. 4 hours later, Xiao Chen finished reading all the documents on the table. Then, he spent another hour categorizing them. The first type did not pose much of a threat. They were the various sects that had not given up yet. They still wanted to extend an olive branch to Xiao Chen. The second type was more interesting. Many youths wanted to challenge Xiao Chen. They wanted to use this opportunity to become famous. There was no need to bother with these 2 types. They did not have any malicious intent towards Xiao Chen. However, the third type made Xiao Chen wary. The Holy Fire Manners Qin Yu had spent a lot of money 3 times to track down Xiao Chen's whereabouts. The Holy Fire Manners Qin Yu had spent a lot of money 3 times to track down Xiao Chen's whereabouts. The final record was for the wind-chasing sect to keep an eye on Xiao Chen and inform him when Xiao Chen left the city. Xiao Chen thought for a while and remembered who this Qin Yu was. It was the Holy Fire Manners inner sect elder whose peak blood demon's demon core Xiao Chen snatched away from him in the demon battlefield. It looks like this fellow is waiting for me to leave the city to ambush me. He is also a great perfection half-step martial monarch. He will not be easy to deal with. Xiao Chen continued reading and finally found Gao Yangyu's record. He had gone together with Qin Yu. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, 2 great perfection half-step martial monarchs worked together. This would not be easy to deal with. Xiao Chen looked down and saw the wind-chasing sex analysis. His eyes could not help but light up, and a smile appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, Gao Yangyu did not stay with the Holy Fire Manor. Xiao Chen had not expected such a good opportunity. However, there was no record of Chu Chaoyun in all the information. This made Xiao Chen suspicious. If this person did not go through the wind-chasing sect, how did he find him? Unable to figure it out, Xiaochen could only put it aside for now. He destroyed all the information and called Bai Lishi to his room to explain his plan. You want to take the initiative to attack and kill off Gao Yangyu. After that, you will destroy the Holy Fire Manor's branch in Desolate City. When Gao Yangyu heard Xiaochen's plan, he could not help but be startled. Xiaochen said calmly, "That's right. We cannot give him a chance to work together with Qin Yu. Otherwise, we will not stand a chance." Bai Lishi remained silent for a while. Then, he laughed loudly and said, "Brat, only you have such boldness. I, old Bai, will do it with you. That group of people is still waiting for you to leave the city. They probably never dreamed that you would take the initiative to attack. Just tell me what you want me to do." Xiaochen looked at Bai Lishi calmly and asked, "Are you not afraid?" Bai Lishi chuckled and said, "I am a bachelor. What is there to be afraid of? Now that the age of geniuses has sprouted, when the great age arrives, who will be the main character? I, old Bai, have set my mind on you. If I make the right bet and you become the main character of this age, the benefits I will gain will be greater than what I have to pay." The age of geniuses had arrived, the great age was coming. A martial emperor would definitely be born. As long as Bai Lishi made the right bet, he would gain the friendship of the future Emperor Wu. This benefit would be thousands or even tens of thousands of times better than any natural treasure or spirit pill. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "I do not care who the main character is. If you help me, I will definitely remember your kindness." After the two finished their discussion, Bai Lishi made his move again. He wanted to find Gao Yangyu's residence at all costs. As for Xiaochen, he started to make his final preparations. Xiaochen took out the remaining half of the Wutong spiritual wood from the universe ring and closed his eyes. Then, he started to recall all sorts of things worth carving. After a while, the image of a rank 10 Frost Flood Dragon was deeply imprinted in his mind. Opening his eyes, Xiaochen already had an idea in his heart. If we are going to play, let's play it big. 3 days later, Xiaochen found out where Gao Yangyu was staying. Everything was ready. When the sky turned dark, Xiaochen and Bai Lishi immediately set off. Barren City was a city of water. There were countless rivers and lakes everywhere in the city. In a small lake in the northern district, there was a huge lake. In a small lake in the northern district, there was a pavilion in the center of the lake. Below the pavilion was a winding wooden path that extended to the shore. In a hidden spot by the lake, Xiaochen was somewhat astonished. He said, "Who said that this fellow went bankrupt? Even cultivators would not be able to live in such a large house by himself." Bai Lishi smiled embarrassedly and said, "A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. This fellow has been operating in Wrestling City for half his life. He definitely has a few backup plans." Xiaochen said indifferently, "Let's go, then." Bai Lishi picked up the huge axe on his back and a ruthless expression flashed on his face. He said, "I'll make the first move later." The two withdrew their auras and walked silently on the winding plank path, heading for the pavilion in the center of the lake. Break for this old man. When Bai Lishi was 100 meters away from the pavilion, he suddenly erupted. His huge axe quickly enlarged. He shouted and hacked down at the pavilion. Bang! 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 A burst of light flickered above the pavilion and collided with the huge axe blade, creating a crackling sound. Pillars of water shot up from the surface of the lake. Unexpectedly, there was a simple defensive barrier in the wooden pavilion. However, Bai Lishi was not surprised. The talisman scripts on his black leather gloves slowly lit up. Break! Bai Lishi shouted again and chopped down with the huge axe, which had already grown 100 meters long. Chi! Chi! The barrier around the pavilion shattered with a ka-cie sound. The axe chopped down unobstructed, chopping the huge pavilion in half. The axe landed on the lowest floor of the pavilion, giving off a melodious clang. Bai Lishi wanted to pull his axe back but he felt something clamp down on it, he could not pull it out no matter what. Boom! The two halves of the pavilion fell towards the lake. Gao Yangyu stood on the water and a strong aura spread out. He used one hand to clamp down on Bai Lishi's axe. Dang! Gao Yangyu snorted coldly and struck the axe with his palm. The axe immediately shrank back to its original size. On the winding path, Bai Lishi could not help but take a few steps back. When Gao Yangyu saw Xiao Qin beside Bai Lishi, his gaze immediately turned cold. His face turned frosty as he said in a cold voice, "I did not look for you, but you actually came to look for me. You are really bold." Bang! Gao Yangyu stomped heavily on the water, and a semicircular screen of water appeared behind him. His figure flickered. Boundless ripples spread out from his palm. It was like a gushing waterfall appeared in the night sky. Gao Yangyu used the might of the waterfall to smash at Xiao Qin. Boom! 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 The sound of the waterfall reverberated in the surroundings. It was like a real waterfall. Who? The other party's momentum was surging. Xiao Qin chose to dodge for now. He pushed off the ground and his figure immediately drifted away. Pa! 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 The gushing waterfall in the sky gathered into Bai Shuihe's palm before exploding. The winding path under Bai Shuihe's feet immediately shattered, and a huge pillar of water shot up from the lake. Bang! Bai Lishi broke through the pillar of water and hacked at Gao Yangyu with his axe. There was nothing fancy about this move, it was just a horrifying force. When Gao Yangyu swung his axe, the air was like thin paper. It seemed to have been chopped in half, and an indistinct crack appeared. Splash! Gao Yangyu's right palm moved back and forth in front of him. A wave of water swam around his palm. The water attributed spiritual energy on the lake quickly gathered there. When the axe arrived before Gao Yangyu, he smashed it with his palm. The surging steam exploded, and the huge force knocked Bai Lishi back by 100 meters. Who? When the wave fell, a figure flashed. It was Xiao Qin attacking again. He clenched his right fist tightly, and the blue dragon tattoo on his arm swam about. Chapter 496. A resonant dragon roar resounded on the surface of the lake. A dragon head appeared on his fist, roaring ferociously. You overestimate yourself. How dare you attack me? Gao Yangyu did not panic. He circulated his essence and sent out a palm strike. The dragon head vanished, and Xiao Qin somersaulted 3 times in the air, dissipating the force. Then, his left hand turned into an azure dragon claw. Another resonant dragon roar resounded. Gao Yangyu dodged to the side and arrived at Xiao Qin's left side. Then, he flew forward and sent out a palm strike. Roar! The dragon roar resounded endlessly. Xiao Qin clenched his right fist and merged his vital qi and essence, clashing head-on with Gao Yangyu. Bang! The instant the fist and palm met on the calm surface of the lake, waves rose 100 meters high and filled the sky with raindrops. Gao Yangyu, who had remained motionless all this while, finally took 3 steps back from this palm strike. However, Xiao Qin was in an even more miserable state than Gao Yangyu. He took 10 steps back before he could stand stably on the water. Ha! Before Gao Yangyu could stand stably, Bai Lishi quickly stepped on the water. With every step he took, a pillar of water shot up into the sky. Gao Yangyu's face sank slightly as he forcefully suppressed the fluctuations of his qi and blood. Then, he sent out 2 palm strikes. Palm winds howled and the sound of a waterfall resounded endlessly. The 2 huge impacts instantly neutralized Bai Lishi's ferocious attack. Bai Lishi took 2 steps back on the water and chuckled, "Old man, why do you not have any strength left? Receive another attack from me." Gao Yangyu raged in his heart. These 2 people were not a match for him. However, when they worked together, Gao Yangyu did not have a chance to catch his breath. Without giving him a chance to catch his breath, he felt a wave of powerlessness. He had to get rid of one of them first. Gao Yangyu looked around and made up his mind. He stomped heavily on the water, and a crack appeared on the surface of the lake. The water parted just like that. Bai Lishi missed a step and fell into the crack. He felt extremely depressed. Gao Yangyu ignored Bai Lishi and snorted coldly. Then, he charged at Xiao Qin at lightning speed. I've been waiting for you. The dragon head on my right hand and the dragon claw on my left hand spread open. A blue dragon shadow flickered behind me. And Xiao Qin shouted and a complete dragon image appeared behind him. Then, he punched at Gao Yangyu, who was flying over. Roar! The roar of the heaven dragon resounded across the surface of the lake. The azure dragon's shadow left its body and a supreme dragon's might spread across the lake. On the surface of the lake, the water rippled, stirring up layers upon layers of waves. Gao Yangyu's expression immediately changed. He waved his palms and the lake water beneath his feet formed a water shield in front of him. The dragon head smashed into the water shield and with a ka-cie sound, the water shield split apart. Then, the dragon tail swung and sent Gao Yangyu flying. Motherf *Ker, how dare you let your grandfather drink water? Bai Lishi, who had sunk to the bottom of the lake, broke out of the water and headed for the descending Gao Yangyu. The black leather gloves on his hands glowed with a blue light, increasing the explosive power of his axe to its peak. Boom! Caught off guard, Gao Yangyu, who had just eaten a mouthful of water, was struck into the water by the axe. He tumbled for a long distance before he stopped. Did you really think that I would come and find you just because I had some confidence? Xiao Qin said expressionlessly to Gao Yangyu as he walked on the surface of the lake. Back in the wrestling ring, this fellow had repeatedly caused trouble for Xiao Qin. He probably did not expect such a day to come. Gao Yangyu stood up in a somewhat sorry state. When he saw the two approaching, he roared ferociously and charged over again. Bang! 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 The three of them clashed once again. Without a doubt, Gao Yangyu's strength was stronger than either of the two of them. However, Xiao Qin and Bai Lishi were exceptionally patient. They did not make any mistakes and worked together to wear him down. After one person finished fighting, the other would immediately take over, not giving Gao Yangyu any chance to catch his breath. Time slowly went by. The injuries that Gao Yangyu suppressed became increasingly severe, the pressure on him increased. If he could not suppress his internal injuries and erupted, he would be in grave danger. On the other hand, Xiao Qin and Bai Lishi had a better chance to recover. There were no hidden injuries in their bodies. The more they fought, the more valiant they became, refusing to let go of Gao Yangyu. No, if this drags on, we will really die here. Unexpectedly, in just a short 1 or 2 months, this brat managed to grow to such a level. Gao Yangyu did his best to execute a big move, causing the water to surge continuously, forcing back Xiao Qin and Bai Lishi. Gao Yangyu wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. He smiled coldly and said, "If the two of you work together, I am indeed not a match for you. However, if I want to leave, you will not be able to stop me. Just wait for my rage." As long as there was life, there was hope. Gao Yangyu was not someone who did not know how to adapt. If he left first and worked together with Qinyu, he would not have to fear these two. Indeed, at their cultivation realm, it was easy to defeat the other party. However, it would be difficult to kill the other party. Unless one had an overwhelming advantage in strength, it would be hard to keep the other party here. As Xiao Qin watched Gao Yangyu leave, his expression did not change much. He casually tossed a wooden sculpture to the bottom of the lake and quickly formed hand seals. Life bestowal spell. Bang! Xiao Qin shouted, and a huge whirlpool appeared in the center of the lake. All the water in the lake quickly surged toward the whirlpool. A dragon roar came from the whirlpool, and a flood dragon burst out of the water. All the water in the lake soared up. Gao Yangyu felt that something was wrong, so he turned his head back to look. He saw a 200-meter-long frost flood dragon less than a meter behind him. The huge dragon head felt like it was right in front of him. Pa! Before Gao Yangyu could react, the frost flood dragon spat out a beam of cold chi at him. The cold chi quickly froze at a visible speed. When it struck Gao Yangyu's chest, the hidden injuries that he had been suppressing for a long time erupted. Pu ci. Gao Yangyu vomited a large mouthful of blood and fell heavily into the water like a broken kite. The frost flood dragon sent out an attack, and Xiaochen quickly cancelled his spell. A wooden sculpture descended, and he opened his hand to pull it over. Cracks appeared on the wooden sculpture, it looked like it would shatter at any moment. Xiaochen frowned and said, using Wutong's spiritual wood to materialize a rank 10 flood dragon is too much. It probably won't work even if I use it one more time. Xiaochen, how should we deal with this fellow? Bai Lishi asked as he carried the heavily injured Gao Yangyu like he was a toy and walked over to Xiaochen. Xiaochen put away the wooden sculpture and glanced at Gao Yangyu. Then, a horrified expression appeared on Gao Yangyu's face. Xiaochen stretched out his finger and placed it on Gao Yangyu's forehead. A strand of purple flame shot out, and a bloody hole appeared in Gao Yangyu's head. Then, his body went limp and fell over. Xiaochen removed Gao Yangyu's spatial ring and tossed it to Bai Lishi. Then, he said casually, let's go to the Holy Fire Manor's branch. The Holy Fire Manor was considered a first-rate power in the southern islands. The manor lord and a supreme elder were martial monarchs. With 2 bona fide martial monarchs holding down the fort and 12 half-step martial monarch inner sect elders, they were indeed very strong in the southern islands. However, when considering the entire ancient desolate land, such a power was not sufficient. This was clear from the Holy Fire Manor's branch in Desolate City. The Holy Fire Manor occupied only 100 acres of land. Compared to the Thousand Sword Pavilion's branch, it was much smaller. Although the Holy Fire Manor was small, it had everything: fake mountains, flowing rivers, pavilions, corridors, and flower racks. However, the Holy Fire Manor was much smaller. Looking down from above, it was only the size of a palm. It would be quite cramped with so many buildings. Leng Yun and Qin Yu leisurely played a game of Go in a secluded hall with simple and unadorned decorations in the courtyard. There were 15 lanterns at the side. 15 flames swayed gently, illuminating the hall like it was daytime. Uncle Qin, that fellow has been hiding in the inn recently. Does he not want to leave Desolate City? Old Qin smiled faintly and placed down a Go stone. He said, Xiao Yun, be more patient. Although we have the connecting chains talisman to avoid the eyes and ears of the sages, it is still too conspicuous in Desolate City. Let him live for a few more days. Leng Yun glanced at the messy Go board and said in frustration, this fellow snatched away my Extreme Yin Flame's origin flame. If father finds out, he will strip me of my status as a legitimate son. I will not be able to rest until I get it back. However, Qin Yu smiled coldly to himself. Who asked you to covet that peak demon core back then? Even if you are not capable, you still went to join in the fun. Serves you right for this retribution. However, Qin Yu's expression did not change at all. He smiled and said, young manor master, don't worry. If he does not leave the city in half a month, we will contact Gao Yangyu and kill him. With our strength, dealing with him together will not be difficult. Is that so? Suddenly, cold laughter came from the hall. The flames of the 15 lanterns swayed wildly, and a killing chi appeared for no reason. Qin Yu's expression changed. He looked straight at the door and said, do you not know where this is? How dare you come here and cause trouble? At the same time, Qin Yu gestured to the right and instructed Leng Yun to go out the back door to call for help. Stop calling for help. Only the 2 of you are left in this courtyard. Bang! 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 The corpses carried surging energy as they smashed the door to the side hall into pieces. Then, they landed heavily in front of the group. The corpses all died in the same state. A bloody hole appeared on their foreheads. Their eyes were wide open, and they died with grievances. When Leng Yun and Qin Yu saw the familiar corpses on the ground, their hearts immediately sank. Who was so powerful? To think that they managed to silently kill all the guards in the courtyard in such a short time. Dong! 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 Outside the open door, Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi walked in with their heads held high. They looked at the two coldly. It's you. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, feeling extremely astonished. He had not expected that when he did not go looking for Xiao Chen would take the initiative to kill his way over. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, Old Qin, we meet again. Qin Yu remained expressionless as he said in a cold voice, Good. Instead of living for a few more days, you actually dared to take the initiative to send yourself over. This saves me the trouble of looking for you. Bai Lishi tossed out Gao Yangyu's corpse and said, Gao Yangyu said the same thing. Unfortunately, he is dead now. The moment Gao Yangyu's corpse appeared, Lin Yun's expression immediately changed. Even the calm Qin Yu's expression turned unnatural. Uncle Qin, help me hold on for a while. I'll go find someone to help. When Lin Yun saw that the situation was bad, he quickly fled, heading for the back door. Bang! When Lin Yun arrived at the door, a strong figure blocked his way. Bai Lishi smiled and said, Why are you running? Let me play a few moves with you. Chapter 497. When Qin Yu saw Bai Lishi leave Xiao Chen, he found an opportunity and attacked at lightning speed. A pale white flame burned on his palm, and the surrounding air instantly turned cold. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This person actually has an extreme yin flame as well. If I collect it well, my lunar true flame will grow stronger. Even though Xiao Chen thought this, his hands did not slow down. He sent out a palm strike as well. A purple pure yang true flame burned on his palm. Bang! Yin and yang countered each other. The instant the two palms clashed, they produced a strong explosive force. A shockwave surged out, tearing apart half of the side hall. Even Bai Lishi and Lin Yun, who were fighting, received a significant impact. The shockwave knocked them back a few steps. Lin Yun was in an even worse state. His complexion was pale, and blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. However, Old Qin did not care about that. He stood firm and charged at Xiao Chen again, intending to deal with Xiao Chen as quickly as possible. Xiao Chen dealt with Xiao Chen calmly, not panicking at all. After 10 odd moves, he was only knocked back 100 meters. He did not suffer any substantial damage. Qin Yu felt depressed. He thought back to a few months ago, when he could crush Xiao Chen as easily as crushing an ant. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen had grown to such a level in such a short time. After exchanging 10 odd moves with Xiao Chen still did not completely crumble. Xiao Chen glanced at the fight between Bai Lishi and Lin Yun. It was nearing its end. Xiao Chen's expression became even more relaxed. He no longer clashed head-on with Xiao Chen, all he needed to do was delay him and not let him leave. After a while, a miserable shriek rang out. Lin Yun finally died at Bai Lishi's hands. This was within expectations. Given Bai Lishi's strength, which was equivalent to a half-step martial monarch's, being able to last for so long was already very impressive. Retreat. After Lin Yun died, Qin Yu knocked back Xiao Chen with one move. Then, he decisively retreated, wanting to leave this place. You want to leave? It's not that easy. If Xiao Chen let this person leave and notified the Holy Fire Manor's headquarters, 2 martial monarchs would be a great threat to Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi. Kacha! Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber at his waist, and a sharp saber intent surged out. A resplendent purple saber chi immediately blocked Qin Yu's path of retreat. Dang! Bai Lishi's attack soon followed. With the two of them working together, they completely blocked off Qin Yu's path of escape. There was not much suspense in the remaining battles. Qin Yu was weaker than Gao Yangyu, so how could he be a match for Xiao Chen and Gao Yangyu? After holding on for an hour, Xiao Chen slashed his throat with his saber. Then, Xiao Chen extracted the origin flame of the extreme yin flame in his body. Then, he and Bai Lishi quickly left this place. According to the original plan, the two of them left the barren city overnight, and only stopped after traveling for a full 10 miles. At the Heavenly Extermination Lake, Xiaoqin said gratefully to Bai Lishi, "Many thanks for your help. If not for you, the operation would not have gone so smoothly." Without Bai Lishi's help, Xiaoqin would not have been able to eliminate the two hidden dangers so smoothly. Be it Gao Yangyu or Qin Yu, they would not have been easy for him to deal with. Even if Xiaoqin had used all his trump cards and obtained the final victory, he would have suffered significant internal injuries. It would not have been like this, where he had only exhausted a large amount of essence without any major problems. Bai Lishi chuckled and said, "I found it very exciting as well. You have given me all the gains from the two half-step martial monarchs. Now, we are even." "That's right, what do you plan to do next?" Bai Lishi asked after a pause for a while, looking at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin answered honestly, "I plan to make a trip to the deep-sea battlefield to temper myself and refine my killing chi." Xiaoqin had obtained the state of massacre from the Scarlet Throne. In the end, it was not his own. When he used it, he felt that it was still lacking. Hence, he had to go to the deep-sea battlefield. Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, "What a coincidence. I am going to the deep-sea battlefield as well. The East Shallow Sea's third-grade battlefield is about to open. I was planning to go with a friend. If you do not mind, we can go together." Xiaoqin was slightly stunned. He said, "Such a coincidence?" Bai Lishi smiled and said, "If not for going to the deep-sea battlefield, why do you think I bought so many secret treasures?" Xiaoqin thought for a while before agreeing to the other party's invitation. Coincidentally, there were many things that he did not understand. With Bai Lishi's guidance, he could save himself a lot of trouble. In a port city in the easternmost part of the Great Chu nation, merchant ships entered and left the bustling port. Xiaoqin and Bai Lishi stood at the shore of the port. However, they were not in a rush to board the ship. Naturally, the East Shallow Sea was in the east of the continent. If they wanted to save time, they could only go to the Great Chu nation in the east. After leaving Desolate City, Xiaoqin and Bai Lishi traveled at full speed. After 7 days and 7 nights, they arrived at the port. "Speaking of which, Bai Lishi, who exactly is the friend you mentioned? Even now, you are not willing to tell me. Is there a need to be so mysterious?" After leaving the ancient desolate land, Xiaoqin and Bai Lishi relaxed. No matter how strong the holy fire manor was, they would not be able to reach the Great Chu nation. When they chatted, they did not have any misgivings. Bai Lishi smiled and said, "You will know when you arrive. It will definitely be a pleasant surprise for you." Xiaoqin had asked Bai Lishi a few times, but the other party gave him the same answer every time. So, he could only give up. Xiaoqin's curiosity was completely piqued. What kind of person could give him such a pleasant surprise? "The last time we went to the Rank A battlefield, there were about 10 people. However, only the 2 of us survived," Bai Lishi said with a drawn-out sigh. Xiaoqin asked, "What kind of place is the deep-sea battlefield? Can you tell me more about it?" Bai Lishi muttered to himself, "It is time to tell you. There are demons coming out of the spatial crack in the boundless sea at every moment. However, demons are also divided into ranks. Just like humans, they will gather together if their strength is similar. It is just like how martial monarchs will not mix with martial saints, it is impossible for them to mix together. According to the strength of the demons, the factions of the boundless sea divide the regions where the demons live into 6 ranks. Once the number of demons in a certain region reaches a certain number, they will gather all the cultivators in the world to surround and suppress them." Xiaoqin thought for a while and understood what Bai Lishi meant. He continued to ask, "Has the 6th rank battlefield ever opened?" Bai Lishi smiled and said, "It is best not to. Once the peak rank battlefield opens, all the martial sages in the world will rush over. Furthermore, based on history, once the 6th rank battlefield opens, the demonic calamity will not be far away." Dong! 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 Just at this moment, soft footsteps came from behind the 2. Bai Lishi did not turn around. He smiled and said, "The person we are waiting for is here." Xiaochen turned his head to look and saw a middle-aged bladesman in azure with long hair draped over his shoulders. He exuded a sharp aura and a set of facial features. The bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan. When Xiaochen saw this person's face clearly, he exclaimed softly in astonishment. He had met Sun Guangquan once before. Sun Guangquan was one of the 10 great bladesmen of the ancient desolate land. He had comprehended saber intent many years ago. The rumor about Sun Guangquan's strength was that unless a martial monarch appeared, no one could defeat him. Back on Qianren Island, Xiaochen had not seen Sun Guangquan make a move. However, he could clearly sense that Sun Guangquan was much stronger than the others. That was the intuition of a bladesman. Xiaochen had not expected that the friend Bai Lishi mentioned would be Sun Guangquan. To him, this was a pleasant surprise. Sun Guangquan had comprehended saber intent many years ago. Xiaochen had only comprehended saber intent recently. With this person's guidance, he would definitely improve rapidly. Sun Guangquan sized up Xiaochen and immediately sensed the buzzing saber intent in Xiaochen's body. He was slightly stunned and guessed Xiaochen's identity. Bai Lishi smiled and said, "Old son, you must have heard of Xiaochen before. This time, he will be coming with us to the deep-sea battlefield." Sun Guangquan nodded and smiled softly. Who in the world of bladesmen does not know the name of the white-robed bladesman? Xiaochen smiled embarrassedly and said, "Before senior son, how could I dare to be called a bladesman?" When Sun Guangquan heard what Xiaochen said, he waved his hand and smiled. "Don't call me senior, I don't dare. Our strengths are about the same. Let's talk as equals. If you don't mind, you can just call me old son like old Bai does." The bloody bladesman Sun Guangquan could be considered a true bladesman. With such a humble attitude, Xiaochen's impression of Sun Guangquan improved significantly. Xiaochen no longer felt restrained. He said, "Big brother Sun is too polite." Bai Lishi looked at the two of them interacting with each other. He smiled and said, "I say, the two of you, stop being so polite. Quickly board the ship. If not, we will have to wait another day." The merchant ship set sail and headed for the true depths of the boundless sea, embarking on a long journey. Even with the help of the ocean currents, it would take at least a month to reach the true eastern shallow sea. Naturally, Xiaochen could not waste such a long time. Aside from his usual cultivation, he would seek out Sun Guangquan every day to discuss his experiences with the saber. As a senior, Sun Guangquan did not hide anything from Xiaochen. He answered all of Xiaochen's questions in detail. There were some things that Sun Guangquan did not dare to be certain of. He would discuss them with Xiaochen before coming to a conclusion. When they had nothing to do, the two would find an opportunity to compare notes with each other. With such a senior, Xiaochen had benefited a lot along the way. Using this opportunity, Xiaochen started to practice the four-season saber technique that Bai Shuehe passed on to him. Back then, in the ancient desolate tower, the spot of light that Bai Shuehe shot out was the secret manual for the four-season saber technique. The four-season saber technique was like the Wukue saber technique, they were both peak earth-ranked saber techniques. However, the four-season saber technique focused more on intent and not form. Hence, it was much more difficult to comprehend. As Xiaochen fought with Sun Guangquan, he continuously perfected his four-season saber technique. As a fellow bladesman, Sun Guangquan could keenly point out the inadequacies of Xiaochen's saber technique. After traveling for many days, they were no longer far from the eastern shallow sea. On this particular day, the three gathered together and started chatting. Then, Xiaochen thought of a question. He said, "Big brother Sun, I have some doubts. Why are you known as the Bloody Bladesman and the ancient desolate land's 10 great bladesmen? Why have I not heard anyone mention them in Desolate City?" When Sun Guangquan heard this, he could not help but smile. He said, "The ancient desolate land's 10 great bladesmen were known by that name many years ago. Everyone knows their own limits. Now, there are too many geniuses. This is the budding era of geniuses. Everyone is very low profile, afraid that they might end up as stepping stones. Bai Lishi added, that is true. The experts of the older generation all value their reputation. They are all in closed-door cultivation. No one mentions their previous titles, like the 4 great bladesmen and 4 great swordsmen of Desolate City anymore. Chapter 498. Xiao Qin did not expect this to be the reason. He could not help feeling a little awkward. Sun Guangquan laughed heartily and said, I'm not talking about you. In fact, I don't like people who take advantage of their seniority. They don't dare to face the truth and still insist on putting up a strong front. They deserve to be slapped in the face and used as a stepping stone. When I was young, I did a lot of these things. As for why he's called the Blood Blades Man, just as Sun Guangquan was about to explain, the merchant ship suddenly came to a stop. With their cultivation bases, they were naturally unaffected by this extreme change in speed. However, the ornaments in the room were not so lucky. It fell to the ground, and some of the porcelain was smashed into pieces. Bai Lishi said doubtfully, strange, why did it suddenly stop? Furthermore, it stopped in such a rush. Let's go out and take a look, Sun Guangquan suggested. Dong dong dong. Just as the 3 of them were about to take action, there was an urgent knock on the door. The door opened and an attendant said in a fluster, the 3 of you must be cultivators. Please gather on the deck quickly. Xiao Qin asked, what happened? Did you run into a pirate ship? The attendant squeezed out an ugly smile and said, it's even more troublesome than a pirate ship. It's a warship of the Black Dragon Society. Black Dragon Society. Bai Lishi and Sun Guangquan could not help but exchange strange glances. Could it be that you want us to help you resist the Black Dragon group? That would be difficult. The attendant said, no, it is the Black Dragon group's request. All the cultivators who are preparing to participate in the 3rd grade battlefield must gather on the deck. The Black Dragon Triad was the largest force in the Endless Sea. Its fleet cruised the seas in all directions. 5,000 years ago, after a fierce battle with the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace occupied half of the islands in the Eastern Shallow Sea, making it the overlord of the Boundless Sea. Back then, the Divine Dragon Palace was like the sun in the sky. It was the leader of all the factions in the 4 seas. The old Dragon King's prestige was extremely high. With a single order, countless sects in the 4 seas would listen to him. But in that battle, the Divine Dragon Palace still lost. The old Dragon King died in battle, and the 4 shallow seas no longer had an alliance leader. After that battle, the Black Dragon Triad became a god. From a force in the outer seas, it became the overlord of the 4 seas, controlling all the trade routes in the sea. On the way to the deck, Bai Lishi gave Xiao Qin a simple explanation of the Black Dragon group, causing Xiao Qin to feel astonished. Who would have thought that in the Boundless Sea, far away from the mainland, there would be such a colossus as the Black Dragon Triad? Before this, there had never been any news of it on the mainland. Sun Guangquan said, but now, the Divine Dragon Palace's strength has increased greatly. The Black Dragon Group's edge in the Eastern Shallow Sea is no longer as great as before. So don't think too much about it. Let's go to the deck and see what kind of tricks they're playing. Hundreds of cultivators stood on the wide deck. Their cultivations were not low, they were at least superior grade martial kings. When Xiao Qin looked around, he discovered 2 or 3 half-step martial monarchs. 6 huge black warships stood on the surface of the sea in front of the merchant ship. The ancient demonic energy cannons on the warships were open and flickered with a cold light. The ancient demonic energy cannons were very mighty. When filled with inferior grade spirit stones, they could severely injure a martial saint in one shot. When filled with medial grade spirit stones, they could easily injure an inferior grade martial king. If filled with superior grade spirit stones, even a martial monarch would be on tenterhooks and would not dare to clash head-on. With the deterrence of several dozen ancient demonic energy cannons, the many cultivators on the deck all showed cautious expressions. They did not dare to be too impudent. Dong! 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 Just at this moment, Footsteps came from the ship's hold. Another cultivator came out. Xiaochen turned his head and saw that this person had an exquisite figure and voluptuous curves. She wore black leather armor and carried 2 short swords on her back. She wore a half mask that covered her face. Her black eyes were very deep and mysterious. Unexpectedly, Shi Feng was on the ship as well. Xiaochen was very curious about this person. He had always wanted to know why she knew Qingyun Peak's 9 secret techniques. However, when Xiaochen saw the unapproachable aura of Shi Feng, he gave up on the thought of greeting her. Xiao. After everyone arrived, 5 cultivators wearing black battle armor flew over from the warship. Their auras were incredibly dense. The person leading them was very strong, a half-step martial monarch. That person had a straight face, short hair, and spirited eyes. He looked very capable. He smiled faintly at the crowd and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am an insignificant captain of the Black Dragon Group's 9th Legion. My name is Jian Chainan." One of the half-step martial monarchs said somewhat impatiently, "Just speak directly. Why are you stopping us? Cut the crap." Even though Jian Chainan was interrupted in front of everyone, he did not get angry. He continued, "There is no rush. It is nothing major. Aren't you going to the 3rd grade battlefield for experiential training? You can participate through my Black Dragon Group as well. Furthermore, the reward is double that of the Divine Dragon Palace." The moment Jian Chainan said this, a commotion broke out. Double the reward, this temptation was not small. However, some of the people who had been to the deep-sea battlefield smiled coldly to themselves. Their expressions did not change. Bai Lishi said softly, "Don't listen to him. The Divine Dragon Palace controls the main junctions of the 3rd grade battlefield. The Black Dragon Group only controls a small corner. Furthermore, it is not the main area of activity for the demons. No matter how high the reward is, it is useless." Jian Chainan continued, "As long as you agree to come with us, we will give you 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones when you board the warship. When you return, we will give you another 100,000. If you kill more demons, the reward will increase." A commotion broke out in the crowd. Some of the cultivators who came to the boundless sea for the first time were tempted. 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones was not a small sum. After the mission ended, they would be able to obtain at least 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. If they did not die, it would be a large sum. "I am willing to go." Immediately, someone who came to the boundless sea for the first time thought about it. He felt that it was profitable and agreed to the other party's request. Jian Chainan immediately tossed out a few boxes of spirit stones and handed them to that person. He smiled and said, "You made the right choice. Get on the warship." That person gently counted the spirit stones and revealed a happy smile. Then, he leaped up and landed on the warship in front. "I am willing as well." "I am willing as well." Seeing that someone actually obtained the spirit stones, the number of people who agreed increased. Soon, most of the people on the warship left. Only 10 odd people who knew the inside story did not waver. These people were all peak martial kings. A few were like Sun Guangquan, some were even half-step martial monarchs. 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones did not interest them. What they sought was a true experiential training, where they could disregard life and death. However, in the face of the limits of their lives, they needed to continuously stimulate their potential and advance their cultivation. The Black Dragon Group would not be able to satisfy them. After the group of people who came to the Boundless Sea boarded the Black Dragon Group's warship, Jian Chainan looked at the crowd and smiled, "Many thanks to everyone for not giving me any trouble. You are all true elites. You are all very clear on the situation of the deep sea battlefield. Your treatment is even better than that group of people earlier." Bai Lishi mocked, "What do you mean? You make it sound like we agreed to go with you. I don't think we said we would go with you." However, Sun Guangquan sent a voice projection to Xiaochen, "Prepare to abandon the warship and head west. That is the area controlled by the Divine Dragon Palace. Do not sink to the bottom of the sea. The sea monsters there are very difficult to deal with. Xiao Chen's heart sank. It looked like this experiential training involved the internal strife of two peak powers. It would not end peacefully. The other half-step martial monarch said, "In this boundless sea, your black dragon group is not the only one who can do whatever you want. Now that we are in the Divine Dragon Palace's territory, there is nothing you can do to us." Jian Chenan's face sank. He smiled coldly and said, "Do you think you can get there? I will say this, whether you want to or not, you will still have to go. Let's go." The remaining 10-odd people on the deck were all astute and decisive people. When they saw that the situation had reached a point of no return, they did not hesitate to abandon the warship and leave quickly. Xiao Chen immediately jumped off the warship and headed west. His figure flickered, and in a few breaths, he had traveled a kilometer. Jian Chenan's expression remained calm, he was not too surprised. When he returned to the warship, he waved his hand and said, "Blast them all. Leave no one alive." Boom! The ancient demonic energy cannons on the warship, which had already been filled with spirit stones, immediately lit up. Horrifying spiritual energy poured out and shot resplendent beams of light at the scattered cultivators. Xiao Chen had his spiritual sense spread out. He instantly felt 10 beams of light heading for him. If they all struck him, even if he did not die, he would be skinned alive. A bolt of lightning flashed. Xiao Chen executed lightning evasion and instantly moved 100 meters to dodge. Miserable cries resounded. In an instant, 4 or 5 peak superior grade martial kings fell from the warship. Boom! 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 The 6 warships did not give the cultivators any time to hesitate. They soared into the air and fired their cannons again. The remaining people used cloning techniques to dodge the might of the ancient demonic energy cannons. Some directly attacked, weakening the might of the ancient demonic energy cannons. Others used ingenious movement techniques to nimbly dodge. However, the 6 warships were not in a hurry. They chased after the cultivators like venomous snakes, trying to kill them all. As the cultivators dodged the attacks of the ancient demonic energy cannons, they inevitably slowed down. The distance between the warships and the cultivators shrank. Sun Guangquan said to Xiao Chen, "Split up. Old Bai and I have our own ways to protect ourselves. We will think of a way to regroup when the time comes." Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. This was the only way for now. If they stayed together, they would be too big of a target. Chi! Chi! The 6 warships had a total of 60 ancient demonic energy cannons. The resplendent beams of light in the air did not stop for even a moment. Xiao Chen pushed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. He used it continuously in the air. Be it the warships flying or firing the ancient demonic energy cannons, they all exhausted a large number of spirit stones. The cultivators would definitely not chase after them endlessly. As long as they persevered to the end, they would be able to shake off their pursuers. However, this was easier said than done. Of the 10-odd cultivators, only 7 or 8 remained bitterly holding on. At this moment, the gap between the cultivators and half-step martial monarchs became clear. Chapter 499. The 3 half-step martial monarchs were at the very front. As long as they held on for a while longer, they would be able to escape the range of the cannons. What made Xiao Chen flabbergasted was Bai Lishi. This fellow relied on his strong physical body and the 5 or 6 defensive secret treasures he had. Bai Lishi completely ignored the bombardment of the cannons and endured a few attacks. Unexpectedly, he managed to walk in front of everyone. Xiao Chen's chest tightened. If these people walked out, the remaining cannons would focus on them. The situation would become even more dire. I cannot drag this out. I have to use all my trump cards. Otherwise, I will not even have a chance to use them. After Xiao Chen made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. The silver warship came out from his right eye, and Xiao Chen quickly hid in the hold of the silver warship. Bang! Bang! In an instant, a few beams of light struck the body of the silver warship, causing it to tumble uncontrollably in the air. Xiaochen quickly lowered his feet and stabilized the direction of the warship. Then, he quickly flew to the west. With the warship as a buffer, Xiaochen did not have to worry too much. He no longer had to dodge, and his speed increased significantly. However, the warship did not have any defensive formations. Soon, cracks appeared on it. Xiaochen ignored the cracks on the warship and charged forward with all his might. The blood flame shoes on Xiaochen's feet glowed. He could use the secret technique at any time. Bang! Finally, the silver warship could no longer hold on. It shattered into countless motes of light and returned to Xiaochen's right eye. Xiaochen did not panic. The instant the warship shattered, he activated the secret technique of the blood flame shoes. His speed immediately reached Mach 4. Xiaochen turned into a beam of purple light and moved far away in the blink of an eye, leaving the beams of light behind him. He was still 500 meters away from the range of the ancient demonic energy cannons. However, he had attracted too much attention. Furthermore, the half-step martial monarchs had already fled. The next wave of attacks would be even more ferocious than before. I'm going all out. Xiaochen's expression turned serious. He placed his right hand on the hilt of his saber and closed his eyes. With the sweep of his divine sense, he saw the light beams coming from all directions. Xiaochen's mind, energy, and spirit gathered into a line. The state of thunder and saber intent brewed silently. Break! Xiaochen suddenly opened his eyes and shouted. The lunar shadow saber turned into a bolt of lightning as he drew it. It was like Xiaochen had eyes on the back of his head. He sent out 12 saber chi containing boundless saber intent and the state of thunder, clashing with the resplendent pillar of light. Bang, bang, bang. Intense explosions rang out continuously in the void. As the shockwaves surged, even space itself began to ripple. For the 12 strands of saber chi, Xiaochen exhausted 3/4 of his essence. This was the strongest he could burst out within one breath. After Xiaochen swung his saber 12 times, he felt like he was about to collapse. Sweat appeared on his forehead. However, he managed to block the 9 peerless beams of light. On the deck, Jian Chainan watched the white figure break the 9 ancient demonic energy cannons. He had an astonished expression on his face. This was the first time Jian Chainan saw a youth erupt with such strength in such a short time. Even some of the older generation cultivators would find it hard to do so. No matter how dense one's essence was, if one's explosive power was not strong, it would be hard to say who would win in a real fight. When Jian Chainan saw that Xiaochen had already escaped the range of the ancient demonic energy cannons, he asked the cultivators from the Tianwu continent, "Who is this person? Do you know him? He seems to be the great Qin nation's white-robed bladesman." However, it is not him. It is hard to be sure, someone whispered. The white-robed bladesman, Jian Chainan frowned. He shook his head and said, "I hope he is just an ordinary genius. Otherwise, if we let him go, we will be in big trouble." Surging seawater stretched as far as the eye could see. Xiaochen sat cross-legged on the surface of the water, following the waves as they surged forward. He held 4 medial-grade spirit stones in his hand as he quickly recovered his essence. He had exhausted too much of his essence. If he did not replenish it quickly, he might end up in the stomachs of the fish in this seemingly peaceful boundless sea. After 1 hour, the 4 medial-grade spirit stones were completely exhausted. Xiaochen's essence barely recovered by half. However, this was enough to protect himself. Xiaochen casually tossed aside the spirit stones and looked into the sea. The deep seawater could not obstruct his vision. At a depth of more than 100 meters, Xiaochen saw a strange black fish. It was about the size of a palm and covered in sharp scales. There were so many of them that it was flabbergasting. With a rough count, there were at least 1,000 of them. No wonder Sun Guangquan had instructed him not to sink to the bottom of the sea no matter what. If he did that, he would be able to avoid the attacks of the ancient demonic energy cannons. However, if he were to face the attacks of thousands of these strange fish, he would die even faster. Xiao Qin stood up and looked around. The earlier rush had already separated him from Bai Lishi and Sun Guangquan. Xiao Qin withdrew his gaze and discovered something that was somewhat difficult to deal with. Above the vast sea, the scenery was exactly the same everywhere. No matter which direction he looked from, it was all the same, endless seawater. The sky was dark again. He could not see the sun or anything to use as a point of reference. He had no way of determining his direction. Xiao Qin revealed a helpless smile. He had already survived through wind and rain. Unexpectedly, he was stumped by such a small problem. Since he did not know the direction, he should not move around randomly. Otherwise, he might end up getting more and more wrong. He should be able to determine his direction by looking at the stars at night. However, it was only a matter of a few hours. There was no need to panic. He would wait for a while. Since there was nothing to do, there was no need to waste time. Xiao Qin drew his lunar shadow saber and quietly practiced the four-season saber technique on the surface of the sea. The four-season saber technique had only 5 moves: spring, summer, autumn, winter, and cycle of seasons. However, each move was ever-changing. There was nothing special about it, it depended on one's control. Xiao Qin infused the various scenes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter into his saber techniques, forming his own unique mysterious phenomenon. For example, Bai Shuehe comprehended the scene of spring's water turning from warm to cold. The corresponding scene was water. However, the scene that Xiao Qin comprehended in spring was thunder. The first thunder of spring, the cries of 10,000 beasts. In Xiao Qian's original world, the people called the first thunder of spring spring thunder. During the long, cold winter, all the beasts of the world would enter hibernation. This spring thunder was the bell that woke them up. As the thunder roared, the lifeless winter was silent for a long time. The cries of hundreds of beasts announced the arrival of spring. This was the state of Xiao Qian's saber technique. It took the meaning of spring thunder and commanded all the beasts in the world to cry. Winter passed and spring came. The cycle of heaven and earth was unstoppable. As for summer, autumn, and winter, Xiao Qin was still pondering them. He did not have a clear idea. Sun Guangquan had also given him a lot of advice, broadening his thinking and making him more cautious. On the calm surface of the water, Xiao Qin continuously perfected this move. However, every time he was about to explode, he would stop. This was because Xiao Qin felt that something was missing. If he just exploded out like this, he would not be able to achieve the effect he wanted. Just like that, Xiao Qin tirelessly practiced on the surface of the sea. As he swung his saber, he would always stop at the last moment and start again from the beginning. This repeated countless times. Without realizing it, Xiao Qin completely immersed himself in the saber technique. Xiao Qin forgot where he was and his purpose in coming here. He even forgot who he was. There was only this saber in his mind. Xiao Qin did not know that a pretty black figure was watching with interest from a kilometer behind him for a long time. However, after a while, that woman watched as Xiao Qian's exquisite saber technique always got stuck at the last moment and had to start over again, repeating this process over and over again. She felt extremely depressed. Such an exquisite saber technique had attracted her attention at first glance. She wanted to see how earth-shattering it would be at the final moment when it erupted. However, this guy in front of him was extremely brainless. Every time when the audience was most excited, he would get stuck and start all over again. This happened over and over again. Finally, that person could no longer hold back her anger. Speaking of which, can't you just erupt a little? Every time you get stuck at the most crucial moment, it makes me very unhappy. Do you know that? The sudden voice startled Xiao Qin out of his trance-like state. He sheathed his saber and turned his head to look. He discovered that Shi Feng had arrived behind him at some point in time. Xiao Qin smiled bitterly and said, "I want to erupt as well. However, I still lack inspiration. If I force it, there will be a huge flaw in this move. The four-season saber technique was very different from regular martial techniques. It focused on the intent, the form was secondary. If one forced it out, the intent would not be complete. The might of the saber technique would be greatly reduced. Once it was fixed, it would be very difficult to change. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter were all linked together. If the first link was not grasped well, it would severely affect the next three links. Hence, this first spring thunder, 10,000 beasts cry together had to be completed in one breath, allowing it to reach its most perfect moment before erupting. The masked Shifeng said, "In that case, you are really extraordinarily bored. Since you know that the inspiration has not arrived, why are you still standing here like a fool? Why are you not rushing to meet up with the Divine Dragon Palace's people?" Xiaochen shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm lost and cannot find my way. I can only wait until it is dark before making my move. In any case, I have nothing better to do." Shifeng shook her head and said, "I really don't know what you are thinking. To think that you did not even make such preparations before coming to the boundless sea. The waves are very strong at night. Come with me, I have a tracking tool." This was somewhat surprising. He had not expected Shifeng to be so easy to talk to. Xiaochen thanked her. Xiaochen followed behind her, heading west on the calm sea. Along the way, Xiaochen took some time to ask, "I have been very curious. Who taught you the 9 secrets of Qingyun Peak?" "Those are the secrets of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak." When Shifeng heard this, she paused for a moment. Then, she said, "My adoptive father taught me." However, he did not say that they were the 9 secrets of Qingyun Peak. "This is the first time I heard you mention them." Xiaochen thought of a possibility that he had guessed before. He continued asking, "Is your adoptive father called Ling Tianhe?" Shifeng stopped and turned her head back. Her eyes filled with doubt as she asked, "How did you know?" Indeed, Xiaochen guessed right. Aside from the Pavilion Master's faction, no one from the other peaks could learn the 9 secrets of Qingyun Peak. Chapter 500. Furthermore, most people would have to swear to their heart demons not to spread the secret technique. Only people of Ling Tianye's level did not need to follow such rules. Xiaochen asked somewhat excitedly, "Where is your adoptive father now?" He could finally hand over the divine weapon. No matter what, that thing was a hidden danger. Once it was exposed, even if he had 9 lives, it would not be enough. Shifeng's gaze turned wary. She asked, "What are you trying to do?" I'm fine. I was just asking. Can you tell me? I want to seek advice from him. After all, I am from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." Xiaochen wanted to tell the truth. However, when he thought about it, the divine weapon was too important. He could not reveal it so easily. So, he could only make up an excuse. Shifeng said coldly, "You are hemming and hawing. With one look, I know you are lying. It would be strange if I told you." Xiaochen smiled and did not deny it. This matter could not be rushed. He finally had some clues. All he had to do was grab hold of Shifeng. He would eventually find Ling Tianyu. The two of them continued forward. Xiaochen was very interested in the girl wearing the mask. Along the way, he tried to find something to talk about. He discovered that Shifeng was different from what he imagined. She was not as cold as she looked. Although she was wary of Xiaochen, she was not too guarded against him. "Speaking of which, why are you wearing a mask? Why would you not dare to show your true face?" Xiaochen asked another question that interested him. Shifeng said indifferently, "My adoptive father made me wear it. He said that when I fight, I cannot control my expression. It is easy for my opponent to see through me." Xiaochen felt it was strange. He said, "In that case, if you cannot control your expression for the rest of your life, won't you have to wear this mask forever?" Shifeng said coldly, "Are you cursing me?" Xiaochen smiled and said, "How can that be? I was just saying it casually. Don't overthink it. I hope that you can take off your mask now. That way, I can see your true face. When Shifeng heard this, she said, I will. The first purpose of this experiential training is to take off my mask. What's the second purpose? One more step and then I'll defeat you. I've never lost to someone of the same generation. You'd better not die on the battlefield. Xiao Qin was speechless. Speaking of which, you're helping me lead the way now. Could it be that you're also afraid that something might happen to me? When the time comes, your strength will increase greatly, but you won't be able to find a whetstone, right? Shifeng nodded and smiled, you are absolutely right. However, the whetstone has to be changed to a whetstone. I train with the sword, not with the saber. Xiao Qin immediately felt depressed. No wonder Shifeng was so kind. It turned out that she had such a motive. In that case, I will still curse you to never be able to take off this mask for the rest of your life. Xiao. Shifeng unsheathed both her swords, and two sharp sword chi flew towards Xiao Qin at lightning speed. Xiao Qin was startled and quickly dodged to the side. Two strands of sword chi slid past him and created two long waves on the water surface. Then, you have no sense of direction. Go ahead by yourself. I won't be accompanying you. Shifeng sheathed her swords and no longer bothered with Xiao Qin. Her figure flashed, and in a few breaths, she disappeared into the vast sea. You really don't understand a woman's heart. She changes on a whim. Xiao Qin felt extremely depressed as he watched Shifeng disappear from his vision. I'll just wait. After all, it will be dark soon. I'll just head west. Gurgle. Gurgle. Just at this moment, a large number of bubbles appeared on the water surface in front of Xiao Qin. After taking 10 steps back, Xiao Qin's expression changed. He placed his right hand on his saber hilt and cautiously sized up the situation in front of him. Chi! A huge azure dragon head emerged from the water. The dragon head was made of metal and did not get wet. With a ka-cie sound, the dragon opened its mouth. Two middle-aged men in purple robes jumped out of the dragon's mouth. Their purple robes were embroidered with gold, and a blue dragon was drawn on their backs. Are you here to participate in the third-grade trial of the battlefield? You just need to answer yes or no, the person on the right said quickly. The person on the right spoke very quickly. When he saw Xiao Qin nod, he said, all right, come up, then. We are from the Divine Dragon Palace. Xiao Qin was not in a rush. Instead, he asked, what proof do you have? When the person on the right heard this, he could not help but frown. He said impatiently, you are just a medial grade martial king. Why are you speaking so much nonsense? I told you to come in, so just come in. The person who spoke first did not waste any time. He took out a medallion and said, this is the medallion of the Divine Dragon Palace's outer sect elder. It is the real deal. Hurry up. This is still the outer sea, it is under the control of the Black Dragon Group. We cannot stay here for too long. After Xiao Qin saw clearly, he no longer hesitated. He followed the two into the dragon's mouth. The dragon's mouth closed and quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. Then, it swam forward. As the two walked into the dragon's body, Xiao Qin discovered that it was a small underground palace. There were night illumination stones overhead, so it was not dark. When they arrived at the main hall, there were already 10-odd people there. Xiao Qin took a look. They were all cultivators going to the third-grade trial of the battlefield, just like him. However, he did not see Bai Lishi or Sun Guangquan. The atmosphere of the place was rather heavy. Xiao Qin found a corner and closed his eyes to rest. After the two Divine Dragon Palace outer sect elders brought Xiao Qin to this place, they did not linger. They rushed forward anxiously. I heard that 70% of the cultivators who came to participate in the third-grade trial were intercepted by the Black Dragon Group. Of the remaining 30%, 10% were killed. Only 20% managed to escape. With only 20% of the cultivators participating in the third grade trial, this battlefield will be much more difficult than usual. There will be a slim chance of survival. It looks like the Black Dragon group is going to make a big move this time. Recently, the Divine Dragon Palace has been rising very quickly. With only 20% of the cultivators, it will be difficult for them to eliminate the demons in the third grade battlefield. We came at a bad time. Unexpectedly, we ran into the internal conflict between the Black Dragon group and the Divine Dragon Palace. I wonder if this is a blessing or a disaster for us. Hee hee. Whether it is a blessing or a disaster, it depends on how you look at it. An intense battlefield is more in line with the true meaning of a trial. If it is like playing house, what is the point? The instant the blue dragon swam around, some people in the hall sighed, some became excited, and some remained calm. Everyone was different. Xiaochen felt that this blue dragon warship floated up and down 3 or 4 times, picking up another 5 or 6 people. After that, it swam around for a long time before it finally broke through the water and soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. After flying for an entire night, Xiaochen leisurely landed on a small island. We have arrived. Come on down. 2 Divine Dragon Palace Outer Sect elders, who had led Xiaochen in, said indifferently to the crowd when they entered the hall. Xiaochen opened his eyes and followed the crowd. Then, he leaped out of the dragon's mouth. Xiaochen looked around and discovered that he was in a huge drill ground. There were hundreds of blue dragon warships in the drill ground. Cultivators continuously leaped out of the dragon's mouth. There were many of them. When all of them gathered, there were more than 2,000 people. Xiaochen felt astonished. Only 20% of them are here, and there are already more than 2,000 people. If all of them are here, there will be more than 10,000 people. The 2,000-odd people here were all elites who had escaped the Black Dragon Group's pursuit. They were all elites. The weakest of these cultivators was a peak superior grade martial king. A third of them were even half-step martial monarchs. Xiaochen did not stop looking. He continued looking and finally discovered Bai Lishi and Sun Guangquan. He quickly parted the crowd and walked over. Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, "I knew that nothing would happen to you. Indeed, it is as I expected, you are not injured at all." Xiaochen nodded slightly and said, "I heard some things on the ship. It seems like only 20% of the people are participating in the deep-sea battlefield." Bai Lishi nodded and said, "I do not know what the Black Dragon Group is up to this time. However, that is a matter between them and the Divine Dragon Palace. It has nothing to do with us. To us, this might not be a bad thing." Sun Guangquan continued, "The third grade battlefield is actually not as horrifying as you imagine. The combined strength of the demons does not surpass that of a martial monarch. With fewer people, it only means that we have more missions than usual." Xiaochen asked, "What exactly do we do in the battlefield?" Bai Lishi replied, "It is very simple. We just have to kill demons in the battlefield. Every demon we kill will give us some points. We can exchange the points for medial grade spirit stones or superior grade spirit stones at the Divine Dragon Palace." Xiaochen exclaimed in shock, "We can even exchange superior grade spirit stones?" Bai Lishi smiled and said, "Of course. The spirit veins in the deep sea are much more abundant than those on land. Otherwise, why do you think there are so many people rushing to the battlefield? To put it nicely, it is experiential training for cultivators. Actually, every deep-sea battlefield is a hidden danger to the Divine Dragon Palace. Once there are too many demons and they run out of resources, they will naturally go to the nearby islands to plunder. So, you understand what I mean, right?" Xiaochen nodded to indicate that he understood. Simply put, the experiential training of the deep-sea battlefield was because the Divine Dragon Palace did not have enough manpower and had to spend spirit stones to hire people to help. Cultivators could participate in experiential training and increase their combat experience. At the same time, they could obtain spirit stones. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No wonder so many people came. "Elder Feng, everyone is here. This disciple went to take a head count. There are only 2,300 people. The rest have been taken away by the Black Dragon group. A middle-aged man in purple dragon robes reported respectfully to an old man on the high platform of the drill ground. This old man's name was Feng Buyu. He was a martial monarch and was one of the Divine Dragon Palace's inner sect elders. He was also the person in charge of this third-grade battlefield. Feng Buyu muttered, "Don't bother with the Black Dragon group's matters. The higher-ups will naturally send someone to discuss countermeasures. 2,000 elites should be barely enough. Gather them up and set off." "We obey." The purple-robed man received the order and left. He immediately passed down instructions, and the outer sect elders immediately got to work. They gathered Xiao Chen and the others. Ka Xie. Ka Xie. The Azure Dragon battleships that were lined up vertically on the battlefield were divided in the middle and then inlaid together. Soon, to Xiao Chen's astonishment, they formed a huge, rectangular platform. Hundreds of dragon heads lined the sides of the platform. Bai Lishi patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and said, "Don't be so shocked. It is just the Divine Dragon Palace's Divine Dragon warships. When you reach the battlefield, you will be able to see bigger ones. Go on." Chapter 501. When the 2,000-odd people leaped onto the warship, the huge circular platform immediately soared up and floated quietly in the air. Chi! Chi! The 15 dragon heads behind the warship spewed out a huge shockwave. The Divine Dragon warship immediately shot forward. It carried 2,000-odd people and moved at Mach 4. The surrounding scenery flashed by quickly. After flying for more than 50 kilometers, the sky above them suddenly turned gray. Dark clouds churned. The further they went, the darker the color of the clouds became. In the end, it was completely black, completely blocking out the sunlight. When the group looked down, the azure seawater had turned scarlet. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air for a long time. The smell of blood mixed with the smell of the seawater. It was extremely unbearable. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Aside from the unbearable smell of blood, he could also clearly feel resentment in the air. The resentment of the dead made one feel uncomfortable. It put a faint pressure on one's mind. "Xiao Chen, you felt that mental pressure as well, right?" Sun Guangquan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Yes. It would be difficult for a regular cultivator to bring out their full strength under such circumstances." Sun Guangquan smiled and said, "That's right. The closer you get to the core of the battlefield, the stronger the mental pressure. There is a challenge, but it can also temper one's mental energy. This is why so many half-step martial monarchs come here." As Xiao Chen spoke, a huge divine dragon warship appeared in front of them. It was more than 8 kilometers long and 1 kilometer wide. When they looked up, it looked like a small city flying in the sky. No wonder Bai Lishi said that there was no need to be too astonished at the warship under them. Compared to the huge warship before them, it was like comparing a baby to an adult. They were on completely different levels. Figures in purple robes flew out from the huge warship with killing intent all over their bodies. Bang! The warship under Xiao Chen docked with the huge warship. Everyone walked towards the huge warship like it was flat ground. Exquisite tents were set up on the battleship, and a few magic energy cannons could be seen every 100 meters. Feng Buyu led the Divine Dragon Palace's people over to the crowd and introduced the situation of the battlefield. It was not much different from what Bai Lishi had said. After saying that, someone came over and gave everyone a jade card. The front of the jade card was engraved with a cyan flood dragon. That was the symbol of the Dragon God Palace. Behind it were hundreds of horizontal and vertical lines that formed small grids. If one counted carefully, there were no less than 10,000 of them. Every time you kill a demon dweller, a black dot will appear in your grid. Each black dot is 1 point. With this jade token, you can go to the camp to exchange for whatever you want. The person who gave Xiao Chen the jade plate explained everything in detail. After the jade tokens were distributed, some warriors immediately left the place and flew towards the darkest part of the sky. Xiao Chen felt somewhat puzzled. He said, even if the experiential training starts like this, there are no rules and regulations? Bai Lishi smiled and said, it is not that the Divine Dragon Palace does not want to talk about rules and regulations. It is that the demons do not have any rules and regulations. All you need to do on this battlefield is kill the demons you see. I will take my leave first. The two of you will take your leave first. Sun Guangquan performed a cupped fist salute to Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi before leaping into the boundless Scarlet Sea. Xiao Chen felt it was strange. He asked, Big Brother Sun is not coming with us. Bai Lishi explained, this time, he is going to the core of the battlefield. He will not come out until he breaks through to Martial Monarch. His destination is different from ours. As Xiao Chen watched Sun Guangquan leave, he could not help but feel solemn. If he did not come out, it meant that he was prepared to die. If he did not succeed, he would die for a righteous cause. Although Xiao Chen enjoyed a great reputation and was undefeatable unless a martial monarch appeared, he was nothing. However, if a martial monarch appeared, he would be nothing. Xiao Chen was a proud person. Naturally, he was not willing to be stuck below martial monarch for the rest of his life. For this, he would not hesitate to risk his life. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at Bai Lishi. He said, your destination should be different from mine, right? Bai Lishi nodded and smiled. Previously, I only went around the periphery a few times. This time, I am going to the inner area. This is your first time here, so you should go around the periphery first. Be careful. I'll be leaving as well. The strength of the three differed. Sun Guangquan was the strongest, Bai Lishi was second, and Xiao Chen was the weakest. Naturally, they could not have their experiential training in the same place. Xiao Chen was not too surprised by this. He muttered, Sun Guangquan can promise himself that he will not come out until he becomes a martial monarch. In that case, I, Xiao Chen, can also promise myself that I will not come out until I become a half-step martial monarch. Deep sea battlefield, here I come. Xiao Chen shouted in his heart. A resolute gaze appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He did not hesitate to jump off the divine dragon warship and set foot on the boundless Scarlet Sea. Xiao Chen walked calmly on the Scarlet Sea. Occasionally, cultivators rushed past him, leaving Xiao Chen in the dust. Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He simply walked calmly. After 1 hour, 3 small islands appeared in front of him. The islands were not large, only a few hundred meters in radius. All sorts of talisman scripts floated around the islands, forming a defensive formation. The formations of the 3 islands seemed to be connected to each other, giving off an indistinct spiritual light. If the Divine Dragon warship was the Divine Dragon Palace's main camp, then these 3 islands would be the outposts, acting as a buffer for the main camp. Cultivators in front continuously returned to the small islands in sorry states from the pitch-black sky. Immediately, healing-type cultivators on the islands went to check on the injuries of the people who returned and performed emergency treatment. It looked like these small islands were not just the outposts but also a supply and treatment station for the cultivators participating in the experiential training. The friend in front, wait up! A shout came from behind him. Xiao Chen turned his head to take a look and saw a small team of about 10 people rushing towards him. The person leading the group wore heavy blue battle armor and carried a huge sword on his back. He had thick eyebrows and a wide forehead. With one look, it was clear he was a cultivator who used brute force. This person was a peak superior grade martial king. His eyes were very spirited. Xiao Chen turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" That person smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself first. I am Wu Quan, a disciple of the Great Chu Nation's Giant Sword Gate. These are the companions I invited to participate in the experiential training. I see that you are only a peak medial grade martial king. How about you come with us? After we pass these 3 outpost islands, we will officially enter the battlefield. With more people, it will be easier for us to take care of each other." Xiao Chen thought for a while. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "In that case, many thanks, Brother Wu. However, my cultivation realm is rather low. Will I be a burden to you?" Wu Quan smiled and said, "That won't be the case. Cultivation realm is not the only way to measure a person's combat prowess. I see that you walk on the water very easily. Your shoes are not wet at all. You must be an expert in movement techniques. Coincidentally, our group lacks such a person." Xiaoqin smiled and did not say anything more, agreeing to the other party's invitation. Xiaoqin did not know what the deep-sea battlefield was like. It would be good to join this group and familiarize himself with the environment. After that, Wu Quan introduced Xiaoqin to the group. Aside from Wu Quan, the others scoffed at Xiaoqin. They did not show much interest. Although none of them were half-step martial monarchs, none of them were lower than superior-grade martial kings. Hence, they looked down on Xiaoqin, who was only a medial-grade martial king. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and ignored them. He followed the group and continued forward. As he continued forward, the originally dark clouds above his head turned completely pitch black. It was as if ink had been applied to the sky, blocking all the sunlight. Although it was clearly daytime, Xiaoqin's vision was dark. He could see only 500 meters around him. He needed to circulate his essence to his eyes before he could see anything further. There was no wind on the sea. The faint smell of blood in the air seemed to have solidified, making one feel very uncomfortable. The heavy resentment and the formless pressure on one's spirit also put some substantial pressure on one's body. "Xiaoqin, we have arrived at the deep-sea battlefield. Look around. If you see any demons, immediately come back and inform us." The one who spoke was the vice-captain of the group, Ping Xingteng. Like Wu Quan, he was a peak superior grade martial king. However, he looked down on Xiaoqin. When Wu Quan invited Xiaoqin, Ping Xingteng had an unsightly expression on his face. However, because the other party was the captain, Ping Xingteng could not say it out loud. He could only endure it. Xiaoqin was unhappy in his heart. Ping Xingteng's tone was very commanding. However, he did not say anything. He pushed off the ground and left this place. After 15 minutes, Xiaoqin rushed back. He said calmly, "There are 10 middle-ranked blood demons about 3 kilometers to the southeast. There are 6 or 7 ghost race cultivators 5 kilometers to the north. There are dozens of high-ranked shadow demons 6 kilometers to the east. There are other cultivators fighting in the demons closest to the other directions." Before coming, Xiaoqin had read some books and gained a basic understanding of the 18 races of demons. Hence, he could name all the demons in the deep-sea battlefield. Wu Quan smiled and said, "Brother Zhao's movement technique is indeed powerful. Not many people can do that. It has saved us a lot of trouble." Ping Xingteng smiled coldly and said, "So what if your movement technique is powerful? Can it be of any help in battle?" Xiaoqin did not bother to argue with Ping Xingteng. He smiled and said, "Brother Ping is right. When the time comes, I will just watch. I will not cause you any trouble." Ping Xingteng smiled and said, "It's good that you know. Wu Quan, tell me, which of the 3 directions should we go?" Wu Quan analyzed for a while and said, "The ghost race is difficult to deal with. Let's not go to the north. The shadow demons are weaker. If there are too many of them, it will be problematic. Let's go to the southeast. There are 10 middle-ranked blood demons. With some effort, we should be able to deal with them safely." "I think so too. They are just middle-ranked blood demons. They are not that powerful." Ping Xingteng nodded. Xiaoqin had met middle-ranked blood demons in the demon battlefield before. They were as strong as a superior-grade martial king. However, in the deep-sea battlefield, everyone's mental energy was suppressed. They could bring out only 90% of their strength at best. As for local battles, the blood demons would not be affected at all. Chapter 502. Given the situation, they had to be careful when dealing with the blood demons. Otherwise, they might fail miserably. With everyone hurrying at full speed, the blood demon appeared in everyone's field of vision in the time it took to brew 2 cups of tea. Ping Xingting waved his hand, and a saber appeared in his grasp. He smiled sinisterly and said, "I'll take the lead. Let's see how many blood demons there are in the deep-sea battlefield." The others also drew their weapons and followed closely behind him. They all had excited expressions on their faces. Boom! Boom! The scarlet sea churned and waves surged. Ping Xingting was pretty strong. With a sudden burst of power, he severely injured a middle-rank blood demon with 3 saber strikes. However, the other 9 blood demons surrounded him. Wu Quan drew the huge sword on his back and shouted, "Go and help." Dang! Dang! The situation quickly turned chaotic. This team that had formed at the last minute did not have any tacit understanding. The moment they charged over, the experienced blood demons split them up, forcing them to fight their own battles. The advantage of numbers instantly vanished. The scarlet water in the sea choked the noses of several cultivators. Several cultivators even panicked for a moment when the blood splashed on their faces. Xiao Qin shook his head to himself. However, he could not just leave them to die, so he could only wander around. Wherever someone was in mortal danger, Xiao Qin would rush over and draw the attention of the blood demons away. The only one who could attract Xiao Qin's attention was the team leader, Wu Quan. This person was very bold. When he saw that the situation was not right, he immediately attracted the attention of the 3 blood demons. This alleviated the pressure on the team significantly. On the other hand, Ping Xingting did not feel any pressure at all. On the other hand, although Ping Xingting was strong, he only cared about killing excitedly, not paying attention to his surroundings. The battle lasted for an hour. At the price of light injuries, Ping Xingting managed to turn the situation around. How delightful! Ha 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 ha! Ping Xingting laughed excitedly as he wiped off the blood on his face. With 1 saber strike, he severely injured the last blood demon. Wu Quan quickly stopped Ping Xingting and said, "Brother Ping, wait for a while. Let's give the points of this blood demon to Xiao Qin. After all, he was the one who discovered the blood demons. Otherwise, we would not have been able to find these blood demons so easily. You would have obtained 2 points already." As the team leader, Wu Quan was still very competent. He had hunted down 3 blood demons, but he had only managed to kill one of them. The last hits from the other 2 sides were given to the other team members. He only got 1 point. Ping Xingting stopped, feeling somewhat displeased. He said to Xiao Qin, "You are right. You can kill this blood demon. I will let you have it." Xiao Qin waved his hand and said indifferently, "There is no need. These points are not enough for everyone to share. I will not join in the fun." Ping Xingting laughed mischievously and said, "Brat, you are quite tactful. In that case, I will not be polite." When the saber chopped down, the blood demon's aura disappeared. Another black dot appeared on the back of Ping Xingting's jade pendant. Wu Quan shook his head. Ping Xingting had killed those 3 blood demons himself, so he could not say anything. After that, it was time to split the spoils of war. The middle-ranked blood demons did not have many valuable items. However, with Wu Quan's help, everyone more or less obtained something. The heads of the 10 blood demons were split among the 5 injured people. With Wu Quan's explanation, Xiao Qin learned that these heads could be exchanged for some high-quality medicinal pills and spirit herbs on the outpost islets. Under normal circumstances, no one had any objections to giving the heads to the injured cultivators first. After resting for a while, the group continued on their way. With Xiao Qin scouting the way for them, they would always find the most suitable prey. After a day of fighting, no one in the group suffered any serious injuries. Only a few people were slightly injured. After some treatment, they would be able to recover their combat prowess. The sky turned completely dark. The dark clouds above made the night seem even darker. The moment night fell, everyone's vision became so dark that they could not even see their own fingers. When Wu Quan saw that someone wanted to take out a night illumination stone, he quickly stopped him. Don't. If you take out a night illumination stone, it will attract all the demons in the periphery. At that time, even if you have 9 lives, you will not be able to survive. That person was startled and quickly stopped what he was doing. With a flip of his hand, Wu Quan took out a palm-sized model of a house. After Xiaochen formed hand seals, the house immediately turned back to its normal size. It looked very mystical. Wu Quan smiled and said, "This is a secret treasure that I obtained by accident. It is useless in battle. However, it is best to use it to rest. Everyone, go in." The house had tables, chairs, and wooden stools. All sorts of furniture of various sizes were available. There was even a stove for cooking. The night illumination stones were embedded in the ceiling, illuminating the room. However, none of the light shone out. Wu Quan smiled and said, "You all take a simple rest. Tonight, Xiaochen and I will keep watch." A sinister wind blew. It was already late at night, but the Scarlet Sea was not peaceful. All sorts of strange roars came from it, never stopping. They reverberated endlessly in the night sky, seemingly never going away. The sounds that were not horrifying during the day caused one's hair to stand on end when they heard them late at night. One could even hear the miserable cries of some unlucky cultivators caught by the demons in the night and eaten. The heart-wrenching screams made one's heart palpitate. Wu Quan's and Xiaochen's expressions did not change much despite all these strange sounds. The two sat on the roof, each holding a bottle of wine as they chatted leisurely. "It was all thanks to you during the day. Now that I think about it, it is incredible." Unexpectedly, not a single severely injured person appeared. Wu Quan took a big gulp of wine and wiped away the wine at the corner of his mouth. Then, he thanked Xiaochen. Xiaochen brought the bottle of wine to his lips and took a sip. Then, he smiled gently and said, "You are a good leader." "I did not do much." Xiaochen's words were not exaggerated. Wu Quan was indeed a good leader. After the initial run-in, the team had already formed some tacit understanding. They would no longer be separated by the demons after a short fight. Such a situation was inseparable from Wu Quan's leadership. Xiaochen did not do much himself. He just went out for a walk and used his spiritual sense to scan the area. When Xiaochen fought, he did not put in much effort. He only paid attention to the abilities of each type of demon. When Xiaochen saw a teammate in a dangerous situation, he would lure the demons away. This was basically all he did. After a few more days, when Xiaochen figured out the habits and abilities of all the demons, he would leave. Hence, there was no need to leave any impression here. Wu Quan smiled gently, tacitly acknowledging Xiaochen's praise. He took another sip of wine and asked, "Xiaochen, why did you come to the deep-sea battlefield?" Xiaochen thought for a while and said, "Naturally, it is to temper my strength and improve further." Wu Quan shook his head and said, "I am not talking about that. Let me put it this way. After you improve further, what do you want to do? Do you want to be a grandmaster of a sect? Do you want to be a wanderer? Do you want to be the protector of a sect? Or do you want to join the royal court?" Xiaochen was slightly stunned. Wu Quan's question was somewhat interesting. Simply put, why do you want to practice martial arts? Xiaochen thought for a while and said seriously, "I want to climb to the peak of martial arts and see what the scenery is like at the peak. Then, I want to leave my name in history. Even after 10,000 years, the world will not forget your name because of the passage of time." Wu Quan's mouth gaped slightly. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "This dream is really grand. People like the Tianwu Emperor and the Thunder King are hard to come by even in a few thousand years." Xiaochen smiled gently and said, "I was just joking. I want to be a wanderer. I want to travel the world and meet the famous bladesmen of the world." Only then did Wu Quan smile in relief. If others heard what Xiaochen said earlier, they would definitely treat it as the nonsense of a youth who did not know the gravity of the situation. The latter was more normal. However, Xiaochen did not know that after many years, every time he recalled the conversation he had tonight, he would sigh. The youth from that day had indeed become an existence comparable to the Thunder King. His name would be left in history, lasting for 10,000 years. Furthermore, the so-called legend was by his side. History remembered that white-robed bladesman who liked to wear white robes and always had a calm and indifferent expression. However, it did not remember such a night. He, Wu Quan, had drunk wine and chatted with that legendary person. Furthermore, that legendary person was his leader in name. The night passed unknowingly as the two drank and chatted. Nothing unexpected happened. The cultivators in the room woke up one after another. When they pushed open the door and looked out, visibility was still very low. However, it was not to the point where they could not see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. After circulating their essence, they could still see very far. "Hey, Xiaochen, go out and see if there are any demons. This elder brother's treasured saber has been thirsty for an entire night." The first thing Ping Xingting said when he came out was to order Xiaochen around. His tone was very smooth and did not seem unnatural at all. Xiaochen found it funny. This fellow is really addicted to using me. He does not seem embarrassed at all. Wu Quan said somewhat worriedly, "How about I go? You did not sleep for an entire night. You might not be in good spirits." "It's fine. It is fine to not sleep for an entire night." Hearing Xiaochen say that, Wu Quan did not bother with Xiaochen anymore. It was indeed fine for cultivators to not sleep for a few days and nights. Xiaochen's figure gently drifted away, and he moved 100 meters. With a few flashes, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Ping Xingting smiled at the crowd and said, "Although this fellow is not very strong, I admit that I am inferior to him in terms of movement techniques." In yesterday's battle, Xiaochen's information was very accurate. It was as he had said. Xiaochen had basically just drifted around, not burdening them at all. He did not compete with Ping Xingting for any rewards. He has a good temper and does not compete for anything. I like such youths. Speaking of which, the few of you should learn from him. Newcomers should have the awareness of newcomers. Xiaochen is your role model. Unfortunately, the youths these days are not very capable, but their ambitions are higher than the sky. They are afraid that others will take away their points. They do not know how to be down to earth and move forward step by step. That is the most important thing. Now, Ping Xingting already had more than 100 points. He was very pleased with himself and started giving pointers to the crowd. Wu Quan shook his head slightly and interrupted, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's rehearse the formation from yesterday and prepare in advance." Chapter 503. When everyone heard Wu Quan's words, they immediately revealed expressions of relief. They quickly tossed Ping Xingting aside and said, "No problem, Captain." In yesterday's battle, Wu Quan's performance had already won the respect of this group of cultivators. After 1 hour, a white figure appeared on the Scarlet Sea. It was Xiaochen returning. Ping Xingting immediately asked anxiously, "Xiaochen, quickly tell us what's going on. My blood is already burning." Xiaochen felt speechless and amused. He did not know what to say to this person. Xiaochen took a deep breath and explained the situation he had investigated. Then, he said, "This is the situation. You can decide what to do." Xiaochen's information was as detailed as before, allowing them to choose calmly. Wu Quan and Ping Xingting discussed for a while and decided to head west. He decided to walk towards the west. There were over 20 middle-level winged demons 2,500 m away from him. The winged demons were demons with wings on their backs. Their entire bodies were covered in a hard layer of skin. They were born with the ability to fly. The green layer of skin on their skin gave them a physical defense that humans did not have. Speed and defense were the winged demons' greatest strengths. However, their greatest weakness was their weak attacks. Even if they used their full power, they would not be able to deal any fatal damage to the group. Of course, it would be a different matter if they were struck in a vital spot. Dealing with the winged demon's speed was also a problem. After 7 or 8 minutes, the group saw the group of winged demons that Xiao Qin mentioned. They were 2 meters tall and were resting on the surface of the sea. They were currently fishing out some strange fish to eat. Ping Xingting had an excited expression on his face. He drew his saber, and a saber light flickered as he charged forward. However, Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes. Among the 20-odd winged demons, he discovered a winged demon with a long aura. It was as strong as a peak martial king. Earlier, Xiao Qin had only used his spiritual sense to scan the area. He had not discovered this hidden winged demon. If they were careless, they would be in trouble. When the winged demons discovered Wu Quan and the others, they stopped eating. They revealed ferocious gazes and flapped their wings, arriving before the group at lightning speed. Dang! 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 Following Ping Xingting's excited roar, the intense battle officially began. The calm Scarlet Sea was immediately stirred up, splashing everywhere. The surface of the sea surged, kicking up huge waves. The group had already matured. They no longer panicked over the blood on their faces. Xiao! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived before the winged demon that he paid special attention to. He threw a punch and stopped the winged demon from making a move. This winged demon was a bit shorter than the surrounding winged demons, however, its green cuticle was much darker. Its black eyes looked more distant too. Xiao Qin withdrew his fist and faced the winged demon in front of him. He revealed a faint smile on his delicate face and said, "Your opponent is me." Winged of. That winged demon sneered. It flapped the wide wings on its back and turned into a green light as it charged at Xiao Qin. Its speed had actually reached 3.5 times the speed of sound. Seeing the approaching winged demon, Xiao Chen's calm expression did not change at all. He stomped heavily on the Scarlet Sea. Xiao Qin clenched his fist and sent out a sharp fist wind, clashing with the winged demon. Bang! The winged demon laughed strangely and punched as well. A huge force knocked Xiao Qin back 100 meters. Xiao Qin pushed off the surface of the water and spun around a few times before he managed to dissipate the force. Who said that the attacks of the winged demon are weak? This winged demon is not weak at all. Although Xiao Qin had only used 30% of his strength in that earlier punch, it still contained 150 tons of force. Yet, he was knocked back like that. It looked like Xiao Qin was right. This was a strengthened winged demon. It was much stronger than the other middle-ranked winged demons. That winged demon was not completely unscathed. It was knocked back several dozen meters before it stabilized. Roar! The winged demon roared ferociously and charged at Xiao Qin again. Xiao Qin did not show any fear as he charged forward as well. However, he increased his strength to 40%. When the fists collided, there was a loud, dull sound. This time, no one moved back. Both sides were evenly matched. However, while the winged demon used its full strength, Xiao Qin only used 40%. When the winged demon's force entered his body, Xiao Qin circulated his essence and easily expelled it. However, the force that Xiao Qin sent into the winged demon's body made the winged demon feel extremely uncomfortable. Xiao! 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 The strengthened winged demon spread its wings. Knowing that Xiao Qin was not easy to deal with, it did not clash head-on. Instead, it flapped its wings and flew up. The winged demon controlled the air currents and shot at Xiao Qin like an arrow. It wanted to use its advantage in speed to harass Xiao Qin and obtain victory in the end. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. He could not be bothered to continue moving. He planted his feet on the water's surface and moved his fists continuously, clashing with the winged demon. If Xiao Qin did not use his essence, he would be faster than the winged demon when the winged demon moved at full speed. However, Xiao Qin's physical defense was much stronger than the winged demon's. When Xiao Qin landed a punch on the winged demon, it was equal to 10 punches from the winged demon. After exchanging more than 100 moves, the winged demon could not hold on any longer. It could not understand why this human's defense was stronger than its own. Xiao Chen looked at Wu Quan's side and discovered that the battle there was almost over. With everyone's perfect cooperation, the 20 ordinary middle-ranked winged demons did not pose much of a threat. There is no need to continue playing. Die. Xiao Chen's gaze suddenly turned cold as he raised the strength of his fist to 80%. Then, he punched at the winged demon. Bang! When Xiao Chen's fist landed on the winged demon's chest, there was a crisp sound. The winged demon's internal organs had all shattered. Its eyes immediately lost all luster. Hu Qi. The winged demon's body flew forward like a broken kite. Ping Xingteng, who had just dealt with a winged demon, looked at the winged demon flying over. His face lit up in joy as he laughed loudly. Good timing. Ping Xingteng stomped on the ground and swung his saber. A saber light flashed, and the winged demon's head flew off. When the others saw this scene, they could not help but be shocked. The winged demon's defense was extremely strong. When they chopped at it with real weapons, they could only leave a shallow wound. The neck was a vital point. Logically speaking, the winged demon's defense should be even stronger. How could Ping Xingteng chop off the winged demon's head with one strike? Everyone could not understand. Speaking of which, Vice Captain, I only found out today that your saber is so sharp. I really underestimated you in the past. Ping Xingteng also felt apprehensive in his heart. This is too easy. It feels like the winged demon flying over is dead, its defense is much weaker. However, Ping Xingteng's expression did not change. He chuckled and said, it is a piece of cake. A mere winged demon is not worth mentioning. Xiao Chen looked at the back of the jade pendant and saw an additional black dot. He thought to himself, this jade pendant is really miraculous. I just killed a winged demon with one punch, and a black dot appeared on the box. I wonder how this works. Speaking of which, Xiao Chen, you fought with that winged demon for so long. Why did you not draw your weapon? Another member of the team asked curiously when he saw the lunar shadow saber hanging from Xiao Chen's waist. Before Xiao Chen could reply, Ping Xingteng quickly said, can you stop discouraging Xiao Chen? It is clear that Xiao Chen is embarrassed to draw his saber when he sees a peak blades man like me. Why are you still asking? Aren't you just deliberately discouraging him? You cannot be like this. Go do what you need to do. Don't disturb Xiao Chen. Ping Xingteng walked over to Xiao Chen's side and consoled him, don't be discouraged. I had a similar experience with you in the past. I understand the grievances in your heart. Work hard, and one day, you will become a blades man like me. After Ping Xingteng spoke, he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder twice to show his encouragement. However, right after Ping Xingteng patted Xiao Chen's shoulder, his expression turned somewhat unnatural. He withdrew his right hand and hid it behind his back, trembling in pain. Ping Xingteng asked in a quivering voice, I say, Xiao Chen, what is the meaning of those two steel plates on your shoulders? Steel plates? Xiao Chen could not react immediately. After thinking about it, he understood. When he clashed with the strengthened winged demon earlier, he had circulated the firmament body tempering art. Before he could disperse his body tempering art, a heaven-ranked body tempering cultivation technique would make every part of his body harder than steel. No wonder Ping Xingteng said that. When Xiao Chen thought about it, he found it funny. This fellow could be considered a peak. After Ping Xingteng dispersed his body tempering cultivation technique, he nodded helplessly and said, I am too weak, so I can only do this. When Ping Xingteng felt his swollen right hand, he cursed Xiao Chen in his heart. Damn it, it is really painful. However, Ping Xingteng could not find any excuse. He could only say depressingly, in the future, don't place steel plates on your shoulders. What use is that? Not only can you not injure the enemy, you even injure your own people. No wonder your saber techniques have not improved at all. This is the weakness of your intelligence. It cannot be changed. You are destined to be an errand boy forever. Xiao Chen, come and split the loot. Wu Quan's voice rang out at an appropriate time. Xiao Qin ignored Ping Xingting's pestering. He quickly walked over and split the loot. After that, everything proceeded as usual. After resting for a while, Xiao Qin continued to search the periphery for suitable targets. After that, they swarmed over and attacked as a group. With Xiao Chen's extremely accurate information and the help he provided during the battle, the team moved very smoothly in the periphery. The team's points rose continuously. All the team members were very excited. At the same time, as they fought with the demons, they became more experienced. They were no longer the newbies that they were when they first arrived. This continued for 5 peaceful days. Suddenly, Ping Xingting suggested, "It is pointless to remain in the periphery. Wu Quan, let's go to the inner area. The demons there are stronger, and the value of the materials they have is higher." The smooth sailing of the past few days caused the other team members' confidence to soar. They all agreed, "Leader, let's go to the inner area. There is no point in staying in the periphery." "That's right. With our strength, staying in the periphery is too much of a waste. The human heart is never satisfied." Xiao Qin sighed to himself. This group of people overestimated him. Chapter 504. It was not that Xiao Qin wanted to discourage them. Without his secret help, this team would have struggled to survive in the periphery. Now, Xiao Qin was so ambitious that he wanted to go to the inner area. That was a place that only people of Bai Lishi's level could go. Wu Quan remained silent, not in a rush to answer. He looked at Xiao Qin and said, "Xiao Qin, what do you think? Can we go to the inner area?" Xiao Qin sighed softly and said, "When I went out to scout, I did not see any small perfection half-step martial monarchs returning in defeat." That was all Xiao Qin said. As for what to do, it would depend on Wu Quan and Ping Xingting. Xiao Qin did not want to worry about this. Xiao Chen's purpose in joining this team was to make use of the time they fought the demons to observe the unique characteristics of the demons. Xiao Qin wanted to make full preparations for his future cultivation. He would have to leave sooner or later. Wu Quan pulled Ping Xingting to the side and started to discuss in whispers. Clearly, he was very cautious about whether to go to the inner area or not. After 15 minutes, the discussion was over. Wu Quan walked over to Xiao Qin and said, "I have decided. We will go to the periphery of the inner area and take a look. If we cannot make it, we will still make it in time to retreat. I know that the inner area is very dangerous. Xiao Qin, I will not force you this time. If you are not willing, we can escort you safely to the outpost islets first." When Xiao Qin heard this, he smiled bitterly to himself. Since Wu Quan already said that, what else could he do? After coming to this world, Xiao Qin had seen too much mutual deception and betrayal. There were not many people like Wu Quan, who were truly righteous. To Xiao Qin relied on these people to obtain the information he wanted, and Xiao Qin helped them in secret. They did not owe each other anything. Whether they lived or died, it did not have much to do with Xiao Qin. He could just wash his hands of this matter. However, no matter what, the reason why these people were so confident was more or less related to Xiao Qin. It was difficult for Xiao Qin to wash his hands of this matter and let them die. This was especially so since Wu Quan treated him very well. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Qin smiled gently and said, "Very well, I agree to go to the periphery of the inner area and take a look. I will continue to help you gather information." Wu Quan revealed a smile, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. In their opinion, although Xiao Qin was not strong, his movement technique was indeed amazing. Without Xiao Qin in the team, they would definitely not be used to it. Ping Xingting laughed loudly and said, "I knew that I would not misjudge you. Although your intelligence and saber techniques are not that great, I really like your temper. When we have time in the future, I will teach you some saber techniques." Is to do. After Ping Xingting spoke, he was about to pat Xiao Chen's shoulder out of habit. However, he seemed to recall something. At the last moment, he withdrew his hand at lightning speed. After Ping Xingting spoke, he was about to pat Xiao Chen's shoulder out of habit. However, he thought of something and withdrew his hand at the last moment. Ping Xingting smiled embarrassedly and said, let's go, let's go. Same rules. Xiao Chen, you lead the way. Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. Under everyone's expectant gazes, he disappeared with a few flashes. Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. Then, under everyone's expectant gazes, he disappeared with a few flashes. Even from 5,000 kilometers away, one could still vaguely see a humanoid silhouette made of resentment in the whirlpool, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. There was an island below the whirlpool. That was the core of the third-grade battlefield. The Bloody Blades man, Sun Guangquan, was on that island, undergoing the final trial for his martial spirit. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The area within 8 to 9 kilometers of the island was the inner area of the third-grade battlefield. The closer one got to the island, the greater the danger. However, Wu Quan and the others only wanted to wander around the periphery of the inner area. For now, they had no intention of entering the inner area. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into rings of light and recorded everything within 3 kilometers into his mind. Then, he easily avoided the demons in the periphery and carefully made his way to the periphery of the inner area. After a while, Xiao Chen stepped onto the boundary between the inner area and the periphery. The instant he stepped over, his spiritual sense picked up strong auras. Bang! 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 All sorts of shouts resounded in his mind. It was the sound of other cultivators fighting intensely. Xiao Chen hesitated for a while before he sent out his spiritual sense. All sorts of battle scenes entered his mind. Xiao Chen also gained a rough idea of the strength of these cultivators. After a while, Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense. He muttered, "It is as I expected. The cultivators in the inner area are at least small perfection half-step martial monarchs. Otherwise, they are all teams of peak superior grade martial kings." In Wu Quan's team, only 2 people were peak superior grade martial kings. The rest were ordinary superior grade martial kings. This won't do. There are already 5 superior grade winged demons. Wu Quan cannot handle their defense, speed, and attacks. 10 superior grade shadow demons, this won't do either. 3 superior grade ghost race cultivators, this will be even worse. They will be wiped out in one exchange. After circling the periphery of the inner area, Xiao Chen searched for suitable prey. Then, he eliminated them one by one. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He discovered 2 lone high-ranked blood demons. These high-ranked blood demons were stronger than Wu Quan's and Ping Xingting's. If Xiao Chen used his advantage in numbers and paid a price, he should be able to take them down. He could make them suffer a little without paying too much of a price. Given this, Xiao Chen just needed to understand his own strength and retreat in the face of difficulties. After that, Xiao Chen circled the area again. He carefully scanned the area with his spiritual sense, checking for other strong cultivators. This was to prevent unnecessary conflicts. The human heart of the battlefield was always more sinister than the demons. Fortunately, the nearest team is 5 kilometers away. After the battle, I should not have any interactions with this team. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen no longer hesitated. He soared into the air and returned the way he came. After 7 or 8 minutes, he appeared before Wu Quan and the others. Xiao Chen told Wu Quan and the others about what he saw in detail. Then, he waited for the other party's decision. Wu Quan muttered, "We can deal with 2 high-ranked blood demons. The demon core of a high-ranked blood demon is worth less than 10 times that of a middle-ranked blood demon. We can give it a try." The other team members also felt that they could give it a try. None of them had any objections. Ping Xingting's face was filled with excitement. He wished he could charge over immediately. "Let's move quickly, then. If we are late and the others snatch it away, there will be nothing left," Ping Xingting roared and immediately called Xiao Chen to lead the way. Along the way, under Xiao Chen's lead, nothing unexpected happened. The group traveled smoothly. They stopped behind a reef about a kilometer away from the two high-ranked blood demons. In terms of appearance, there wasn't much of a difference between the blood devils and humans, apart from the fact that they were slightly fairer. The two high-ranked blood demons looked around the Scarlet Sea, searching for humans they could deal with. Clearly, while the humans were hunting demons, the demons were hunting humans as well. When the blood demons' gazes landed on the reef, everyone felt a strange chill. Their arms trembled slightly. What a fellow! A high-ranked blood demon is indeed much stronger than a middle-ranked blood demon. Just that gaze alone is enough to make one's heart go cold, someone in the team muttered. Even the usually bold Ping Xingtang calmed down. He did not charge forward rashly. After Wu Quan thought for a while, he said, "Xingtang, each of us will lead 5 people and separate the 2 blood demons. We will not give them a chance to work together and end the battle quickly." Ping Xingtang nodded and said, "That is all we can do. You and I have to attack together." After the two discussed who they wanted to bring, Wu Quan said to Xiao Chen, "You should stay the same as before. Just roam around and ensure that you do not get attacked. Fight!" Ping Xingtang and Wu Quan soared into the air at the same time and attacked the 2 blood demons at lightning speed. The moment the two moved, the high-ranked blood demons immediately felt their killing chi. They laughed strangely and attacked Ping Xingtang at the same time. A piercing red light appeared on their palms. One high-ranked blood demon blocked Ping Xingtang's saber light while the other sent a palm strike at Ping Xingtang's heart. The 2 blood demons ignored the attack from Wu Quan's gigantic sword. It looked like they were determined to kill Ping Xingtang in an instant, even if they got injured. Damn it! Do you really think this great me is a pushover? At the crucial moment of life and death, Ping Xingtang completely erupted. His saber light lit up again and knocked away the high-ranked blood demon blocking his saber. Bang! Wu Quan's gigantic sword immediately chopped the other blood demon's waist, leaving behind a bloody wound. The sword chi was like a pillar, pushing the blood demon back 2 steps. The attack aimed at Ping Xingtang's heart also shifted. It only left 5 claw marks on Ping Xingtang's shoulder, saving Ping Xingtang's life. The other team members behind Xiao Chen roared and quickly moved according to their original plan. The 6 people on each side split the 2 high-ranked blood demons. Xiao Chen did not make a move. He sat on the reef and watched. The recovery ability of a high-ranked blood demon was not something a middle-ranked blood demon could compare to. To them, it would only take them a few minutes to recover from such minor wounds. Demons were born with an advantage over humans in terms of their physical bodies. Every kind of demon had their own special characteristics that humans could not compare to. They could endure it. High-ranked blood demons were not so easy to deal with. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly and stopped thinking about it. The situation was as Xiao Chen expected. Although they successfully separated the 2 high-ranked blood demons, the battle was still very arduous. The final result was easy to predict. It would definitely be a miserable victory. That way, Xiao Chen would have achieved his goal. By relying on their strong recovery ability, the high-ranked blood demons did not fear the blood demons at all. The more they tired, the more wounds they suffered. Several people were caught off guard and sustained significant injuries. Bang! A blood demon opened a bloody hole in one of the team members' chests. This person flew towards Xiao Chen and sank into the Scarlet Sea. Xiao Chen waved his hand and pulled this person out. Then, he immediately pressed on a few vital acupoints to prevent further bleeding. Then, he took out some recuperation medicine and quickly treated this person. This person's face was pale, and his eyes were wide open. His horrified expression had yet to fade. In that instant, this person had truly felt death approaching. It was like he had just passed by the gates of hell. That kind of horror could not be described with words. Chapter 505. Bang! 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 A few more people were severely injured by the high-ranked blood demon. One of them was especially severely injured. The blood demon's sharp hand had already grasped the otother party's heart. All it would take was a little more force to crush it. Fortunately, Wu Quan managed to save the other party in time. The instant the blood demon was about to succeed, Wu Quan chopped off the other party's head with his heavy sword. It was truly a critical moment. In the blink of an eye, someone had died. Xiao Qin had taken on the role of a medic. In the end, with one high-ranked blood demon dead, the remaining one would be easier to deal with. However, Ping Xingting had been careless and allowed the other party to escape. Under such circumstances, no one dared to chase after the blood demon. They could only watch as the heavily injured blood demon fled. After this battle, Xiao Qin had gained a few points and a high-ranked demon core. That was a pretty good value. However, when compared to the price he had paid, he could not smile anymore. 5 people were heavily injured and could not fight for at least 3 days. The others were also injured to varying degrees. Aside from Xiao Qin, the others were all injured. They were both physically and mentally fatigued. They could only end the day like this. Wu Quan looked at the dispirited crowd and felt somewhat heavy in his heart. The price was too high. Xiao Qin was right. The inner area was not a place they could survive. Even the outer area was not good. The difference in strength was clear. Xingteng, dig out the demon core and leave this place quickly. This place is too dangerous. Go to the outpost islets. Wu Quan collected his thoughts and stopped blaming himself. He checked everyone's injuries and instructed Ping Xingteng. Ping Xingteng had an unsightly expression. He sighed and walked over to the high-ranked blood demon's corpse. As Xiao Qin was taking care of an injured person, he suddenly frowned. Someone was coming. The thing that he worried about the most had finally happened. Hee. We are really lucky today. The battle just ended, and we already picked up a fat sheep. Leave behind the high-ranked blood demon's corpse, and you can leave. Suddenly, a team of 7 or 8 people walked over from 100 meters in front. The leader was a middle-aged swordsman over 40 years old. He had a sinister gaze and a long and narrow face. A tyrannical aura spread out from this person's body. With this person's special support, the scarlet water on the surface of the sea rippled and spread out in all directions. As a swordsman, Wu Quan felt a strong pressure. He revealed a horrified expression. Unexpectedly, this person was a half-step martial monarch expert. At this moment, Ping Xingting had just dug out a superior-grade demon core. He said angrily, "We spent a lot of effort to kill them. Do you think we will give them to you with just a word?" The swordsman's gaze turned cold. He sneered, "You want to negotiate with me? Very well. Not only do you have to hand over the high-quality monster core, you have to leave behind your space rings as well. Otherwise, none of you can leave." Kacha. The people behind the swordsman immediately drew their weapons and looked at the crowd with hostile gazes. Everyone immediately tensed up. His eyes were filled with deep unwillingness. He really could not enter the inner area. Not only would he not be able to obtain the monster cores that he had painstakingly killed, now even the wealth that he had accumulated over the years would be taken away. "Hand it over, you." The swordsman took 2 steps forward and tried to grab the superior-grade demon core in Ping Xingting's hand. Ping Xingting cursed, "Screw off. I nearly died to obtain this. It would be strange if I gave it to you." Ping Xingting withdrew his hand and drew his saber. A saber light soared into the sky and hacked at the swordsman. "You overestimate yourself." The swordsman shouted angrily when he saw the ignorant Ping Xingting. He stomped heavily on the Scarlet Sea, and the surface of the sea surged up. Ping Xingting could not stand stably due to the surging waves. His saber light deviated and struck the swordsman's left, kicking up a huge scarlet wave. Xiao! A bright light flashed in the middle of the scarlet water. The swordsman had drawn his sword. The sword light tore through the scarlet water and flicked gently, knocking away Ping Xingting's saber. The sword trembled and a drawn-out sword hum resounded. When the sword light spat out, the scarlet water in the air split in half. Then, the sword pierced towards Ping Xingting's chest. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Dang! Wu Quan's figure flashed forward and knocked Ping Xingting aside. Then, he held his heavy sword horizontally in front of him, helping to block this sword strike. A surging sword chi came from the sword, causing Wu Quan's internal organs to churn. He felt something sweet in his throat, and he nearly vomited a mouthful of hot blood. Wu Quan forcefully suppressed his hot-bloodedness and said indifferently, "Senior, you can take the superior-grade demon core and I will give you 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Can you let us leave first? Who do you think you are to negotiate with me? If you are not strong enough, don't come to the inner area." The swordsman snorted coldly and pressed his sword forward. A huge force came, and Wu Quan could no longer block it. He vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back. Logically speaking, there was indeed a gap between Wu Quan and this swordsman. However, the gap was not that big. Xiaoqin had exhausted his essence and had not recovered from his internal injuries. Hence, he was easily defeated by the swordsman in 2 moves. Pa! A gentle force landed on Wu Quan's back, neutralizing all the force in his body. Then, he landed firmly on the water. Xiaoqin had made a move. When Wu Quan landed on the water, he looked at Xiaoqin and said, "Your movement technique is good. Don't bother about us. Leave by yourself." Xiaoqin shook his head slightly and took out a medicinal pill for Wu Quan. Then, he raised his hand and sent Wu Quan to the reef. Wu Quan was horrified to discover that the force from Xiaoqin was so strong that he could not resist at all. Ping Xingting, who had picked up his saber, looked at the approaching Xiaoqin. His eyes were filled with shock. "Xiaoqin, why aren't you running? Why are you sending yourself to death? With that saber technique of yours, don't embarrass yourself." Scram! Ping Xingting was speechless. He thought to himself, there must be something wrong with this fellow's intelligence. Since his movement technique is so good, why is he still here? However, what surprised Ping Xingting was that the swordsman in front did not make a move immediately. When he saw Xiaoqin slowly walking over, his expression turned grave. Ping Xingting seemed to hear the hum of a saber in the other party's eyes. When he used his essence, he was startled. Xiaoqin was clearly only a peak medial grade martial king. However, the purity and breadth of his essence seemed to be stronger than Ping Xingting's. There was only one explanation. This youth could be a genius disciple of a super sect. He had used countless natural treasures and cultivated the peak earth-ranked cultivation technique, or even higher. "Might I ask, little brother, what is your name and which sect you are from?" The swordsman decided to ask around first. If Xiaoqin was a genius disciple of a super sect, even if Xiaoqin could defeat him, it would not be worth it to offend the power behind him. Xiaoqin's expression remained calm. However, at some point in time, his right hand was already on the hilt of the lunar shadow saber hanging at his waist. Xiaoqin replied indifferently, "Brat, Xiaoqin, you are not from a sect. If you are not satisfied, you will have to pay a price. You can take this superior grade demon core. However, don't have any other ideas." A faint smile appeared on the swordsman's face. Since Xiaoqin is not from a sect, it is easy to deal with him. However, I have to test him first. So, he made a gesture with his left hand behind his back. "You are just a medial grade martial king. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with our boss?" One of the swordsman's subordinates immediately understood. He grasped his saber tightly and released a sharp saber light. Then, he took a step forward and hacked down at Xiaoqin's head. Xiaoqin smiled coldly to himself. When he used his spiritual sense to scan the swordsman, he had already seen through all of his opponent's tricks. Xiaoqin's right hand, which was on the hilt of his saber, drew it out by 1 centimeter. Wang! The saber hummed and an unparalleled saber intent poured out wantonly. The swordsman's opponent's sharp saber trembled continuously under the influence of this inextinguishable saber intent. That swordsman was horrified to discover that he could no longer control the saber in his hand. That swordsman quickly stopped and grasped the saber hilt with both hands. However, it was all for naught. There was another melodious saber hum, and that saber flew out of his hand, flying into the air. The long sabers in the hands of the other people were immediately drawn into the air by the saber intent and started to spin non-stop. The smile on the swordsman's face froze. Shock filled his eyes as he said in astonishment, "Saber intent." He comprehended saber intent at such a young age. How is this possible? Ka-cie. There was a crisp sound, and the saber that Xiao Qin had drawn out by 1 centimeter returned to its scabbard. The weapons that were flying in the air immediately fell into the sea, splashing up blood as they sank. Xiao Qin had used only half a move to defeat his opponent's sudden attack. The appearance of his saber intent shocked everyone present. Ping Xingting could not believe his eyes. He rubbed them hard and discovered that everything was real. That white-robed youth who had not drawn his saber all this while had not only exquisite saber techniques, but they had also materialized Ping Xingting's carelessness. Ping Xingting was far superior to Ping Xingting. Ping Xingting thought back to his shameless boasting about teaching Xiao Qin how to use the saber. Now that he thought about it, there was nothing more stupid than that. It was not that Xiao Qian's intelligence was lacking. Rather, it was that Ping Xingting's intelligence was lacking. Just thinking about it made him feel like an idiot. Suddenly, Ping Xingting startled awake. His saber had fallen into the sea. If he did not pick it up now, he would not be able to. Ping Xingting quickly stuck his hand into the water and used his essence to fiddle with it. That saber had been with him for many years. It was his second life, he could not lose it. Ping Xingting relied on the subtle connection he had with the saber over the years to pull it up. However, before he could rejoice, he cried out in pain. It turned out that Ping Xingting's fiddling had attracted some of the strange fish in the sea. They swam over with the saber and bit off a few pieces of flesh on his arm. The pain was heart-wrenching. However, no one noticed Ping Xingting at this moment. No one had seen this embarrassing thing. The swordsman calmed down. A cultivator with saber intent and a storage of essence that was no weaker than his was already capable of fighting him. Xiao Qian's chances of victory were only 50-50. Let's go. The swordsman put away the superior grade demon core and snorted coldly. Then, he turned around and left. Xiao. However, the swordsman had only taken half a step when he drew his sword. Then, he spun around and swung his sword upwards, sending a sharp light at Xiao Qian's neck. Chapter 506. Xiao Qin had never let down his guard against this swordsman. Xiao Qin had observed every move the swordsman made. This little trick would only be asking for trouble. Xiao Qin drew his saber at lightning speed, moving like a silver snake. When the swordsman turned around, he discovered a pitch-black saber pressed against his neck. It was like the swordsman had turned around and handed his neck over. However, his sword was still about a meter away from Xiao Qian's neck. Xiao Qin pressed the lunar shadow saber against the swordsman's neck and said coldly, "Don't try to play tricks with me. You are just a small perfection half-step martial monarch. You are not strong enough in my eyes." Scram. The final word, scram, was like a clap of thunder in the swordsman's ears. Xiao Qin instantly thrust his saber forward and cut the swordsman's skin. The swordsman was horrified. In that instant, he thought he was going to die. "I'll scram. I'll scram. I'll scram." The situation was not in his favor. The swordsman put away his weapon and led his subordinates to flee in a sorry state. He no longer dared to harbor any more thoughts. When Wu Quan and the others saw Xiao Qin scare off the swordsman, the shock in their eyes was indescribable. They had not expected an expert to be hiding beside them. Wu Quan got up from the reef and walked over to Xiao Qin. He had a complicated gaze as he said, "Xiao Qin, what are you trying to do by following us?" Xiao Qin said calmly, "Don't overthink this. I have my own goals, but I have never thought of harming you. However, it looks like I will not be able to accomplish it now. Let's not talk about anything else. I'll send you back to the outpost islets first." Xiao Chen's original plan was to use this group of people to figure out the characteristics of the various demons and make preparations for his own experiential training. Right now, he had only figured out most of them. There were still a few rare demon races that he had not met. Now that this happened, Xiao Chen could only put an end to his plan and act alone. That would be much more troublesome. Along the way, Xiao Chen remained silent. The others were still fine. Although they were shocked at Xiao Chen's strength, they did not feel uncomfortable. As for Ping Xingteng, he felt incredibly embarrassed. Normally, he was the most talkative. However, at this moment, he did not dare to say anything. He felt very uncomfortable walking on the water. He glanced at Xiao Chen from time to time, and his heart was filled with complicated feelings. The 3 outpost islets appeared in everyone's vision. Xiao Chen stopped and said, "I will send you off here. Goodbye. Don't ever go to the inner area again." I really didn't expect that Xiao Chen, who usually doesn't reveal himself, would actually be such an expert. In the past, I had a feeling that he had secretly helped me before. However, I felt that his strength was too low, and I was just overthinking things. Now, it seems that it was true. I really don't know why this person is following us. I really can't figure it out. Hee, how can we guess the thoughts of experts? Don't even think about it. As the team members watched Xiao Chen leave, they began to discuss in low voices. Their words were filled with puzzlement. Wu Quan patted Ping Xingteng's shoulder and said, "Xingteng, he has already left. Don't just stand there and watch." Ping Xingteng said depressedly, "Don't call me Xingteng. Damn it. I really embarrassed myself this time. How am I to face others in the future?" Night fell. The sky was pitch black, one could not even see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. Suddenly, a wooden coffin rose from the Scarlet Sea. Pa! The coffin door landed on the water, and the scarred man from the dark church walked out with a hazy expression. He looked around and muttered, "I finally arrived at the deep sea battlefield." This scarred man had been paying close attention to Xiao Chen. He wanted to make a move the moment Xiao Chen left the city and obtain the major fiend essence core as soon as possible. However, Xiao Chen had been with Bai Lishi the entire time. If the two worked together, the scarred man was not confident of victory. So he could only wait for an opportunity to make a move. This wait lasted until now. The Divine Dragon Palace hated demons very much, so the scarred man had put in a lot of effort to get here. However, at this moment, the scarred man felt more relaxed. I am really going to die. Unexpectedly, I came to the deep sea battlefield. Now that I am here, even if the two of you work together, I can easily defeat you. The scarred man looked around and verified his position. Then, he returned to the wooden coffin. The coffin lid closed automatically, and the wooden coffin slowly sank into the Scarlet Sea. At this moment, Xiao Chen was bitterly testing out the strength of the remaining demons. He did not know that an unknown strong enemy was targeting him. A middle-ranked ghost race corpse lay quietly on the calm Scarlet Sea. Like humans, the ghost race walked on 4 legs. However, its head was that of a monster. Xiao Chen could not describe what it looked like. It was similar to the evil spirits in the Buddhist underworld of his previous life. However, it was not as malevolent. Xiao Chen was alone. It was no longer as convenient to move around. The demons moved in groups. There were at least 2 of them. Fortunately, Xiao Chen was very familiar with the life bestowal spell now. It was not difficult to use it to lure the other party away. However, it still took much longer than before. The ghost race has the word ghost in their name. However, their strength is not due to their strangeness. Instead, they use their mental energy to create illusions to deal with their enemies. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was incredibly strong. He did not feel much about illusions of this level. He focused his gaze and shot it out, easily breaking the other party's illusions like a saber. There are still 3 more types of demons to check. After I check them all out, it will be time to go to the inner area. Xiao Chen looked away from the ghost race corpse as he muttered to himself. In terms of individual strength, none of the demonic beasts in the outer area could last more than 10 moves against Xiao Chen. At best, they would only give him some trouble in numbers. Xiao Chen would not be able to achieve the purpose of this experiential training. There was no chance of experiencing the feeling of life and death. However, Xiao Chen was not so arrogant as to charge into the inner area. If he ran into some strange demons, he might not even know how he died. Hence, Xiao Chen needed to seriously understand the various strengths of the demons in the outer area, knowing himself as well as the enemy. At that time, when Xiao Chen entered the inner area and faced the mysterious demons, he would not panic. He would be able to face them calmly and would not die carelessly. There was no wind or rain in the Scarlet Sea. Sunlight could not shine down either. This place was dark all year round. Berserk Dragon Fist. A dragon head appeared on Xiao Chen's fist, and a huge force burst out. Xiao Chen directly hammered a low-ranked ice demon to death, severely injuring it. Xiao Chen spread out his fingers and formed a claw. A resonant dragon image resounded, and a realistic azure-colored dragon claw appeared from nowhere. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and tore another ice demon into 5 pieces. An invisible red light immediately appeared on the ice demon's corpse and flew into Xiao Chen's forehead. The severely injured ice demon on the surface of the sea crawled to its feet with a horrified expression. Then, it quickly fled. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he watched the fleeing ice demon. He did not give chase immediately. Xiao Chen clenched his right hand tightly and circulated his vital qi to execute the second move of the Dragon Claw Fist, burning the heavens. He felt like his vital qi was burning. Xiao Chen's entire body felt incredibly hot. An azure-colored energy flowed from his dantian to the Chanzhong acupoint on his chest. Finally, it rushed out of the Baihui acupoint on his head and soared into the sky. The pitch-black clouds above his head suddenly began to churn. Waves of cyan energy began to burn in the clouds. It was as if the entire sky was on fire. Burning the heavens fist. Xiao Chen shouted ferociously and punched. The burning clouds above quickly gathered and formed a dragon fist descending from the sky. Bang! The dragon fist instantly struck the fleeing ice demon, shattering it into countless pieces of ice and falling into the Scarlet Sea. Xiao Chen withdrew his fist and stopped circulating his energy. The clouds above immediately returned to normal, becoming as dark as ink. What a horrifying punch! This punch actually relies on burning vital qi. The more vital qi I burn, the stronger it is. I wonder how strong it will be after I burn all my vital qi. While Xiao Chen was scouting out the strength of the demons, he also started practicing the Dragon Claw Fist. The Dragon Claw Fist had a total of 4 moves and 8 moves: Berserk Dragon, burning the heavens, breaking the armor, and seizing the heart. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation of the Firmament Body Tempering Art's 5th layer, he should be able to finish practicing it. Hence, he planned to finish practicing this fist technique before he entered the inner area. This would be a good foundation for his own experiential training. At that time, he would be even more confident. Ta! 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 Xiao Chen walked over to the ice demon's corpse. There were still 2 demon cores that he had not dug out. He could not waste them. The ice demons were even rarer than the ghost race. Furthermore, they were all low-ranked ice demons. Xiao Chen could not see any middle-ranked ice demons. The ice demons were made of white crystals and could naturally control ice-attributed spiritual energy. In this Scarlet Sea, there was an endless supply of water-attributed spiritual energy for the ice demons to use. Dealing with them was very troublesome. Even Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He could only lure over 2 ice demons at a time. If he lured over 1 more, he would have to spend a lot of effort. Xiao Chen placed the demon cores in the universe ring and muttered, "There are still 3 types of demons that I have not met. I will have to spend more time on them." The remaining 3 types of demons were the fire demons, iron demons, and eros demons. They were rather rare. Xiao Qin had only seen some of them from afar. Furthermore, they were very mobile. They were not easy to find. However, no matter how difficult it was, Xiao Qin had to find them. Otherwise, if he went to the inner area alone and met higher-ranked demons, he would be in a passive position. Time passed, and 1 month passed just like that. The last 2 moves of the Dragon Claw Fist were breaking the armor and seizing the heart. Xiao Qin had already completely learned them. All that was left was to slowly perfect them in actual combat. As for the remaining 3 types of demons, Xiao Qin had not found any of them. This made him somewhat depressed. Every day, he could only hunt some other demons. However, his points had increased significantly. There were already more than 100 black dots on the back of the jade pendant. That meant he could exchange for more than 100 points. On this day, the Scarlet Sea was as calm as usual. There were no ripples at all. Xiao Qin flew quickly on the surface of the water. He used his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings continuously, recording every movement in his mind. Ah! Just at this moment, there was a miserable cry. Xiao Qin frowned. That miserable cry sounded very real, it was clearly the cry of a human. On the battlefield, humans hunted demons and demons hunted humans. In this boundless Scarlet Sea, there were cultivators dying every day. In the past month, Xiao Qin had already seen too much. If there was no danger, he would lend a hand. Chapter 507. If they were too far away or there were too many demons, Xiao Qin would not be able to do anything to them. He could not risk his life for the sake of saving others. No matter who stepped onto the battlefield, they had already put their lives on the line. No one could save them. Only their own strength was real. Xiao Qin scanned the area with his spiritual sense and frowned slightly. Then, he stopped moving forward. 3 kilometers to the north, there was a small team of 10 fighting 20-odd middle-ranked winged demons. This team was stronger than Wu Quan's team. Logically speaking, they should not have any problems dealing with 20-odd winged demons. However, there was actually a low-ranked iron demon hidden in that group of winged demons. Its entire body was like metal, reflecting a faint glow in the Scarlet Sea. When the weapons struck the iron demon, they gave off crisp sounds. That iron demon laughed loudly as if nothing had happened to it. The human team was thrown into chaos. Using the iron demon as a shield, the 20-odd winged demons mercilessly reaped the lives of the small team of 10. This is strange. This is the first time I saw 2 different kinds of demons hunting together. If I deal with the iron demon, this group of people might have a chance to turn the tables. Xiao Qin went over to take a look. After thinking for a while, he came up with an idea. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and quickly flew over. In the time it took to brew a pot of tea, Xiao Qin had already flown 3 kilometers away. Someone is coming. When the small team, which was bitterly holding on, saw Xiao Qin, they immediately rejoiced. However, when they got close and saw that Xiao Qin was alone and that he was only a medial-grade martial king, their smiles froze. The team leader had a gloomy expression. He hesitated for a while but did not warn Xiao Qin to leave. The other team members did not say anything either. After all, they were going to die soon. It would not be bad to drag another person down with them. Humans would never understand the hearts of humans. When the winged demons in the air saw Xiao Qin, they laughed sinisterly. Ga. Ga. Another reckless thing is coming. Hu Qi. 2 winged demons flapped their green wings and dove towards Xiao Qin while thrusting their sharp claws towards Xiao Qin's forehead. His speed was incomparably fast, like a sharp arrow flying in the air, emitting sharp whistles as he tore through the air. The winged demons were fast, but Xiao Qin was even faster. The blood flame shoes pushed off the water, and Xiao Qin moved in a purple arc, arriving at the winged demon's side. Berserk Dragon Fist. The dragon's head appeared and it roared furiously. A ferocious force exploded forth. The punch directly landed on the winged devil's head, causing a pool of blood to splatter. The winged devil's head exploded. This was a weakness that Xiaochen had discovered while fighting with the winged demons. The winged demon's entire body was covered in a hard layer of skin. Only the head was lacking. This was also the weakest spot of the winged demons. Berserk Dragon Claw. After exploding the winged demon's head with one punch, Xiaochen's left hand turned into a claw and condensed into a realistic dragon claw. Then, when the other middle-ranked winged demon turned around, Xiaochen did not hesitate to crush its head. Xiaochen easily killed 2 winged demons with one punch and one claw. The leader of the winged demons immediately panicked. It quickly commanded 5 or 6 middle-ranked winged demons to charge at Xiaochen. Berserk Dragon Break. Xiaochen shouted, and the dragon's head on his right hand and the dragon's claw on his left quickly merged, forming a complete blue dragon circling around Xiaochen. When Xiaochen punched, the blue dragon roared ferociously. It severely injured the 6 middle-ranked winged demons that were flying over, causing them to fall into the Scarlet Sea. How powerful! This person is a genius cultivator. We are saved. The trapped team revealed joyful smiles. Genius cultivators could not be measured by the standards of ordinary people. They were all demonic geniuses that could fight above their cultivation realms, 1 in 10,000. The green face of the winged demon leader tensed up. He quickly ordered the iron demons below to block Xiaochen and wait for them to finish harvesting before dealing with this team. The iron demon with a metallic glow all over its body laughed strangely. It moved like a train on the surface of the water as it charged at Xiaochen. A 6-meter-tall scarlet wave appeared behind it. Xiaochen wanted to test the iron demon's defense. He did not dodge, instead sending out a berserk dragon fist. Bang! The dragon's head struck the iron demon's chest and gave off a dull sound. The azure light scattered, and Xiaochen felt his arm go numb. However, the low-ranked iron demon laughed loudly as though nothing had happened. Then, it kicked Xiaochen's chest. The low-ranked iron demon's kick was very fast, almost as fast as Xiaochen's attack. Xiaochen could not dodge completely, so he could only lean back to lessen the force of the kick. Bang! When the metal-like foot landed on Xiaochen's chest, he immediately felt pain. It was like a hammer had smashed into his chest. However, it was only pain. That kick did not contain any vital qi or essence, so the force could not be transmitted into his body. Xiaochen suddenly understood. This iron demon's body was as hard as the 1,000 Mountains frost iron, nearly invulnerable to weapons. It was like a piece of metal, but it did not have much strength. It was very painful to hit someone, but it would not cause any fatal damage. This probably explained why the iron demon would mingle with the other demons. They did not have much offensive power on their own. The iron demon laughed loudly and leaped at Xiaochen. There was no technique at all. Its entire body was full of openings. Bang! 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 Xiaochen's fists rained down on the iron demon's body like a storm. Dull sounds rang out continuously as he increased his strength. Xiaochen only managed to leave a shallow dent on the iron demon's body when he increased his strength to 250,000 kilograms. However, no matter what, Xiaochen's hands were made of flesh and blood. Now, it was incredibly painful. This was especially so for the last 250,000 kilograms punch. Xiaochen felt like his bones were about to crack. Just thinking about it made him feel stupid. It was like an ordinary person using their fists to punch a piece of metal, crying out in pain. If that was not stupid, what was? Xiaochen's current situation was similar. The iron demon's metallic face remained unaffected. When it saw that Xiaochen was tired, it quickly kicked again. Bang! The iron demon kicked Xiaochen's chest again. Using the force of this kick, Xiaochen retreated a few steps. He looked at the iron demon, who did not feel any pain. A guess appeared in Xiaochen's mind. Perhaps the iron demon was born without feeling pain, no matter how strong its defense was. After using such a huge force, the iron demon should have felt something. It was impossible for the iron demon to not even frown. This did not make sense. I should test this out and see if my guess is right. With a thought, Xiaochen quickly circulated the Dragon Claw Fist's third move, breaking armor. Xiaochen's vital qi spiraled rapidly in his body, flowing through his bones and into his fist. Qi! Qi! Immediately, a cone-shaped, azure-colored, spiraling qi formed on his fist. As the name implied, the breaking armor fist specialized in dealing with those with extremely tough defenses. Bang! A series of violent sounds rang out. The punch was like a blade that was as fast as the wind, cutting a large hole in the chest of the Iron Demon that was pouncing over. However, the Iron Demon's expression did not change. It continued to advance towards Xiaochen, showing no signs of stopping. Indeed, it really does not feel any pain. Breaking armor, claw. Xiaochen opened his right hand and formed a claw. Spiraling qi gathered on his fingertips, forming 5 sharp claws. Xiaochen waved his hand and his 5 fingers sank deep into the Iron Demon's shoulder. Then, he quickly turned his body to the side and pulled with his right hand. The Iron Demon's entire right arm fell off. Then, Xiaochen casually tossed the Iron Demon's arm into the sea. When he saw the Iron Demon charging at him, he frowned slightly. Still not dead? Breaking armor fist. Xiaochen had already obtained the information he wanted from the Iron Demon. So, he did not hold back. He directly used his speed to his advantage. Xiaochen used the breaking armor fist and claw to break the Iron Demon in half. Only then did the Iron Demon die. Xiaochen could not help but sigh. This Iron Demon's life force was too strong. Its defense was ridiculously strong as well. Furthermore, it did not feel pain. The Iron Demon was a race that was born to be the shield and the vanguard. If a huge battle broke out and rows of Iron Demons charged over without any regard for their lives, the scene would be terrifying. After dealing with the Iron Demon, Xiaochen looked at the situation of the team in front. They had not taken a turn for the better. They could only barely block the attacks of the winged demons. It looked like the harassment from the Iron Demons earlier was too severe. Burning the heavens. Xiaochen shouted and the vital qi in his body quickly burned. An azure qi rushed into the sky and the dark clouds churned. Xiaochen punched and the churning clouds in the sky turned into a dragon fist. When it descended, it killed 2 winged demons and blood splattered everywhere. Xiaochen did not stop punching. He punched 6 times in a row and instantly killed 10 odd winged demons. The other winged demons fled in all directions. Xiaochen withdrew his fist and stood upright. The fiery clouds in the sky immediately scattered. When the team members saw Xiaochen drifting away, they were simply startled. Genius cultivators, we are indeed different. With just a few punches and kicks, we defeated these low-rank demons. The team leader sighed. Then, he thought of his despicable thoughts and could not help but feel ashamed. Xiaochen had come to save him. However, he had not thought of warning him. Instead, he had thought of something along the lines of dying together. Now, he had another scapegoat. Let's rest up. We cannot stay here any longer. We have to rush back to the outpost islets. The team leader sighed and called out to the team. Qi! Qi! Right at this moment, a wooden coffin suddenly emerged from the pool of blood. This strange scene caused the team members to jump in fright. Pa! The coffin lid landed on the water and splashed up a scarlet wave. The scarred man, Wu Yang, walked out with a sullen expression. He looked around and frowned. Strange, I clearly sensed his scent. Why did it disappear so quickly? When the scarred man saw the team member beside him, who did not even dare to breathe loudly, he stretched his hand and pulled the team leader over. Then, he lifted up the team leader's collar. The scarred man's gaze turned sullen as he asked in a hoarse voice, Did you see a white-robed bladesman? Which direction did he go? Answer me honestly. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. When the scarred man felt the other party's strong aura, the team leader nodded vigorously. He said hurriedly, I said, I saw him heading north. He moved very fast. He should be 6 kilometers away by now. Everything I said is true. Don't kill me. Chapter 508. The scarred man smiled coldly and sent out a slap, turning the other party's head around. Foolish. Everyone who sees me has to die. What does it matter if you say it or not? Quick, run. The rest of the people panicked and ran in all directions. The scarred man smiled and said, "You think you can run?" The scarred man quickly formed hand seals with both hands. When he completed the last hand seal, he smashed his right palm on the Scarlet Sea within a kilometer of him. 10 wooden coffins rose from the Scarlet Sea and formed a circle. The wooden coffins opened, and 10 demonic corpses leaped out, launching themselves at the remaining people. The scarred man ignored the miserable cries of the crowd and looked into the distance. He had an impatient expression on his face. That brat managed to escape again. I wonder when I can catch him again. In the following days, Xiaoqin searched the entire periphery of the battlefield. Furthermore, he swept through the place back and forth. In the end, his hard work paid off. Xiaoqin managed to find the fire demon. The fire demon was completely red, and there was a clump of flames on its head. When Xiaoqin rushed over, an inferior-grade fire demon was cleaning up the battlefield. There were a few human corpses floating on the surface of the water. The hearts of the corpses had been dug out. It was a cruel sight. The fire demon squatted on the water, dissecting a female corpse. Xiaoqian's gaze turned cold. No matter how sinister the human heart was, it would not do such a cruel thing. Furthermore, the demons treated humans as their food, not having any qualms about killing them. The fire demon wiped off the blood from the corner of its lips and got up to look at Xiaoqin. It laughed and said, "It has been a long time since someone took the initiative to seek trouble for me. Don't you know that the fire demon race has the strongest offensive power among all the demon races?" Xiaoqin looked at the corpses floating on the water. This fire demon had easily killed a small team by himself. Without needing to know, Xiaoqin could guess how strong it was. The fire demon stared at Xiaoqin. When the fire demon focused on Xiaoqin, something seemed to move quickly in the air. Xiaoqin felt that something was wrong. A fierce flame started to burn in his right eye. The flame that the fire demon released was a yin flame. The purple thunder true fire should be able to restrain it. Hee, the eye contact game is over. Human, you can die now. The fire demon let out a strange laugh and the surrounding fire-attributed spiritual energy suddenly moved. Countless dense sparks appeared and gathered towards Xiaoqian's body. Boom! In an instant, Xiaoqian's body was engulfed in raging flames. The blood under his feet boiled and wisps of hot air quickly rushed to the top of his head. Fire-attributed spiritual energy filled the world. Wherever there was air, there would be fire-attributed spiritual energy. As long as one was within the fire demon's line of sight, there was no way to avoid this move. Xiaoqian's eyes were fixed on the fire demon. He had already sensed the movement of the fire attribute spiritual qi in the air. However, Xiaoqian did not expect the fire demon's move to be so strange. There was no way to dodge it. No matter how he flew up and down in the sky, he could not dodge it. This was because the fire-attributed spiritual energy in the air was already controlled by the fire demon. No matter how one ran, one's body would always be in the air. Unless one could hide in the air and completely avoid the air, one would not be able to escape. Amidst the raging flames, an essence barrier separated Xiaoqian from the flames. The flames clung to the essence barrier and burned continuously. Xiaoqian's essence drained continuously. He needed to maintain the essence barrier. Otherwise, if the flames touched his body, even if he had a body of steel, he would still be burned to a pile of scraps. Boom! The situation was dire. Under the fire demon's control, the surrounding fire-attributed spiritual energy flew towards Xiaoqian like motes of stars. In just 7 or 8 minutes, Xiaoqian had exhausted about a third of his essence. The fire demon could continuously use the fire-attributed spiritual energy in the air. Furthermore, no matter how much essence Xiao Chen had in his body, there would come a time when it would all be used up. The fire demon appeared to be very patient. He revealed a cruel smile on his red face. The flames on his head danced continuously. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the flames were shrinking at an extremely slow rate. The fire demon's eyes controlled the fire-attributed spiritual energy in the air and gathered it towards Xiao Chen. The fire demon had already made up his mind to exhaust Xiao Chen to death. The light of the flames penetrated the essence barrier and shone on Xiao Chen's delicate face. Xiao Chen's eyes were very deep, no one could guess what he was thinking. The surrounding seawater churned. Under the blazing flames, the sea of blood emitted countless flickering red steam that drifted far into the sky. The flames surged, but Xiao Chen did not panic. If he wanted to leave, the divine weapon in his universe ring could help him break out of this situation. However, he had not reached that point yet. Xiao Chen gently tapped the essence barrier with his finger and tore a small hole. A strand of flame immediately shot out. The hole closed and Xiao Chen controlled the strand of flame on his palm. Then, he placed it in front of his eyes and observed it carefully. As the flame danced on his palm, Xiao Chen felt a chill spread out. He entered deep thought. The fire-attributed spiritual energy of the natural world did not differentiate between yin and yang. It was the purest, most primitive flame. Only the user could change its attribute. The fire demon's flames were classified as yin flames. The flames he controlled changed their attribute, becoming yin flames. Furthermore, there were too many of them, resulting in the yin flames being of very low grade. They were much weaker than the extreme yin flame of the holy fire manner. Compared to the lunar true flame in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, it was not even worth mentioning. After he casually extinguished this flame, Xiao Chen already had an idea. He gently tore off the blue strip of cloth on his forehead. The scarlet throne mark flickered, and the lunar true flame floated out from his forehead. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea. With a thought, the egg-sized lunar true flame floated above his head. Break! With a light shout, countless densely packed holes appeared on the Yuan Qi barrier, and traces of flames impatiently shot in. The lunar true flame slowly spun around and absorbed all the incoming flames. Then, it slowly swallowed them up. The two were on completely different levels. When the incoming flames came in contact with the pale white lunar true flame, they were instantly assimilated. Time passed slowly. The leaping flame above the fire demon's head had already shrunk by half. However, the fire demon could still sense Xiao Chen's life force flourishing. How can it be like this? Given a human's cultivation, even if he is a half-step martial monarch, his essence should have been drained long ago. The fire demon felt that something was wrong. He revealed heavy doubt in his eyes. He did not know what had happened. I cannot exhaust too much of my origin flame. I will wait for another 7 or 8 minutes. Whether he is dead or alive, I have to go and check. After 7 or 8 minutes, everything returned to normal. As the fierce flames burned, an overwhelming blood mist dyed the dark clouds above red. However, Xiao Chen's life force was still flourishing amidst the flames. The flames above Xiao Chen's head drained once more. A murderous intent flashed on the fire demon's face. He closed his eyes, and the flames around Xiao Chen slowly vanished. When the flames vanished completely, the fire demon saw a scene that made him want to vomit blood. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the scarlet sea with his eyes closed. The pale white flame above his head refined the flames that it had absorbed. Many thanks for your yin flame. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and revealed a faint smile. The size of the lunar true flame did not change much. However, the rice grain-sized origin flame in it had grown larger, benefiting significantly from it. Fire Demon Hang's face was filled with endless fury as he screamed, "Damned human! You are actually using my flame origin essence to cultivate. Watch as I cut open your skull and take out your flame origin essence." Xiao! The lunar true flame returned to Xiao Chen's forehead. Then, he stood up and said indifferently, do you think you can do that? The fire demon did not waste any more words. The flames above his head leaped wildly. The surrounding temperature seemed to rise significantly as he waved his hand. A flaming whirlwind appeared on the surface of the water, heading for Xiaochen. Burning the heavens. Xiaochen did not move. As he burned his vital qi, azure clouds filled the sky. Then, a dragon fist descended. The azure dragon fist seemed to contain boundless force, scattering the whirlwind in an instant. So. Sparks flew everywhere. The fire demon moved his hands. The instant the whirlwind scattered, the sparks quickly formed 3 small whirlwinds and continued flying. Claw. Xiaochen turned his fist into a claw. The burning azure clouds in the sky turned into a huge dragon claw. With a gentle pull, it tore the 3 whirlwinds into pieces. Boom! 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 However, the berserk flames did not show any signs of stopping. The moment they shattered, they reformed and surged at Xiaochen again. Xiaochen did not show any signs of fear. He burned his vital qi continuously as he executed the Dragon Claw Fist's 3rd move, burning the heavens, continuously changing. No matter how the flames surged and how many changes there were, Xiaochen remained unmoved. As his fist and claw switched, he shattered them all. In the fire demon's anxiety, the flames in his hand changed into countless patterns. He was very familiar with the various changes. However, Xiaochen did not budge. He directly used brute force to break the fire demon's attack. This was bullying the fire demon for not having enough strength. Xiaochen did not play tricks with the fire demon, clashing head-on with brute force. When Xiaochen saw that the flames above the fire demon's head had shrunk to the size of a fist, he squinted and finally moved. Xiaochen stopped burning his vital qi, and his figure leaped up. Then, he executed the berserk dragon fist, smashing down. Roar! The dragon roared, and the sound waves spread out, shattering the flames into pieces. Then, the azure dragon head descended on the flames. A horrified expression appeared on the fire demon's face. Then, he made up his mind and spat out an incredibly vast and vigorous flame. Red flames immediately filled Xiaochen's vision. He smiled coldly, and the purple thunder true fire, which he had been preparing for a long time, surged out from his right eye. Bang! The moment the stored-up purple flames came into contact with the flames that the fire demon spat out, it tore them apart like they were rotten wood. The yin and yang flames clashed, creating a boundless shock wave. A deep, ball-shaped pit appeared in the Scarlet Sea. The surrounding seawater sank and formed a huge whirlpool. The fire demon was blasted far away in a sorry state. He, who had played with fire all his life, finally got played by it. The fire demon's skin tore open, and blood flowed out. Only a small strand of the flame above his head remained, swaying with the wind. Xiaochen walked forward expressionlessly and used the armor-breaking fist to punch a large, bloody hole in the fire demon's chest, which had a weak aura. Chapter 509. Zhang Xian could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. Just the thought of the corpses on the blood sea made him seethe with hatred. There is no doubt about the fire demon's techniques and offensive abilities. He should be the strongest among all the demons. If he runs into an opponent weaker than him, he can easily kill them. That is why he usually moves out alone. After the battle ended, Xiaochen summarized some of the fire demon's strengths and characteristics and felt a headache coming on. If Xiaochen ran into a fire demon of equal strength, he would be at a disadvantage in a contest of techniques. Hence, if he ran into a middle-ranked blood demon, he had to end the battle quickly and force it to clash head-on. For the rest of the time, Xiaochen spent all his time looking for the succubus, but unfortunately, he did not find anything. Succubus was a type of female demon. According to the book, she was a demon that could arouse the desires of men. She also cultivated in bewitching techniques. By absorbing the yang essence of humans to cultivate, one could experience extreme happiness and die painlessly. Of all the demons, they were the strangest and most difficult to deal with. If one's will was not strong enough, they would sink into them. It was also the type of demon that Xiao Chen was most afraid of. No one could avoid the natural instincts of men. It was the deepest desire hidden in the body. Xiao Chen was somewhat disappointed that he did not find any low-ranked Eros demons. If he went to the inner area, he would have to face a middle-rank Eros demon right from the start. It would be much more difficult to resist the temptation. I'll search for another 7 days. If I can't find it, then forget it. I've wasted too much time in the periphery. In mid-air, Xiao Chen looked at the vast sea of blood and sighed softly. 7 days passed very quickly. Xiao Chen still did not find anything. Occasionally, he would meet some cultivators and ask around. However, none of them had seen an Eros demon. Some said that they saw a succubus from afar, but when Xiao Chen rushed over, he still found nothing. In the end, he could only give up helplessly. He had found all 18 types of demons, but he had not found the Eros demon. It was truly a pity. That night, Xiao Chen found a reef and casually sat on it. He closed his eyes and did not do anything. He did not cultivate or comprehend any states. He only did one thing, and that was to comb through the 17 types of demons that he had encountered. What were their weaknesses, what were their strengths, and what were their habits and characteristics? He began to make a summary. After daybreak tomorrow, he would enter the inner area of the battlefield and begin the real trial. Xiao Chen was not like Bai Lishi, who had a full set of medial-grade secret treasures. He also did not go in groups like the others. This was a matter of life and death. These preparations were necessary. The iron demons excelled at defense and were natural meat shields. However, their offensive power was not strong. If they encountered a high-level iron demon, they would avoid it if they could. No one liked the feeling of forging iron. The fire demons were the demons with the strongest techniques and explosive power. If Xiao Chen encountered them, there was no need to compare techniques with them. He should just clash head-on and end the battle quickly. He could not allow the fire demons to display their advantage in techniques. Winged demons had good speed and defense, but their attack power was slightly weaker. They liked to dive down from mid-air, and their weakness was that they had less cuticles on their heads. When they dove down, they could directly explode their heads. Information like this kept flashing through Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chen kept summarizing and refining the information, and then came up with techniques to deal with such high-level demons. By the time Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, the sky was already bright. He jumped off the reef and headed towards the inner area of the battlefield without hesitation. There was a clear dividing line between the inner area and the outer area. Although it was not marked, as long as one crossed that line, one could clearly feel it. The pressure on one's mind was different. The various demons were also stronger than the ones in the outer area. Not long after, Xiao Chen ran into a group of high-ranked winged demons. When he scanned them with his spiritual sense, he discovered there were about 20 of them. 20 is a little too much. 10 should be the limit. I should lure some away first. Xiao Chen did not intend to avoid them. He quickly formed hand seals and changed his hand seals. Then, 10 human-shaped pillars of water slowly rose up from the water. Life bestowal spell. Xiao Chen shouted, and the 10 pillars of water suddenly formed. The blood turned into 10 people. They all looked like humans, both male and female. Now that Xiao Chen was very familiar with the life bestowal spell, this trick was no longer a problem for him. However, the blood did not have any spiritual energy. Naturally, the figures formed would not have any combat prowess. However, they could still be used to attract the attention of the demons. Xiao Chen directed the 10 figures to charge at the group of winged demons. Xiao Chen slowly flew into the air and waited quietly. Puda! Puda! The 10 figures were so real that the winged demons could not tell them apart. When they felt that their prey did not have a strong aura, they laughed strangely and charged down. They took the bait. Xiao Chen's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile on his delicate face. Then, he gave those clones a final order to charge forward. Xiao Chen's main body slowly descended and headed for the remaining 10 high-ranked winged demons. Then, he placed his right hand on his saber hilt and slowly walked over. Hey, there is someone who is not afraid of death here. He is just a medial grade martial king, and he is already running away. He is really bold. A winged demon laughed strangely in the air and dived down. It was like an arrow leaving the bow, giving off a buzzing sound as it tore through the air. Xiao Chen smiled and quickly moved in an arc. He tilted his body slightly and punched the berserk dragon fist at the winged demon's head. Xiao. When the high-ranked winged demon's attack missed, it reacted very quickly to Xiao Chen's attack. It flapped its wings and slid over, brushing past Xiao Chen's punch. Not bad. The reaction of a high-ranked winged demon was not something a middle-ranked winged demon could compare to. If it were a middle-ranked winged demon, its head would have exploded long ago. Unfortunately, this was not enough. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and formed a claw with his fingers. A huge azure dragon claw appeared and grabbed the other party's head, crushing it. How ruthless. The other winged demons flying in the air all took a deep breath. The main reason was not because of Xiao Chen's strength but because of his expression when he made his move. Without any fluctuations, Xiao Chen killed a demon in 2 moves. Blood spurted out, but he did not even bat an eyelid. Xiao! 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 The other winged demons dived down at the same time, attacking Xiao Chen together. When they spread their wings, it felt like they covered the sky. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and removed the blue strip of cloth on his forehead. The scarlet mark flickered continuously, and the state of massacre spread out wildly. Since Xiao Chen was here to temper his killing chi, he could not use the great perfection state of thunder. If he wanted to use it, he would use the purest state of massacre. Kill! Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber, and a red light spread out on the slender saber. A surging state of massacre surged out like it was solid, causing the momentum of the winged demons to pause. Wukuei transforms to Qi. Saber lights danced, and scarlet Wukuei tree branches flew at the 9-headed winged demons. Bang! 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 The scarlet saber Qi struck the winged demons. With the support of the saber intent, it tore through the thick skin and left deep wounds. The momentum of the 9-headed winged demons was immediately disrupted. Xiao Chen leaped into the air and landed in the middle of the group of winged demons. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and saber lights danced around. He fought continuously with the 9-headed winged demons, ignoring life and death. Xiao Chen only treated this as a trial to temper his state of massacre. Normally speaking, Xiao Chen could deal with 2 high-ranked blood demons easily. However, dealing with 3 would be problematic. Dealing with 4 would require him to pay the price of light injuries. Xiao Chen did not know what price he would have to pay to deal with 9 in one go. Perhaps he would be severely injured, perhaps he would die. However, Xiao Chen came to the deep-sea battlefield to challenge his limits. He wanted to comprehend the true meaning of the martial Tao between life and death. Hence, he had to force himself into dire straits. Xiao Chen had already made all the preparations. All he could do now was to do his best to fight, to stimulate his potential and survive. Bang! 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 Waves churned and pillars of water rose up in the Scarlet Sea. Ripples spread out in all directions. The winged demons were demons that specialized in speed. Xiao Chen's speed was not slow either. The battlefield between the 2 of them kept moving, they were in the sky and on the ground, moving quickly in all directions. Xiao Chen's white robes were already dyed red with blood. Some belonged to the winged demons, and some belonged to him. Xiao Chen's fair face was also covered in blood, making him look very ferocious. A red light flickered in his eyes. Qi! Qi! When a winged demon died, a red light immediately shot into the forehead of the winged demon. The red light in Xiao Chen's eyes intensified, and his state of massacre instantly soared, becoming even more berserk. After absorbing a strand of red light, Xiao Chen would not break it like he did in the past. He wanted to give it a try. Xiao Chen wanted to see if he could use the euphoria of massacre to increase his combat prowess. After the battle ended, he could suppress it together. Kill! 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 The thought of massacre filled Xiao Chen's mind. He ignored the wounds on his body and used his sharp saber techniques to kill the blood demons flying around. After a long time, the intense battle above the Scarlet Sea finally stopped. Drops of blood dripped off the lunar shadow saber and fell into the Scarlet Sea. Xiao! 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 Countless strands of red light from the high-ranked winged demon's corpse quickly flew towards Xiao Chen's forehead. Boom! When the red light poured in, it was like something exploded in Xiao Chen's mind. The euphoria of massacre that he had been feeling all this while burst forth at this moment. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and resisted this euphoria. He had a pained expression on his face. The lunar shadow saber fell into the Scarlet Sea with a huang dang sound. In the end, the state of massacre is not my own. I cannot overuse it. I have to clear this stage and take the initiative to grasp the state of massacre. No matter how intense that feeling was, Xiao Chen held his head with both hands and resisted bitterly. He steeled his belief in his mind. Young hero, you look like you are in great pain. Do you need elder sister to help? Just as Xiao Chen was in great pain, a sweet voice rang out. When Xiao Chen heard that voice, the euphoria of massacre seemed to lessen somewhat. Xiao Chen's eyes regained some clarity. When he saw who it was, he could not help but be stunned. An Eros demon. The one who spoke with that sweet voice was actually the Eros demon that Xiao Chen had been searching for. Unexpectedly, it appeared at this crucial moment. That Eros demon looked very similar to what was described in the information. She was tall and voluptuous. Her clothes were revealing a lot of her skin. Her skin was smooth and white, looking very delicate. Chapter 5:10. She looked no different from a human woman. However, there was a thin, black tail sticking up behind her. This made it clear that she was not human. However, for some reason, when Xiao Chen looked at her face, it was blurry, he could only feel hazy. Xiao Chen discovered that the thrill of the frenzied massacre was slowly fading away, replaced by another kind of desire. The Eros demon's eyes were still red. However, they were not blood red but crimson. The Eros demon seemed to have a boundless charm. With just one glance, Xiao Chen felt his entire body heat up and his mouth go dry. As the Eros demon got closer, a fragrance wafted over. The Eros demon's soft voice rang out in Xiao Chen's ears. The entire space seemed to be filled with pink light. When the Eros demon saw the crimson light in Xiao Chen's eyes, she revealed a cocky expression. She stretched out her right hand and tried to touch Xiao Chen's somewhat bewitching face. Xiao! Just at this moment, the crimson light in Xiao Chen's eyes faded away. They became clear again. Xiao Chen stretched out his right hand at lightning speed and grabbed the Eros demon's wrist. Don't move. Xiao Chen's two fingers were like pincers on the Eros demon's lifeline. The Eros demon's hazy face revealed only a pair of alluring eyes. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Scatter your charm technique and look at me. If you move, you will die immediately. Young hero, don't be like this. This servant is doing this out of good intentions. I grabbed you back from your desire to kill. The real show is coming up next." The Eros demon's almond-shaped eyes were like flowers. She leaned towards Xiao Chen and a faint fragrance spread out from her body. Xiao Chen exerted some force on the Eros demon's right hand. The Eros demon immediately panicked and stopped what she was doing. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "What is the real show? Sucking my yang yuan? You are about to die, yet you still dare to be dishonest? I'll say it again. Don't play any tricks. Scatter your charm technique and look at me. Hee hee." In that case, I'll listen to young hero. This servant will scatter my charm technique. The succubus giggled, and the faint fragrance in the surrounding space immediately disappeared. Her hazy face also clearly appeared in Xiao Chen's field of vision. What surprised Xiao Chen was that this succubus appearance was incomparably pure. Her almond-shaped eyes had become clear and pure, and there was a purple rhombus mark between her eyebrows. Strange, I don't think I've heard of a succubus having a mark between their brows. The mark seemed to be engraved with an ancient pattern. Just as Xiao Chen's eyes focused on it, the mark suddenly flashed with a demonic purple light. Xiao Chen's eyes momentarily blurred. By the time his powerful divine sense reacted, the succubus in his right hand had already broken free from his control. Blood Flame Shoes, activate. The runes on the boots suddenly blossomed, and Xiao Chen's speed suddenly reached 4 times the speed of sound. He turned around and appeared in front of the succubus. Boom! Xiao Chen struck the succubus with the berserk dragon fist. The dragon head roared ferociously, and the succubus vomited a large mouthful of blood. Her complexion paled as she fell miserably into the water. Xiao Chen said calmly, "You are an advanced demon, right?" The so-called advanced demon was not a high-ranked blood demon or a low-ranked blood demon. Instead, it was the nobility of the demons. Demons were also an intelligent race. They had their own martial techniques and civilization. However, in the demonic world, only advanced demons and the higher-ranked royal clans were qualified to learn the demonic race's martial techniques. The demons that Xiao Chen saw on this battlefield were all low-ranked demons. None of them could learn the demonic race's martial techniques. They all relied on their innate abilities to fight. In reality, the demons that came out of the spatial tiers were all low-ranked demons. Even the demons, who were as strong as martial saints, were only extremely talented and had cultivated their physical bodies to the extreme. This was the information that Xiao Chen had read in an ancient book before he came here. However, the Eros demon before him seemed different. The mark on her forehead was extremely ancient. The Eros demon, who was currently wiping the blood off her lips, looked at Xiao Chen in shock. Her expression changed slightly as she asked, "How did you know?" Naturally, Xiao Chen would not tell her that he was just guessing. It was impossible for an advanced demon to be so weak. Something must have happened to her, causing her to become extremely weak. "What do you want to do? Just say it." The Eros demon no longer hid her identity. Her earlier gentleness vanished without a trace, replaced by a faint might. She could tell that Xiao Chen did not want to kill her. If he really wanted to kill her, he would have done so long ago. There was no need to wait until now. Xiao Chen stepped gently on the water and slowly walked towards the Eros demon. He asked indifferently, "What is your name?" "You should already have a name as an advanced demon." "Leng Yu. Accompany me for a year, and I will let you go." Xiao Chen paused for a while before finally stating his purpose. Leng Yu's heart turned cold. Humans in many planes had the habit of subduing Eros demons as pets. Could this person be thinking of the same thing? Xiao Chen continued, "In this 1 year, if I fall into the state of massacre, you will be responsible for pulling me back until I completely grasp the state of massacre." Leng Yu heaved a sigh of relief. If that was all, there was no problem. However, she thought of a problem. She asked, "What if you still cannot grasp the state of massacre after a year?" Xiao Chen looked coldly at the Eros demon and said indifferently, "That is my problem. You don't have to care about it. I only have one question. Do you agree or not?" A killing intent spread out from Xiao Chen's body and enveloped Leng Yu. Xiao Chen's tone did not contain any emotion. Leng Yu felt a bone-chilling coldness. She had a premonition that as long as she answered no, this person in front of her would definitely not kill her without mercy. "I agree." In the end, Leng Yu still chose to agree. It was just 1 year. To her, who had a long life ahead of her, 1 year was too short. Xiao Chen scattered the killing intent in his heart. He took out a spirit blood jade from the universe ring and dripped his blood on it. Then, he tossed it over and said, drip your spirit blood on it. I will let you go after a year. Leng Yu shook her head and said, no. That way, you will completely control me. At that time, I will not be able to do anything even if you do not let me go. Xiao Qin did not say much to her. He said indifferently, think about it yourself. If you are not willing, I will find another Eros demon. The other party needed to drip her spirit blood on the spirit blood jade before Xiao Qin could feel at ease keeping her by his side. The demons were very cunning, not to mention the Eros demon, who was good at charming people. Furthermore, if others discovered that he was with an Eros demon, it would be problematic. Entering the spirit blood jade would allow him to avoid these problems. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Qin started to search for his saber. His lunar shadow saber had fallen into the Scarlet Sea and had sunk for an unknown length of time. Normally speaking, if the lunar shadow saber was within 2 kilometers, Xiao Qin would be able to sense it easily. However, that lunar shadow saber had already fallen for a long time. Furthermore, there was the undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. It might already be 10 kilometers deep. Xiao Qin extended his spiritual sense into the depths of the sea. However, after a kilometer, he could not go any deeper. He could only return empty-handed. However, Xiao Qin was not worried. He could sense the general direction of the lunar shadow saber. He would not really lose it. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Qin walked over to the somewhat pitiful Eros demon. He said indifferently, have you thought it through? Leng Yu clenched her teeth and said, I promise you. I hope you will keep your promise. Also, I will say something else. I am the only one who can pull you out of a massacre. The other Eros demons will not be able to do so. Xiao Qin was somewhat surprised. However, he did not believe the other party's words. The demons were crafty. He could only treat it as a scheme. Xiao Qin took out the spirit blood jade with Leng Yu's soul blood. Then, he dripped his own soul blood on it. After using a secret technique, this Eros demon would be his spirit pet in the future. If he died, Leng Yu, who had sacrificed her soul blood, would die immediately as well. This was enough to guarantee that the other party would not play any tricks. Come in. Xiao Qin instructed softly. Leng Yu helplessly turned into a beam of dim light and entered the spirit blood jade. Bai's seal in the spirit blood jade had already been forcefully broken by her father. Hence, there was no problem with using this spirit blood jade to seal Leng Yu. After putting away the spirit blood jade, Xiao Qin closed his eyes and carefully sensed the direction of the lunar shadow saber. The moment the lunar shadow saber formed, Xiao Qin held it in his hand. After thousands of battles, Xiao Qin had already established an indistinct connection with the lunar shadow saber. In reality, every cultivator had a similar experience. Back then, Ping Xingting was able to find Xiao Qian's saber because of this. As long as one had feelings for one's weapon and treated it as a companion, over time, one would naturally establish this wondrous connection. After a while, Xiao Qin opened his eyes and quickly stepped on the Scarlet Sea. His figure flickered, and in a short while, he had traversed more than a kilometer. It should be here. However, I do not know how deep I have sunk. I have never heard anyone mention how deep the boundless sea is. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Qin used his essence to form a barrier around him. Then, he slowly sank into the Scarlet Sea. After sinking for 500 meters, Xiao Qian's vision turned blurry. Fortunately, he had his spiritual sense, so he was not blind. After descending another 500 meters, Xiao Qin finally saw the strange fish that he had seen before. Their pitch-black bodies were covered in hard scales. Their sharp teeth crisscrossed together, not allowing any water to pass through. With his spiritual sense, Xiao Qin could see many skeletons floating around in the seawater. There were at least 1,000 of them. They looked very horrifying. However, there were even more strange fish than the skeletons. Their numbers were staggering. They floated around in large groups. Everywhere they passed was like a hurricane. There were at least 10,000 of them. Xiao Qin felt his scalp go numb. With so many of them, he could not do anything to them in the water. Xiao Qin could only carefully avoid these strange fish. He walked and stopped. After he figured out the pattern of these strange fish's movements, he increased his speed. After descending another 2,000 meters, the entire Scarlet Sea sank into eternal darkness. Xiao Qin felt a boundless pressure in his heart. He felt very uncomfortable. He did not want to stay here any longer. However, for the sake of the lunar shadow saber, he could only endure. As a bladesman, he could lose anything except his saber. After descending another 5 kilometers, Xiao Qin finally felt the presence of the lunar shadow saber. It was about 2 or 3 kilometers ahead. Although he could not see it, the feeling was very real. Xiao Qin increased his speed again. Chapter 5:11. A spot of light flickered quietly in the dark seawater. It was Xiao Qian's lunar shadow saber. Xiao Qin rejoiced in his heart. He revealed a faint smile and waved his hand. The lunar shadow saber quickly swam towards him. Xiao! The lunar shadow saber swam faster and faster. When it arrived before Xiao Qin, he grabbed the handle and sheathed it. Lunar shadow! Lunar shadow! No matter where you run to, even if you run to the ends of the world, I will find you and bring you back. Xiao Qin held the saber and said resolutely in his heart. With the saber in his hand, the pressure in his heart immediately lessened significantly. Woo! Woo! Suddenly, there was a strange sound in the surroundings. Xiao Qin frowned and became cautious. He extended out his spiritual sense and discovered that many skeletons had appeared in the surroundings at some point in time. These skeletons were different from the human skeletons above. They did not move with the sea current. Instead, they moved towards Xiao Qin in a regular pattern. 2 spots of light floated in the eyes of these skeletons. They seemed to be alive as they flickered. Quickly leave. These are lich fiends made from the resentment of human kings and demons. They cannot be killed. Don't get entangled by them. Leng Yu's anxious voice came from the spirit blood jade in Xiao Qian's chest. Even without Leng Yu's reminder, Xiao Qin had already felt something strange about these skeletons. So he quickly swam upwards. However, it was already too late. There were too many lich fiends. At some point in time, they had already surrounded Xiao Qin. 5 or 6 skeletons above slowly descended towards Xiao Qin. A faint fluorescent light burned in the hands of the skeletons. When they were only 5 meters away from Xiao Qin, the fluorescent light shot towards him. The fluorescent ball of light flew towards Xiao Qin. The ball of light seemed formless as it penetrated his essence shield and entered his forehead. Ghostly cries and wolf howls resounded in Xiao Qian's sea of consciousness. The ball of light turned into a malicious spirit, devouring Xiao Qian's mental energy. Oh no! It's a mental attack. Xiao Qin focused and quickly gathered his spiritual sense in his sea of consciousness, forming a dazzling golden deity. The golden deity held a sharp saber and sent out a resplendent sword light, killing the evil spirits in the sea of consciousness one by one, and the evil spirits dissipated. The devoured spiritual force returned to Xiao Qian's sea of consciousness. The spiritual force in his sea of consciousness seemed to be much stronger than before. Kacha kacha. Following the death of the evil spirit in the brain, the body of the lich blocking the way in front of him cracked and quickly decayed, turning into nothingness in the dark sea. When Leng Yu, who was in the spirit blood jade, saw all this, she was greatly startled. Although these were the weakest witch fiends, even a martial monarch would not be able to deal with their mental attacks so easily. Xiao Qin was merely a medial-grade martial king. Unexpectedly, his mental energy was ridiculously strong. No wonder Xiao Qin could break free from his charm technique with just a thought. Within the light shield, Xiao Qin understood. He smiled lightly. He didn't plan on leaving. The spiritual attacks of these liches were completely ineffective against him. Instead, they would be devoured by him. Mental energy was not easy to cultivate. How could there be such a good thing in the world? It would be a pity to leave like this. After 1 hour, the witch fiends blocking Xiao Qin scattered. They avoided Xiao Qin like he was the plague. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and chased after the witch fiends. If they only had mental attacks, he would not be afraid of these witch fiends. Boom! Just as he was about to give chase, a bright light suddenly exploded in the darkness, illuminating the eternal darkness of the seabed. A skeleton with a jade-like luster walked out from the light. Every bone was crystal clear, looking like a work of art. 2 balls of firefly light shone brightly in his eyes, giving off a feeling of holiness. Pu Ci. The jade-like witch fiend looked at Xiao Chen and waved its 5 fingers. A beam of light turned into a sharp blade and sliced the seawater in half, heading for Xiao Chen. This is an advanced witch fiend. Furthermore, it is a rare sage attribute witch fiend. You have no chance. Hurry. Leave quickly. This witch fiend was able to materialize mental energy and achieve such might. Xiao Chen knew that he was not a match for it. The instant the beam of light appeared, he immediately headed for the top of his head. Who? The advanced witch fiend flicked its hand a few times. Beams of mental energy turned into radiant blades and shot at Xiao Chen from the bottom of the sea. Sliced by the radiance blade, the Scarlet Sea's seawater was like tofu, sliced into pieces of various sizes and separated. He wasn't cutting through the seawater, he was cutting the void into pieces. Xiao Chen understood and was horrified. This time, he had kicked an iron plate. He should not have coveted the mental energy. Friend, since you are already here, why leave? Suddenly, a dignified voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. The advanced witch fiend pointed at the top of Xiao Chen's head. 9 dragon-shaped beams of radiant energy formed a cage, trapping Xiao Chen. As the cage descended, the space below seemed to shrink, trapping Xiao Chen within it. This was the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Xiao Chen had never expected mental energy to be so mighty. It could even change the laws of heaven and earth. Xiao Chen did not just sit and wait for death. He shouted ferociously, and the spiritual sense formed by the mental origin in his mind rushed out of his forehead. Then, he chopped at the cage with a sharp blade in his hand. Bang! Xiao Chen gathered all his spiritual sense and chopped down on the cage. The seawater shook intensely, and the cage was chopped in half by the sword strike. The radiance of the deity was incomparably dim. There was only an indistinct shadow flickering faintly. Now that his spiritual sense was damaged, Xiao Chen immediately felt sleepy. He felt incredibly weak, like he would fall asleep at any moment. However, there was no time to rest. Xiao Chen could only force himself to focus and recall his spiritual sense back into his sea of consciousness. Then, he quickly rushed over. Xiao Chen had just rushed over when the cage of light closed up again. The advanced witch fiend below entered deep thought. It was unknown what he was thinking. The advanced witch fiend stopped attacking and flicked his finger. The cage of light turned back into 9 dragon-shaped beams of energy and returned to his body. Strange, such impure mental energy can actually cut open my 9-dragon prison, the advanced witch fiend thought doubtfully. Xiao Chen felt increasingly dizzy, he saw stars. His mental energy was extremely weak, and he felt like he would fall asleep at any moment. Xiao Chen mustered the last of his energy and swam forward quickly. He could not fall asleep in this scarlet sea. If he fell asleep, he would end up in the stomachs of the fish. Just as Xiao Chen thought of the strange fish, a large school of strange fish appeared in front of him. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly to himself, my luck is really bad. The spirit blood jade on Xiao Chen's chest glowed faintly. That was a sign that Leng Yu was about to come out. Xiao Chen stopped her, don't come out. You will not be able to help. Ka Xie. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber, and a red light flickered on his forehead. The saber gave off a scarlet light, and the state of massacre burst forth. Kill! 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 The scarlet pool in the throne churned continuously. Xiao Chen's mind was filled with the state of massacre. His saber techniques became incredibly sharp. Saber lights flashed in the Scarlet Sea. Every time Xiao Chen swung his saber, 10 odd strange fish would be chopped in half. However, there were simply too many strange fish. They were everywhere in the Scarlet Sea. They opened their sharp mouths and tried to bite Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen protected the vital points of his body and went all out. The sharp state of massacre made his saber technique incredibly ferocious. He would kill whoever blocked his way. Pu Tong. After killing for an unknown period of time, Xiao Chen leaped out of the Scarlet Sea. The wounds on his body looked somewhat horrifying. His white clear wind robes were dyed red. Blood splashed on his body, mixing with his own blood. Xiao Chen looked like he came out of hell. Now that Xiao Chen was out of the water, he would no longer be harassed by the strange fish. The drowsiness that he forcibly suppressed came back together with the relaxation of his heart. The pain on his body and the weakening of his mind made Xiao Chen dizzy. His entire body felt incredibly sore. I'm going to sleep. Don't wake me up if there is nothing important. Xiao Chen muttered. He could no longer hold on. He closed his eyes and fell into the vast Scarlet Sea. Xiao. The spirit blood jade on Xiao Chen's neck flickered with a dim light. The Eros demon Leng Yu came out of the jade and looked at Xiao Chen sleeping soundly in the Scarlet Sea. She shook her head slightly. How reckless. How did you know that I could not do anything to those corpse demonic fish? Leng Yu looked up at the pitch-black sky and gazed into the distance. She said softly, is this the Sky Dome realm? The once strongest realm of the 3,000 great realms. Indeed, it has declined significantly. Xiao Chen slept very soundly. He slept for 3 whole days without waking up. His body floated on the surface of the sea for a long time. If a human cultivator came over and saw Xiao Chen covered in wounds and bloodstains, they would think that he was a corpse if they did not pay attention. Human cultivators were not interested in corpses. Leng Yu hid in the spirit blood jade and did not attract any trouble. If a demon came over to snatch away Xiao Chen's corpse, Leng Yu would have to jump out and say that the prey already had an owner. The other demons would also leave. Back and forth, the same thing happened nearly every day. Another 3 days passed like this, but Xiao Chen still did not wake up. However, Leng Yu felt somewhat annoyed. She said in a low voice, this fellow definitely knows that I will help him cover up. That's why he dares to sleep so soundly. Leng Yu had taken out her spirit blood. If Xiao Chen died, she would die as well. No matter how annoyed she was, she had to continue helping him cover up. Dong! 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 Footsteps came from the surface of the sea again. When Leng Yu felt the aura of humans, she quickly hid in the spirit blood jade. A team of 10 people walked over to Xiao Chen in the distance. Someone immediately discovered Xiao Chen's body. He exclaimed, Big brother, there seems to be a person lying in front. The person leading the team was about 40 years old. He had a calm expression and a sword hung at his waist. He was a small perfection half-step martial monarch. The teams that dared to mingle in the inner area would have a half-step martial monarch leading them. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to mingle in the inner area. The middle-aged swordsman glanced over and lost interest. He said indifferently, it is just a corpse. What is so strange about that? There are always people dying on the battlefield. Even if there was something good, it would have been taken away long ago. The person who spoke smiled and did not say anything more. He had only said it casually and did not mean anything else. However, the middle-aged swordsman had only taken a few steps when he frowned and stopped. He vaguely saw the other party's lips move. When the person behind saw the middle-aged swordsman stop, he could not help but ask, Big brother, what's wrong? Chapter 5:12. The middle-aged swordsman did not say anything. He placed his right hand on his sword hilt and slowly walked towards Xiao Chen. When he was 100 meters away from Xiao Chen, he drew his sword and sent out a sharp sword chi. He drew his sword and sent out a sharp sword chi at Xiao Chen. Dang! Leng Yu flew out from the spirit blood jade and sent out a beam of energy to block the sword chi. Eros demon. Why is an Eros demon with a human? What's going on? It really is an Eros demon. There are really all sorts of strange things happening these days. When the cultivators behind the middle-aged swordsman saw Ling Yu's hazy face, they were all astonished. They quickly took a few steps back and discussed the situation. In this battlefield, the Eros demon was very mysterious. Most cultivators avoided the various legends about the Eros demon. However, the middle-aged swordsman did not panic. Instead, a look of envy flashed in his eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "I nearly misjudged. This fellow actually subdued an Eros demon as a pet." Looking at the hazy face and beautiful eyes of Ling Yu, the middle-aged swordsman said calmly, "Don't make things difficult for me. I will take something and leave. I will not harm this person's life." The Eros demon's charm technique had a fatal attraction to humans. Before Ling Yu unleashed her charm technique, the middle-aged swordsman already felt his entire body heat up. If Ling Yu unleashed her charm technique, given his willpower, he would not be able to block it. Ling Yu smiled tenderly and said, "No way. This person has a bad temper. If you take away his spatial ring, he will definitely punish me. Big brothers, please do me a favor and pretend you did not see anything." The voice was very gentle and seductive. The cultivators behind the middle-aged swordsman had already moved a long distance away. However, when the middle-aged swordsman heard this voice, he still felt dizzy. His entire body felt very comfortable, like the little sister next door acting spoiled to him. The middle-aged swordsman calmed himself and thought to himself, "Indeed, she lives up to her reputation. I have already started cultivating my mental energy, but I still cannot block it. Pu ci." The middle-aged swordsman was already prepared. He took out a short sword and stabbed it into his chest, 1 centimeter away from his heart. Intense pain jolted the middle-aged swordsman awake. He narrowed his eyes and raised his sword, charging at Ling Yu. Ling Yu was startled. She had not expected this person to use such a decisive method to break her charm art. Xiaochen grasped the position of the short sword very precisely, putting the cultivator in constant danger of death. With death looming over their heads, no one would think about lust at the moment of life and death, unless they had cultivated their charm technique to the pinnacle. Damn it, the after effects of forcefully transmigrating to another plane are too great. Otherwise, how could this little trick deal with me? Ling Yu felt very anxious. She blocked her opponent's sword technique in a sorry state. Her opponent was a half-step martial monarch. His sword chi was very ferocious. Bang, bang, bang. Sword chi flew everywhere, and the waves on the blood sea churned endlessly. The middle-aged swordsman's chest was bleeding profusely, but his expression was one of madness. Xiaochen forced Ling Yu to retreat continuously. He smiled maniacally and said, "Are you regretting it now? You should have agreed earlier. Ha ha ha. Now, not only do I want to take the things, but I also want to take the person. I have not experienced the taste of an Eros demon before." Boom. The swordsman's sword technique changed, and a huge sword chi swept over from the side. Ling Yu could not dodge in time and was struck by the sword chi. She vomited a mouthful of blood and fell miserably into the water. Ling Yu was already wearing very little clothes in the first place. When the sword chi struck her, her clothes became even more tattered. She could not hide her body at all. "Aren't your charm arts very powerful? Try it on me." Ha ha ha. The middle-aged swordsman laughed maniacally. Sword lights danced around. Ling Yu, who had just gotten up, could not block a few moves. The sword chi knocked her back again. Several sinister wounds appeared on Ling Yu's fair skin, and blood flowed out. After 7 or 8 minutes, Ling Yu was severely injured. She lay weakly on the blood sea. The middle-aged swordsman smiled coldly and said, "You do not know what's good for you. Tie her up. I will let you enjoy yourself tonight." At this moment, Ling Yu looked very lovely. When she saw the cultivators behind the middle-aged swordsman, her blood surged. When they heard this, they all rushed over. The middle-aged swordsman looked at Xiaochen. When he saw the universe ring in Xiao Chen's hand, he smiled faintly and said, "You can even subdue an Eros demon. You are quite capable. Unfortunately, the heavens want to subdue you. There is nothing you can do." The middle-aged swordsman stretched his right hand towards the ring on Xiao Chen's hand, wanting to break it off. Just as he bent over, Xiao Chen, who was lying on the blood sea, suddenly opened his eyes. "Even if the heavens want to subdue me, it is not your turn to take advantage of me." Pu Si. Xiao Chen, who had suddenly woken up, immediately stood up and smashed his palm on the sword hilt in front of his chest. The short sword pierced through the middle-aged swordsman's body. He was instantly severely injured. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion was extremely pale. The middle-aged swordsman quickly retreated. His expression was filled with shock. He had not expected the almost lifeless Xiao Chen to wake up at this moment. "Good. If you had not woken up, it would have been fine. I would have taken some things and left. However, since you injured me today, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces." The middle-aged swordsman shouted ferociously. He brandished his sword and a resplendent light flickered. A goshawk made of essence flew at Xiao Chen. The goshawk looked very real, every feather was clearly visible. It stuck close to the water surface and charged at Xiao Chen. A vast energy caused the blood water to soar. With the help of the goshawk, the blood water rose higher and higher. When it was only 100 meters away from Xiao Chen, it was like a huge wall, giving off a strong sense of pressure. Xiao Chen pulled his palm back and the lunar shadow saber appeared from the universe ring. The saber hummed as it flew out of its scabbard. Wukuei shakes the heavens. A scarlet divine Wukuei tree formed by the pure state of massacre descended from the sky, carrying an inextinguishable sharp saber intent. Bang! The tree's roots pressed down on the goshawk. It cried out miserably and turned into strands of essence that scattered. The scarlet Wukuei tree's strength did not decrease. Suppressing the huge wave, an invisible force slowly spread out from the tree, suppressing the huge wave that had a terrifying momentum. The surging scarlet sea turned calm once again. A scarlet Wukuei tree stood quietly on the water surface. No matter how the undercurrent flowed, it did not move at all. After breaking the other party's counterattack, Xiao Chen looked towards Leng Yu. He saw that Leng Yu's fair skin was covered in wounds. She looked very pitiful. The 9 subordinates of the middle-aged swordsman had wretched smiles on their faces as they walked towards Leng Yu excitedly. "You are seeking death." Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold and he pushed off the water surface violently. The force of this kick was very strong. After he leaped up, a pillar of water soared into the sky. Glittering Wukuei. A scarlet Wukuei tree branch appeared from nowhere. It flickered with a dazzling red light as it flew towards the cultivator in front. The sharp killing chi merged with Xiao Chen's inextinguishable sharp saber intent. The scarlet tree branch was like a saber chi descending from the sky. The person in front felt a bone-chilling cold. He quickly turned around and retreated. He drew his saber and sent out a screen of saber chi, trying to seal this strand of saber chi. However, the tree branch infused with the state of massacre and saber intent was extremely sharp. It pierced through the screen of saber chi in an instant. Then, it pierced through the cultivator's protective essence and pierced through his heart. His heart was broken, so naturally, he couldn't be more dead. That person's eyes widened and he fell backwards in extreme dissatisfaction. He landed heavily on the water surface with a bang. The other 8 were startled. They quickly scattered and surrounded Xiao Chen and Leng Yu, who had landed, from a distance. Xiao Chen helped Leng Yu up and asked, "Are you alright? That person injured me too severely." "I do not want to enter the spirit blood jade," Leng Yu said somewhat miserably as she wiped the blood from the corner of her lips. Xiao Chen nodded to indicate his understanding. It was not that she could not enter the spirit blood jade. However, after she entered, she would fall into a deep sleep. She could only come out after she recovered. She would not be able to come out for at least half a month. Xiaochen took out a set of clothes from the universe ring and handed it to her. He said calmly, "Sure. If you say you do not want to enter, then you do not. I will deal with this. Attack together. This brat can subdue an Eros demon. He must have many good things on him." The remaining 8 people drummed up their courage. In the end, the greed in their hearts won over their fear. They soared into the air and sent all sorts of ferocious killing moves at Xiaochen. Seeing the multicolored attacks in the air, Xiaochen did not dare to underestimate them. He swung his saber forward and quickly formed hand seals with his left hand. Scarlet ripples flickered under his feet. Wukue blossoms. After the hand seals were formed, Xiaochen picked up Leng Yu, who was beside him. A scarlet flower bud enveloped the two of them. Bang! 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 8 sharp attacks struck the flower bud. Xiaochen's qi and blood surged within it. His complexion turned red as he resisted the pressure from the flower bud. A vast energy spread out from the flower bud, forming a strong shockwave. A scarlet wall rose up in the surroundings. Not far away, the middle-aged swordsman looked at the flower bud. He hesitated for a while before taking out a medicinal pill and swallowing it. Then, he sat cross-legged on the water. The wound on his chest was very horrifying. Originally, he thought that Xiaochen was just an ordinary peak medial grade martial king and that such an injury would not be a problem. However, reality proved that this was not the case. Xiaochen had broken his killing move, which contains 60% of his strength, with one saber strike. Even a regular superior grade martial king would not have such an easy time. The swordsman had to treat the wound on his chest first. As for the other 8 people, he just needed to delay them for a while. He could not be bothered with whether they lived or died. Flower, bloom. Xiaochen shouted and the scarlet flower bud instantly bloomed. Countless scarlet petals drifted quickly on the water's surface. It looked very enchanting. Xiaochen carried Leng Yu and leaped into the air the instant the flower bloomed. He held his saber with one hand and charged at the 8 superior grade martial kings amid the petals. Dang! 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 An invisible red light flowed under the scarlet petals. When the red light entered Xiaochen's body, it increased his speed significantly. He was able to deal with the attacks of the 8 people in a very calm manner. A faint red light flickered in Xiaochen's eyes. The scarlet throne in his sea of consciousness trembled continuously. The state of massacre spread out in the air. It was clearly 8 against 1. However, when the 8 people faced Xiaochen, they felt that they had no advantage at all. They were completely suppressed by Xiaochen amid the petals. Chapter 5:13. That person tried to retreat a few times, but Xiaochen quickly caught up to him. With a flash, he sent out a dazzling saber light and forced that person back. The saber technique was filled with a state of massacre. However, Xiaochen felt calm in his heart. He looked at Leng Yu in his embrace and entered deep thought. This was the feeling Xiaochen needed to find when controlling his massacre. He wondered if it had anything to do with Leng Yu. As for the other 8 people in the flower petals, Xiaochen was not worried. Even if there were another 10 people in the flower petals, he was confident of trapping them. After another 15 minutes, one of the 8 people finally revealed an opening. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and countless flower petals danced behind him. A sharp light flickered on his saber as saber intent surged out. He knocked aside the other party's weapon and gently sliced his neck. Blood spurted out and his head fell to the ground. With one person dead, the others panicked. They only thought of how to charge out. However, this gave Xiaochen a greater opportunity. Leng Yu, who was in Xiaochen's embrace, looked up at Xiaochen's calm expression. A strange feeling welled up in her heart. This youth was different from the humans she had seen before. After another 7 or 8 minutes, Xiaochen dealt with the remaining 7 people. He glanced at the middle-aged swordsman, who was anxiously treating his injuries. Then, he gently tossed Leng Yu into the air and landed on the water. Wukue supporting the heavens. The flower petals filled the air and danced behind Xiao Chen. A boundless red light poured into Xiao Chen's body, causing the speed of this saber to reach its peak. It reached Mach 4. 5. The middle-aged swordsman opened his eyes and looked at the approaching Xiao Chen and the countless flower petals behind him. He smiled sinisterly and said, "You have already recovered from your injuries, yet you still dare to charge over. Ignorant. Eagle spreading wings." The middle-aged swordsman shouted ferociously and stood up. A brilliant light flowed on his sword and a furious eagle spread its wings from behind him. It carried a boundless aura as it flapped its wings at Xiao Chen. Chi! Chi! The eagle let out a loud and clear cry. As it flapped its wings, a gust of wind surged. Its sharp claws flickered with a cold light as it tried to grab Xiao Chen's head. "Be careful," Leng Yu, who was in the water behind Xiao Chen, exclaimed softly. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. Together with the boundless scarlet petals behind him, he thrust his saber forward. The faint red light in Xiao Chen's eyes turned bright red. He had fully activated the state of massacre. The red saber light instantly became extremely resplendent, it was so bright that it hurt people's eyes. Break! Xiao Chen leaped into the air and pierced through the eagle's belly with his saber. Boom! Then, he pierced through the eagle's belly. 2 eagle claws struck Xiao Chen's body at the same time, leaving 10 bloody wounds. But that was all. Xiao Chen still managed to pass through. Before the middle-aged swordsman's astonished gaze, Xiao Chen swooped down at an extremely fast speed and knocked away the other party's sword with his saber. Then, the tip of his saber stabbed into the other party's chest. Hu Qi! The scarlet petals behind Xiao Chen immediately surged in. A huge force exploded and knocked the swordsman back several hundred meters. A scarlet wukuei tree quickly grew out of the wound. The roots quickly took root in the middle-aged swordsman's body, firmly grasping his internal organs. The wukuei tree pressed down on the middle-aged swordsman, who was trying to stand up, preventing him from moving. Xiao Chen slowly walked forward. Blood dripped from the tip of his saber. When he arrived beside the middle-aged swordsman, he did not hesitate to chop down. Leng Yu, who had followed over, lowered her head, not daring to look at Xiao Chen. She whispered, "Xiao Chen, can you let me handle this person?" Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. Then, he understood what Leng Yu meant. Eros demons cultivated by absorbing the yang essence of men. A strong Eros demon that relied on yang essence to raise her cultivation would not be any weaker than other demons. When used together with charm techniques, they were the natural nemesis of male cultivators. Xiao Chen felt that Leng Yu's strength had been greatly weakened. Regular Eros demons would not be so weak. Aside from charm techniques, they did not know anything else. Furthermore, Leng Yu was an advanced demon. That was the nobility of the demons. She was qualified to learn the demon race's martial techniques. No matter what, the middle-aged swordsman was a small perfection half-step martial monarch. He would be very useful in helping Leng Yu recover her strength. Xiao Chen was not afraid. If Leng Yu's strength increased, she would be a threat to him. With the spirit blood jade, he would be able to control her life at all times. Xiao Chen walked forward and scattered the divine wukuei tree on the middle-aged swordsman. Then, he quickly tapped on the swordsman's chest and sealed his meridians. Xiao Chen said to Leng Yu, "Do as you please. I will not disturb you." When Eros demons absorbed yang essence, they usually did so during intercourse. They would let the man enjoy extreme pleasure. When the pleasure reached its peak, they would automatically send out yang essence. There were other ways to extract yang essence. However, the effects would be much weaker. No Eros demon would be willing to use other methods. After Xiao Chen spoke, he quickly left this place. He had fought many battles and exhausted a significant amount of essence. He also needed to deal with his injuries. Leng Yu watched as Xiao Chen left. She smiled bitterly, speechless. After that, she shifted her gaze to the middle-aged swordsman. Strands of pink light scattered into the surroundings like pollen. The middle-aged swordsman's eyes were filled with horror. He knew what awaited him. He struggled to stand on the water's surface, wanting to flee. However, he was helpless. His internal organs were badly injured. Furthermore, his meridians were sealed. He struggled a few times to no avail. Don't come over," Ling Yu ignored the middle-aged swordsman's pleas. Her gaze was incredibly cold as she controlled the pollen light to enter his body. At first, the middle-aged swordsman resisted. However, in the end, his eyes turned hazy and he revealed a faint smile. His expression was extremely joyful. It was like he was experiencing something extremely happy. Many illusions of love appeared in his mind. After a while, Ling Yu made her move. She grabbed the middle-aged swordsman's head and slowly closed her eyes. Strands of yang essence flowed into her body. This method was completely different from what Xiao Qin had imagined. If he had known, he would not have dodged. As the strands of yang essence entered her body, Ling Yu's injuries healed at a visible rate. Her delicate skin became even smoother and more exquisite. One could even faintly see a faint luster. Her entire face was glowing, and her fair skin looked so delicate that it seemed as if it would break at any moment. Bang! Ling Yu released her hand and the middle-aged swordsman's body slowly fell to the water. He no longer breathed. Before he died, he still had a joyful smile on his face. Ling Yu removed the middle-aged swordsman's spatial ring. However, she did not open it. Instead, she walked quickly towards Xiao Qin on the surface of the water. Xiao Qin sat cross-legged on the scarlet sea. He held 4 medial-grade spirit stones in his hands. When he heard Ling Yu's footsteps, he opened his eyes and casually put away the medial-grade spirit stones that he had not finished absorbing. Who? Ling Yu tossed the spatial ring to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin stretched his hand out and caught it. He scanned it with his spiritual sense before placing it in his universe ring. When Xiao Qin saw the radiant Ling Yu, he frowned slightly. He felt a trace of displeasure. However, when he thought about how she was an Eros demon, he realized that it would be unfair to judge her by human standards. Xiao Qin no longer bothered with this matter. He said, "I have a few questions for you." Ling Yu nodded and said, "I will answer what I can tell you. As for what I cannot, don't force me." Xiao Qin smiled gently and said indifferently, "Don't overthink. I am not interested in your identity. First question, how many days did I sleep for?" 10 days. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin had slept for so long. The drain on his mental energy was too great. This time, if not for Ling Yu's help, any demon or vicious cultivator would have been able to take his life. It looked like Xiao Qin had to be more cautious in the future. His mental energy had not been tempered and was very rough. In reality, it was not suitable for actual combat. Glancing at Ling Yu, Xiao Qin said softly, "Many thanks for your help in the past 10 days. Second question, how much do you know about Lich Fiends, especially that last advanced Lich Fiend?" Ling Yu thought for a while before saying, "Lich Fiends are not very mysterious. There are Lich Fiends in every plane. Some cultivators gather their resentment after they die. When there is enough resentment, it will attach itself to the skeleton and form a Lich Fiend. This is especially so in the human-demon battlefield. Who knows how many demons and cultivators have died in the past thousands of years. It is not strange for Lich Fiends to exist. However, that last advanced Lich Fiend is somewhat ridiculous." Xiao Qin exclaimed softly and asked, "How is it ridiculous?" "It is somewhat ridiculously strong. Advanced Lich Fiends do not have such strength. Furthermore, its aura is very gentle, radiant, and holy. I have never seen such a Lich Fiend before. It was indeed ridiculously strong. It could bring out its mental energy to such a level. Just thinking about it was horrifying. However, there was no need to worry for now. That Lich Fiend would not leave the bottom of the sea. As long as Xiao Qin did not provoke it, it would be fine. In the future, he would not need to use the Lich Fiend to strengthen his mental energy. That kind of untempered mental energy, no matter how much he had, would not be of much use. After wasting 10 days, Xiaochen rested for a while. Then, he stopped hesitating and continued his training. He had to completely grasp that state of massacre. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Perhaps one day, he would become a slave to massacre and be controlled by the strange Scarlet Throne. Xiaochen avoided the other cultivators and carefully chose his opponents along the way. Then, he stopped at a rather desolate place. About 2 kilometers to the north, there was a group of blood demons that had just finished fighting. The human cultivators had suffered a crushing defeat. The group of blood demons was currently enjoying a feast of human flesh. The scene was incredibly cruel. Even though Xiaochen had seen many similar scenes, he still felt sorrowful in his heart. This was probably the most miserable ending for fallen cultivators. Xiaochen closed his eyes and adjusted his emotions. When his mental state returned to normal, he made his move. Life bestowal spell. Xiaochen shouted, and 10 odd figures made of blood quickly appeared on the surface of the water. They looked exactly like humans, there was no difference from the naked eye. Xiaochen was already very familiar with using the life bestowal spell to lure away the demons. Soon, 10 odd high-ranked blood demons chased after him with sinister smiles. 12 high-ranked blood demons should still be within my limits. I can challenge them. Looking at the remaining blood demons, Xiaochen circulated the state of massacre. Then, he grasped the lunar shadow saber and charged at the blood demons. Chapter 5:14. Ka Xie. Xiaochen drew the lunar shadow saber, and a red light flickered. The intense battle started. One high-ranked blood demon was already as strong as a superior grade martial king. 12 high-ranked blood demons would be even harder to deal with than the 9 cultivators that Xiaochen killed earlier. The battle lasted for a long time. In the midst of the intense killing, Xiaochen executed all his martial techniques and movement techniques to their limits. In the end, the battle still could not end. Xiaochen could only bring out his state of massacre to its limits. The boundless desire to massacre dominated his mind once again. Xiaochen's saber techniques immediately turned even sharper. The scarlet eyes of Xiaochen made him look even more like a demon than the demons. Blood continued to flow from the pitch-black saber. Xiaochen's white robes were dyed red once again. When the last high-ranked blood demon died to Xiaochen, countless beams of red light made of killing intent headed for his forehead. The blood pool in the Scarlet Throne also increased rapidly. The bloodlust that had been suppressed for a long time finally erupted. The clash of reason and desire caused Xiaochen to sink into boundless pain once again. The expression on his face was very horrifying. Xiao. A dim light flashed, and Ling Yu appeared. Her pure face instantly turned incredibly bewitching. Her pair of almond eyes bloomed like peach blossoms, tender and alluring. With just one look, one would sink into them. Strangely, the moment Ling Yu appeared, Xiaochen's pain lessened significantly. His eyes also turned from scarlet to scarlet. The desire to kill gradually subsided and was replaced by an instinctive desire. A hazy illusion appeared in Xiaochen's eyes. The Ling Yu before him seemed to become the perfect goddess in his heart. She looked pure and bewitching. She smiled faintly, captivating. With one glance, she looked like the lover that he had waited for many years. This kind of charm technique was not purely a seduction of lust. Instead, it entered the depths of one's heart, stirring the most obscure feeling in the depths. She is the person you are looking for. She is the woman who can accompany you to the end on the path of martial arts. Even if the world changed, even if the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, even if the world changed, even if time passed by, she would still silently accompany you until the end. Such words kept ringing in one's mind, like hypnosis, telling one over and over again to make one believe that it was the truth. There was only one desire in one's heart, and that was to possess her, to possess all of her, her body, her soul, her everything. It was extremely terrifying. Compared to the desire to kill, it was actually not the slightest bit weaker. With his tenacious willpower, Xiaochen tried to resist this temptation and mend his lost soul bit by bit. Seeing that Xiaochen had completely forgotten about his desire to kill, Lin Yu smiled faintly and dispersed her charm technique. She stood calmly in front of Xiaochen. After a long time, Xiaochen opened his eyes. They were incomparably calm as he looked at Lin Yu. He already believed what she had said at the beginning. Only I can bring you back from your lust for slaughter. Xiaochen said calmly, your charm technique seems to have improved. Does it have anything to do with the earlier matter? Naturally, the earlier matter referred to the matter of Lin Yu absorbing the swordsman's yang energy. Lin Yu nodded and did not deny it. Xiaochen looked at Lin Yu and discovered that she had hidden herself even more deeply than he had imagined. He said bluntly, if one day, you do not disperse your charm technique and I fall into it, what will happen? Lin Yu revealed a gentle smile on her pure and fair face. She said ambiguously, who knows? It looks like the spirit blood jade cannot completely control her, Xiaochen thought to himself. If she succeeds in bewitching me, it would be easy for her to escape the spirit blood jade's control. Without saying anything more, Xiaochen refined some water from the Scarlet Sea and casually washed his body. Then, he started his experiential training again. Xiaochen had not truly grasped the state of massacre yet. He needed to fill his mind with the state of massacre but still maintain a calm heart. Only then would he be considered successful. Time slowly went by. The deeper Xiaochen went into the inner area, the stronger the demons he met. Every battle was hair-raising. There were several times when he was severely injured and on the verge of death. He broke through his limits again and again as he hovered on the border of life and death. The scarlet pool in the Scarlet Throne had already turned into a lake of blood. It was many times larger than before. Now, with just a thought, the surging state of massacre would spew out. However, when Xiaochen brought out the state of massacre to its limits, the desire to sink into it became even more berserk. If it were not for Lin Yu's assistance, he might not have been able to hold on. Every day and night, aside from fighting, there was only fighting. There were endless battles, endless massacres. As a result, Xiaochen's combat experience became increasingly rich. In battle, his usage of saber techniques and fist techniques became more flexible. Sometimes, he could even modify some martial techniques to make them more suitable for him. The cruelty of the deep-sea battlefield made Xiaochen's state of mind even more resolute. The cultivators that became food for the demons also pushed him forward continuously. If Xiaochen did not want to become food for the demons, he could only become stronger, stronger, stronger. On this particular day, after Xiaochen finished his battles, Lin Yu pulled him back from the state of massacre and made a request. I do not want to enter the spirit blood jade again. I do not like the environment there. Xiaochen had long since understood that Lin Yu did not like the environment in the spirit blood jade. Back then, when she was severely injured, she still refused to enter. She must have experienced something that caused her to be extremely afraid of that environment. Xiaochen muttered, sure. If you say you do not want to enter, then I will not enter. Lin Yu was somewhat surprised. She had not expected Xiaochen to agree so easily. After all, it would be troublesome for a human to see an Eros demon beside a cultivator. Lin Yu lowered her head and said softly, thank you. Boom. 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 Just at this moment, Xiaochen heard a loud explosion in the distance. Ripples spread out from the surface of the sea. When the ripples reached Xiaochen's feet, a force came from above. Caught off guard, Xiaochen was sent flying. Fortunately, Xiaochen reacted very quickly. He used some force to stand back up, and vital qi came from his feet. When the two forces clashed, they formed a 10-meter-tall wall of water in front of Xiaochen. What a powerful person. Even though the shock waves traveled so far, they are still so strong. That person should have the combat prowess of a great perfection half-step martial monarch, Xiaochen thought to himself. This is not the deepest part of the inner area. It is rare to see such a strong cultivator. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen decided to go over and take a look. After 15 minutes, he saw the scene of the battle with his spiritual sense. A young cultivator in bright yellow robes stood on the Scarlet Sea. He was leading 20-odd winged demons alone. Flaming palm. The young man shouted and sent out thousands of flaming palms. The flaming palms exploded among the group of winged demons, injuring several of them. The thousands of flaming palms exploded and merged into an intense shockwave that spread out in all directions. The ripples that Xiaochen had encountered at the start should have been caused by this move. When Xiaochen saw all this, he was astonished. Even he would not dare to attract so many winged demons at once. At most, 15 winged demons would be his limit. Furthermore, Xiaochen had not expected this person to be so young. This person did not look much older than him, but he was already a half-step martial monarch. His overall combat prowess was comparable to Bai Lishi's. There should not be such a genius among the young cultivators of the four nations. This person should be a genius cultivator of the Great Jin Nation or a local expert of the Boundless Sea. The winged demons flew very fast. After they blocked this attack, they immediately caught up to the young cultivator. If they surrounded him, no matter how high his cultivation was, only death awaited him. The young man did not panic. Ice attributed spiritual energy gathered in his palms. Strands of white cold chi appeared in his palms as he pushed them forward. Bow! Specks of frost spread among the group of winged demons. When the frost touched the bodies of the winged demons, it immediately turned into hard ice, slowing them down. The young cultivator took advantage of this opportunity to retreat. The distance between him and the winged demons increased once more. Then, he executed a group fire-attributed attack. This repeated over and over again. The young cultivator's expression remained calm. Although there were many winged demons, they were all within his control. They could not attack him at all. The young cultivator's martial techniques of the ice and fire attributes were very smooth. When combined with his peak movement technique, it gave the impression that he was toying with the high-ranked winged demons in the palm of his hand. However, Xiaochen knew that this person was playing with fire, dancing on the tip of a knife. If he was not careful, he would immediately die here, becoming food for the winged demons. However, the young cultivator was indeed qualified to dance on the tip of a knife. Perhaps this kind of exciting and stressful game was what he sought. After another 15 minutes, the 30-odd high-ranked winged demons were toyed to death. However, the young cultivator did not seem to suffer any injuries. The yellow-robed cultivator was not in a rush to clean up the battlefield. He looked in the direction of Xiaochen and said softly, "Friend, after watching for so long, do you not intend to show yourself?" The voice was not loud, but Xiaochen, who was a kilometer away, heard it clearly. The other party must have sensed his spiritual sense. The battle had just ended, so this person only had 50% of his strength left. Xiaochen did not need to be afraid. He slowly walked over from a distance and looked at the young man calmly. He said, "I do not have any malicious intent. I am just passing by." The yellow-robed cultivator sized up Xiaochen with his deep eyes. He was not blinded by Xiaochen's cultivation. In Xiaochen's eyes, the yellow-robed cultivator saw a vast, hidden killing intent. There was also the faint hum of a saber. When the yellow-robed cultivator looked back and discovered Leng Yu behind Xiaochen, he frowned slightly. His expression instantly turned cold. Without saying anything, he directly sent a palm strike over. Bang! A huge wave immediately soared up from the Scarlet Sea. Cold chi quickly spread out from the scarlet waves and solidified into a huge scarlet ice palm, pressing towards Xiaochen. The huge scarlet ice palm was more than 500 meters tall. Its 5 fingers were like pillars supporting the sky. The lines on the scarlet palm were clear, and scarlet cold chi spread out from it. Chapter 5:15. The palm pressed down like a small mountain. Waves surged and surged. Before the huge palm, Xiaochen was as insignificant as an ant. Xiaochen had been on guard against that young cultivator. However, he had not expected the other party to execute such a powerful killing move in an instant. This was simply incredible. However, there was no time for Xiao Chen to be shocked or flustered. The cold chi spread out and the huge palm pressed down. The area it covered was so large that Xiao Chen could not retreat. The surging cold chi also interrupted his thoughts of diving to the bottom of the sea. If Xiao Chen dived to the bottom of the sea, the cold chi would freeze him into an ice sculpture, leaving him at the mercy of others. Xiao Chen could not retreat or dodge. In that case, he could only fight. Blood-colored lightning streaked across the pitch-black sky from time to time. A scarlet wukuei grew rapidly above Xiao Chen's head. The instant the scarlet wukuei completely formed, a scarlet light gathered on the tip of Xiao Chen's saber. The light quickly elongated. The instant the huge palm pressed down, it rushed towards the center of the palm. Bang! When Xiao Chen infused his saber intent into the incomparably sharp scarlet saber intent, it became even sharper. This wukuei breaks the heavens was much stronger than before. With a flash of light, a small hole appeared in the center of the palm in an instant. On the blood-colored giant ice palm, a small hole appeared. Cracks spread out on the huge scarlet ice palm. Just as it was about to touch Xiao Chen's head, it shattered and turned into countless scarlet ice shards, filling the air. Rumble. The remnant saber intent shattered the ice shards, turning them into drops of blood and falling to the surface of the sea. Instantly, it looked like a rain of blood fell from the sky where Xiao Chen was. Xiao Chen looked forward and saw that the yellow-robed cultivator had long since disappeared. Along with him were the corpses of the several dozen high-ranked winged demons. Interesting. I was wondering why he dared to clash head-on with me with less than half his essence remaining. Xiao Chen was not afraid of arrogant genius cultivators. No matter how talented such people were, their accomplishments would be limited. What was frightening were geniuses who knew when to advance and when to retreat. Geniuses who would not make a move unless they were confident of winning, and who knew when to advance and when to retreat, would not act rashly. Such people were the most frightening. "Sorry, I have caused you trouble," Ling Yu said softly as she walked over. Ling Yu was the main reason why the other party had suddenly attacked. Seeing that he was so close to the succubus, that person would probably find it hard to believe that he was really just passing by and not here to take advantage of her. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "You don't have to apologize. Unless we enter the human camp, I won't force you unless it's absolutely necessary. If you say you don't want to enter, then I won't." Ling Yu did not understand. Xiao Chen was clearly the kind of person who could clearly calculate the pros and cons of various things. He had always been extremely decisive when doing things. He couldn't understand why he would agree to her outrageous request even though he knew that he would be in trouble. As Xiao Chen looked at the calm scarlet sea before him, he ignored Ling Yu's thoughts. He was still thinking about that young man. Xiao Chen wondered which clan this genius cultivator came from. Indeed, there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the younger generation. In the past, he had been like a frog in a well. Xiao Chen still had a long way to go. In the four nations, his strength might already be at the peak. Aside from the royal court disciples of the various nations, no one else could compare to him. However, when looking at the entire world, not to mention the youths standing at the top of the pyramid in the great Jin nation, there were probably many youths stronger than him in the boundless sea. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed. He felt an extreme sense of danger. He scanned the west with his spiritual sense and saw 10-odd middle-ranked fire demons riding fire clouds flying over quickly. "Quick, let's go. We can't stay here any longer." Xiao Chen did not give Ling Yu a chance to react. He directly picked her up and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, rushing forward. Bang! 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 The moment Xiao Chen's feet left, a huge fireball suddenly landed where he had been standing. The fireball exploded on the Scarlet Sea. A deep, spherical pit immediately appeared on the calm sea. A large amount of seawater instantly evaporated due to the high temperature of the fireball. The surrounding seawater quickly gathered, and a huge whirlpool appeared on the Scarlet Sea. Among the demons, Xiaochen feared the most, it would be the fire demons. Of all the demons, the fire demons had the lowest defense. However, the fire demons' offensive prowess and techniques surpassed all the demons. If 4 or 5 middle-ranked demons attacked, even if Xiaochen did not die, he would be severely injured. After Xiaochen tried out the consequences, he could not be bothered with the fire demons anymore. Without saying anything, he left first, not getting entangled with them. The 10-odd flaming figures rode on the flaming clouds as they chased after Xiaochen. Their attacks rained down relentlessly, causing the seawater behind Xiaochen to churn endlessly, forming waves that soared into the sky. The most annoying thing about the middle-ranked blood demons was that they were very fast. Even though Xiaochen used the blue dragon cloud soaring art, he would not be able to shake them off in a short time. This time, Xiaochen was carrying one person. If he wanted to shake them off, it would take him a long time. Xiaochen continuously scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, trying to find the best route for him to take. This was to avoid running into other demons on the way, which would be even more problematic. Suddenly, Xiaochen revealed a smile. His spiritual sense caught sight of a familiar figure in front. This time, it would not be as troublesome as before. Xiaochen's figure flashed, and his speed increased again. After 7 or 8 minutes, he arrived before that person. "Old Bai, it's been a long time. Help me out." That familiar person was Bai Lishi, who had a full set of medial-grade secret treasures. Xiaochen had not seen him for a long time. At this moment, Bai Lishi had just finished a battle and was happily sweeping the battlefield. He had gained a lot. When Bai Lishi saw Xiaochen's somewhat miserable figure, he stopped what he was doing and laughed loudly. "I just knew that you would not know your limits and run into the inner area. How is it? You ran into trouble, right? At the crucial moment, you still have to watch me, old Bai, make a move." Xiaochen smiled faintly and did not deny it, "That is natural." Bai Lishi turned his head and looked behind Xiaochen. He saw 10-odd fire demons flying through the air, rushing over. Bai Lishi's expression immediately changed. He quickly took a few steps back and said, "Damn it. I knew that you would not come looking for me for anything good. Of all the fire demons, you chose to provoke them." Leng Yu, who was in Xiaochen's embrace, smiled gently at Bai Lishi. She said in a sweet voice, "Big brother, please help me. I beg you." When Bai Lishi heard this, he felt somewhat dizzy. He felt his heart pounding heavily. Unexpectedly, a somewhat shy blush appeared on his coarse face. "I'm afraid of you. I'll help you this time." Bai Lishi did not dare to look Leng Yu in the eye. He gently leaped up and arrived behind Xiaochen. After Xiaochen stood still for a moment, he recovered his wits. "What's wrong with me? These are 10-odd fire demons." However, the situation did not allow Xiaochen to hesitate. The attacks of the fire demons had already covered his head and landed on him in an unending stream. With Bai Lishi's help, Xiaochen quickly pulled himself away. He only stopped after moving more than a kilometer away with Leng Yu. As for Bai Lishi's safety, Xiaochen was not worried. Back then, the dozens of ancient demonic energy cannons of the Black Dragon group could not do anything to him. A mere 10-odd medial-grade fire demons would be even worse. That set of medial-grade secret treasures was not something to be trifled with. At most, he would suffer some physical pain. Bang! 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 Even when Xiaochen stood a kilometer away, he could still hear the endless explosions. The waves from the seawater were more than a kilometer away, but they still reached Xiaochen's feet. After 1 hour, the explosions died down. The seawater stopped churning as well. The battle should be over. Xiaochen released Leng Yu from his embrace and quickly walked forward, arriving at the place where he parted ways with Bai Lishi. Bai Lishi's entire body was charred black, and black smoke came out of his head. He sat on the surface of the sea in a sorry state, panting. 5 or 6 fire demons' corpses floated beside him. The remaining fire demons were nowhere to be seen. Bai Lishi's monstrous defense had frightened them. Bai Lishi was probably the only person in the inner area who could make the fire demons feel so hard to deal with. When Bai Lishi heard Xiao Chen and Leng Yu's footsteps, he stood up and looked at Xiao Chen with an unfriendly expression. Helplessness appeared on his charred face as he said, "Brat, this time, you really caused me trouble." Leng Yu smiled gently and said, "Thank you, big brother." When Bai Lishi saw Leng Yu's smile, he was startled. He quickly said, "Sister, don't smile at me. I can't take it." Leng Yu's slender black tail gave her away. Earlier, she was in Xiao Chen's embrace. Bai Lishi had not seen it clearly, but he did not care. Now that he saw it clearly, he quickly put some distance between them. At the same time, he pulled Xiao Chen to the side and whispered, "I say, you don't seem like someone who indulges in beauty. What's with that Eros demon?" Xiao Chen was not willing to say much. He only explained seriously, "I have my own plans. I will not succumb to it. She has an agreement with me." Bai Lishi waved his hand and said, "I can't be bothered with your matters. I have to go back. First of all, you have to give me the spirit stones to repair the secret treasure now." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I'll go back with you. I have not returned for 3 months. It is time to rest." When Bai Lishi heard this, he looked at Xiao Chen like he was looking at a monster. He had not expected Xiao Chen to not return for 3 months. Knowing that Xiao Chen had returned to the human camp, Leng Yu did not say anything. She turned into a beam of dim light and entered the spirit blood jade. Along the way, Bai Lishi expressed all sorts of astonishment and curiosity at Xiao Chen's experiences. He found it strange that Xiao Chen had not returned to rest even once in 3 months. One had to know that when a person immersed themselves in massacres, their mind would be in a constant state of tension. After a long time, one's mind would become extremely fatigued. A normal person would have to vent their stress. At the very least, they would have to go back once a month. Otherwise, it would be hard to persevere. Xiao Chen did not have any special explanation for this. This was because he did not know the reason either. Perhaps it was because his mental energy was stronger than ordinary people's. Bai Lishi chuckled and said, "You don't have to say anything more. After taking in an Eros demon as a forbidden pet, he can vent whenever he wants. There is no need for him to return to the divine dragon worship." Xiao Chen was speechless. It was not convenient for him to say more about this matter. He could only change the topic. "Is there any news of Big Brother Sun Guangquan?" When Bai Lishi heard this, his expression turned grave. He shook his head and said, "No. This time, that fellow has made up his mind. He will not come out until he becomes a martial monarch. Everyone calls him undefeatable unless he becomes a martial monarch. He has had enough of it." Chapter 5:16. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "How confident are you?" Bai Lishi replied with a sullen expression, "It's hard to say. He already reached peak consummation half-step martial monarch a year ago. He is just short of opening his sea of consciousness. Once his sea of consciousness is formed, he will be able to advance to martial monarch. However, cultivating mental energy is as difficult as ascending to heaven. At least 70% of cultivators fail this hurdle." Xiao Chen had always respected the bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan, as a senior bladesman. Xiao Chen was like a teacher and a friend to Sun Guangquan. Although Xiao Chen had only known Sun Guangquan for a short time, Sun Guangquan had helped Xiao Chen a lot. Xiao Chen could only silently pray for Sun Guangquan, hoping that he could overcome this hurdle and not fall. 4 days later, the two traveled at full speed and left the inner area of the endless battlefield. The 3 outpost islets appeared before everyone's eyes. Many cultivators rested on the outpost islets before preparing to set off again. Xiao Chen sized up the crowd and discovered that many of them were very strong. Furthermore, most of them were young. He felt it was strange. He said, "Why do there seem to be so many new faces?" Bai Lishi nodded and said, "Yes. When I returned 2 months ago, I learned that the Divine Dragon Palace sent invitations to the other 3 boundless seas. Several of the noble clans of the southern boundless sea, the northern boundless sea, and the western boundless sea have sent people over. I heard that the Divine Dragon Palace's Dragon King used the old Dragon King's favor to get these people to come. Xiao Qin still felt suspicious. He said, "It is just a third-grade battlefield. With the Divine Dragon Palace's strength, they can't handle it. You can just send out some martial monarchs to surround and annihilate them." Bai Lishi laughed and said, "Brat, don't oversimplify things. The eastern boundless sea has more than 1/3 grade battlefield. The 4th grade battlefield and the 5th grade battlefield all need martial monarchs to guard them. They cannot leave. Otherwise, there will be big trouble. The 6th grade battlefield is the place that the 4 boundless seas guard together. It is of utmost importance. The Divine Dragon Palace has to send people there. Furthermore, the border between the Divine Dragon Palace and the Black Dragon Group is not peaceful. They need a large number of martial monarchs to guard it. No matter how strong the Divine Dragon Palace is, how many people do you think they can spare?" However, Xiao Chen's frown did not relax. He kept feeling that something was wrong with this 3rd-grade battlefield. However, his knowledge was limited and he could not refute Bai Lishi's words. This time, the 2 of them were going to take a long break. Thus, they didn't stay on the outpost islets and quickly headed for the Divine Dragon warship. After another half a day, the Divine Dragon warship, which looked like a small city, appeared in their sight. The 2 of them could not help but increase their speed again. They finally dared to completely board the Divine Dragon warship before the sky turned dark. The surface area of the giant warship was incomparably huge, comparable to a real small city. The square where Xiao Chen was last time was just the tip of the iceberg. Under Bai Lishi's lead, Xiao Chen passed through building after building. There were tea houses, restaurants, inns, weapon shops, and all sorts of services. It was no different from a regular city. Bai Lishi pointed to a magnificent wooden pavilion and smiled. "That is the Spring Pavilion. It is also the place with the best business." Xiao Chen looked over and discovered that there were many people coming and going at the entrance. Business was booming. After thinking about it, it was not hard to understand. Cultivators who fought for a long time needed a place to relax and vent. Lust was undoubtedly the best way to vent. After making a few turns, Bai Lishi brought Xiao Chen to a vast hall. This place was bustling with people, and the heat was intense. It was even more crowded than the Spring Pavilion. Bai Lishi said softly, "We have arrived. This is the command center of this battlefield. You can exchange your points for all sorts of things here. Let's go in." The 2 of them followed the crowd in. The hall did not have many extravagant decorations, it was very simple and unadorned. A flickering jade wall stood in the center of the hall. A large number of people gathered in front of the jade wall, discussing in soft voices. The Southern Sea's 4 heroes are indeed very strong. They have only been in this battlefield for 2 months, and they have already made it into the top 20. The Western Sea's 7 knights and the Northern Sea's 4 young masters are pretty strong as well. They managed to make it into the top 20 easily as well. These people practically occupy the top 20 spots. These people are the young experts of the Boundless Sea. They have participated in a few battlefield experiential trials. It is not surprising that they have such results. There are also experts from other places. The Great Jin Nation's Evil Moon Pavilion's Bai Zhan is very powerful. He has always been in the top 3 and has never fallen from the top. Ha ha! You also know that he is from the Great Jin Nation. How can he not be strong? At such a young age, he is already a small perfection half-step martial monarch. His raging ice flame palm is very refined, very horrifying. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but be slightly stunned. He asked Bai Lishi, "What is that place? It seems like it is very lively there." Bai Lishi felt somewhat pleased as he said, "That is the point ranking. There is a formation on the jade wall that is connected to the jade pendant in our hands. As long as our points increase, it will immediately appear on the wall. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. No wonder the discussion was so intense. Since ancient times, there has been no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. Regardless of where one was, there was always a need to compete. I wonder what my ranking will be. Will I be able to make it into the top 20? Bai Lishi continued, this can be considered a small ruse by the Divine Dragon Palace to motivate everyone. The top 20 will obtain a corresponding reward. Furthermore, the rewards seem to be rather precious. Xiao Chen found this strange. He said, this rule is not very appropriate. Are they not afraid of people cheating? If a half-step martial monarch went to the periphery to kill demons, their points would increase explosively. Bai Lishi laughed and said, that is true. However, do you think that is possible? Would you purposely go to the periphery to kill low-ranked demons for the sake of ranking? Xiao Chen shook his head, indicating that he would not. He was here mainly to temper his killing chi. He wanted to comprehend saber techniques between life and death and raise his cultivation. How could he waste time for the so-called rewards? I understand now. This rule seems casual, but no one would waste time purposely raising their ranking. However, what is your ranking? Did you see my ranking? Xiao Chen asked after he understood. The cocky expression on Bai Lishi's face deepened. He chuckled and said, I am untalented. I happen to be ranked 10th. I am also the only cultivator from the 4 nations to rank in the top 10. As for your ranking, haha. I looked up 2 months ago. It seems to be around the top 500. 2 months ago, Xiao Chen happened to be with Wu Quan and the others. At that time, he had been focused on observing the characteristics of the demons. He had not killed many demons, so it was not surprising that he had such a ranking. Seeing Xiao Chen remain silent, Bai Lishi patted his shoulder and said, don't be disheartened. You are alone. You will not be able to compete with me. Ranking 500 is already pretty good. Right now, there is an endless stream of people rushing over from the battlefield. There are at least 5,000 or 6,000 of them. At the very least, you will be able to suppress most of them. Come, I'll bring you to exchange your points. Tonight, I'll bring you to the spring brothel. It's my treat. Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything as he followed Bai Lishi. There was an independent hall in the Great Hall. The words, exchange room, were written on the door. That was the place to exchange points for spirit stones, spirit weapons, secret treasures, and all sorts of medicinal pills. The door was tightly shut. As only one person could enter at a time, there was a very long queue. No one had any special privileges, so they could only wait quietly. Xiao Chen had always been very patient. As he waited, he took the opportunity to size up the cultivators in the Great Hall. He did not feel bored. However, Bai Lishi was not as patient. When he saw the points on the jade pendant, he hated that he could not rush in immediately. Seeing Bai Lishi so impatient, Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity, Old Bai, how many points do you have? Why are you so excited? Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, not much, not much. Just slightly more than 3,000 points. This is already my 3rd time exchanging. The moment Bai Lishi said that, the surrounding people immediately cast envious gazes at him. Obtaining more than 2,000 points by himself, and this was his 3rd time, was already a large sum. Some people recognized Bai Lishi and started discussing him in soft voices. This made Bai Lishi feel very carefree. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to look at his own points. When he heard what Bai Lishi said, he took out his jade pendant. He saw that the back of the jade pendant was filled with countless black dots. A rough count gave at least 10,000 points. In the time it took to brew a few cups of tea, it was Bai Lishi's turn. Bai Lishi smiled at Xiao Chen and said, I'll go in first. I'll wait for you to come out later. Hee hee. I'll treat you to some meat tonight. Bai Lishi had been here twice already, so he was familiar with the exchange process. Xiao Chen did not have to wait for long before Bai Lishi walked out excitedly. He had a carefree smile on his face. 1 point can be exchanged for 10 medial grade spirit stones. 10 points can be exchanged for 1 superior grade spirit stone. This person obtained 3,000 points in one go. No wonder he is smiling so happily. Ha ha. The benefits of having 3,000 points are not worth it. The more points one has, the more good things one can obtain in one go. When the people behind Xiaoqin saw the smile on Bai Lishi's face, they all felt envious. They had not even obtained 3,000 points in the past few months. After exchanging twice, Bai Lishi was still able to obtain more than 3,000 points. This was indeed heaven-defying. They could not help but feel envious. Filled with anticipation, Xiaoqin pushed the door open and entered the exchange room. The room wasn't big, but it was well organized. There were rows of shelves on the 4 walls, and there were many compartments on the shelves. There were many treasures that were rarely seen. There were high-ranked spirit weapons, earth-ranked cultivation techniques and martial techniques, all sorts of natural treasures, spirit pills, and miraculous medicines. There were also some rare minerals that could only be found at the bottom of the sea, frost iron, demonic crystals, purple silver, essence gold, brilliant white steel, tidal jade, deep-sea blood fiend stone, and many more. A long table made of white jade sat in the middle. 4 old men wearing purple robes with golden embroidery sat behind the table. They all had deep breaths and flourished qi and blood. When Xiaoqin checked them, he found that they were great perfection half-step martial monarchs. The old man sitting in the middle had white hair and eyebrows. He had a peaceful expression. 4 azure flood dragons were embroidered on his purple robes, bearing their fangs and claws. He seemed to be a peak consummation half-step martial monarch. Chapter 5:17. The white-haired old man looked at Xiaoqin and smiled gently. Little friend, please have a seat. This must be your first time exchanging, right? If you have any questions, you can just ask me. Don't worry about not having enough time. Xiaoqin sat across from the jade table and looked at the old man. He said, Many thanks, senior. This is my jade pendant. This junior is Xiaoqin. The old man received the jade pendant that Xiaoqin handed over. When he saw the points on it, he could not help but feel astonished. 14,000 points. The old man muttered to himself, Xiaoqin. I don't think I've heard of this name before. There was no noble clan with the surname Xiao in the 4 seas. There did not seem to be a Xiao clan in the Great Jin nation either. The few super sects had never heard of any inheritors with the surname Xiao. However, the points that Xiaoqin obtained were comparable to the noble clans of the Boundless Sea and the Evil Moon Pavilions by Zhan. However, the white-haired old man had seen many such hidden geniuses in his life. Although he was astonished, he did not find it too strange. The white-haired old man handed the jade pendant in his hand to the 3 old men beside him. They verified the points on the jade pendant and verified its authenticity. Let me explain the rules of the exchange first. 1 point can be exchanged for 10 medial grade spirit stones. 10 points can be exchanged for 1 superior grade spirit stone. That is the exchange of spirit stones. As for the other items, there is a form here. You can take a look. Xiaoqin received the form and looked at it carefully. He discovered that the items in the form were all the treasures on the surrounding shelves. The points required for each treasure were written at the back. After looking through it carefully a few times, Xiaoqin had a rough idea. He did not need medial grade spirit stones now. He still had 2 million in his universe ring. What he needed more were superior grade spirit stones. If he wanted to maintain a fast cultivation speed after he became a martial monarch, he would need to expend a large number of superior grade spirit stones. This was considered saving for a rainy day. Aside from this, some spirit herbs that increased vital qi were also necessary items. Currently, Xiaoqian's pure vital qi was already 400,000 kilograms of force. After he reached great perfection of the firmament body tempering art, he should be able to achieve 500,000 kilograms of force. At that time, he would need to use spirit medicines to break through to 1,000,000 gene. Spirit medicines that were more than 1,000 years old would not be of much use to him. Only those that were more than 2,000 years old would have an effect. Just as Xiao Chen was about to make his exchange, he suddenly noticed something. Inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, 1,000 points each. After a pause, Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he faced the old man in front and asked, "Senior, can you show me this inferior grade spirit gathering pearl? It's a small matter. Whatever you want to exchange, you can take a look at the goods in advance." The white-haired old man nodded and waved his hand. A brocade box flew down from the shelf behind Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen opened the brocade box and immediately revealed 4 round white pearls filled with spiritual energy. These were the inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, it was as he had guessed. He also had 2 white spirit gathering pearls. Although he could feel the vast spiritual energy contained in them, he did not know what they were or what they were. Hence, he had never had the chance to use them. Unexpectedly, he found them here. The white-haired old man explained, "Spirit-gathering pearls are condensed by a martial sage powerhouse from thousands upon thousands of spirit stones by exhausting their own source energy. Naturally, those condensed from inferior-grade spirit stones are inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls, those condensed from medial-grade spirit stones are medial-grade spirit-gathering pearls, and those condensed from superior-grade spirit stones are superior-grade spirit-gathering pearls. The higher the grade, the more source energy will be exhausted. Most martial sages are not willing to condense spirit-gathering pearls above medial grade. The exhaustion of source energy was different from the exhaustion of essence. Normally, spirit stones and medicinal pills could quickly replenish the depletion of source energy. However, if one's source energy was depleted, they would need at least a month to replenish it, perhaps even longer. This showed the preciousness of spirit-gathering pearls. They were condensed by a bona fide martial sage's source energy. How could they not be precious? Xiao Chen asked joyfully, "What are the uses of these spirit-gathering pearls? How do I use them? What do I need to pay attention to? Senior, can you give me some pointers?" The white-haired old man smiled and said, "It can't be considered pointers. Let me explain it simply. Spirit-gathering pearls are similar to spirit stones, they are used to assist cultivators in their cultivation. However, the effects of spirit-gathering pearls are much better. One inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearl is equivalent to several hundred superior-grade spirit stones. However, because the essence contained in the spirit-gathering pearl is too vast, cultivators below martial monarch cannot use it to cultivate normally. Otherwise, it will burst through the cultivator's dantian in an instant. However, it is good for breaking through bottlenecks. With the surging power of a river, one can break through the dam in an instant. When using it, place it on the Tianmen acupoint on the top of your head and use your pure yang energy to refine it into liquid. Then, let it flow into your body. Do not consume it. Otherwise, no matter how tough your body is, it will explode in an instant." After hearing the old man's explanation, Xiao Chen knew what he needed. He used 10,000 points to exchange for 10 spirit-gathering pearls. Then, he used the remaining 5,000 points to exchange for a 3,000-year-old monarch blood grass. The old man reminded Xiao Chen, "Little friend, with your current cultivation, you can use at most 5 spirit-gathering pearls. It would be a waste to exchange for so many." Xiao Chen thanked the other party for the reminder. However, he still insisted on exchanging for 10 spirit-gathering pearls. He was very clear about his own situation. Xiao Chen cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Furthermore, he had established a strong foundation when he broke through to Martial King. His cultivation could not be compared to that of an ordinary person. When Bai Lishi, who had been waiting outside for a long time, saw Xiao Chen come out, he immediately went over with a smile. "Xiao Chen, let's go. I'll bring you to see the point ranking. Let's see if your elder brother has improved." Xiao Chen did not really want to go. He had just obtained the spirit-gathering pearls and was in a rush to test their effects. However, he could not resist Bai Lishi's enthusiasm, so he could only follow. Bai Lishi parted the crowd excitedly. He was tall and strong, no one could compete with him. Soon, he pushed his way to the front. Bai Lishi ignored the dissatisfaction of the others and excitedly looked for his name. His name was near the front, so he found it immediately. However, the smile on his face froze. Bai Lishi's name was ranked 11th on the Jade Wall. As for Xiao Chen, he was just ahead of him, ranked 10th. Damn it! How can this be? Bai Lishi was dumbfounded. Originally, he thought he would be able to suppress Xiao Chen. Who knew, Xiao Chen would surpass him without saying anything. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had snatched Bai Lishi's place from the top 10, pushing him out. Xiao Chen had not expected to be able to rank 10th. He felt surprised as well. However, he did not care too much about it. The point ranking was not a ranking of strength. The true experts faced the peak demons on the islands in the core region. It was extremely difficult to kill them. They could not even rank within the top 100 of the point ranking. However, no one would deny their strength. The ones at the top of the point ranking were all cultivators in the inner area. When these people worked in teams, they could achieve an effect that was greater than the sum of their parts. When Xiao Chen looked at the top of the point ranking, he saw a name that he was not familiar with. After asking around, he found out who it was. That was the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Xianyuan Zhantian. Since the point ranking began, he had been ranked first. In the past 3 months, more than 20,000 demons had died at his hands. As Xiao Chen continued looking, he found that the top 10 were all unfamiliar names. They should be the young cultivators of the boundless sea. However, the person in third place, Bai Zhan, attracted Xiao Chen's attention. Earlier, he had heard someone say that this person's raging flame frost palm was very refined. This was very similar to the yellow-robed cultivator that Xiao Chen met. If that was the case, then this would be interesting. The Evil Moon Pavilion's Bai Zhan. Xie Ziyuan was the second disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion's pavilion master. This Bai Zhan was even stronger than him. He should be his senior brother. Xiao Chen wondered if this person was aware of the grudge between him and the Evil Moon Pavilion. If he was, it would be hard to avoid trouble. Xianyuan Zhantian is back. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out in the hall. Everyone turned around and saw a young man wearing purple armor and a purple dragon cloak on his back walking in from the entrance of the hall. This person was no older than 20. He had handsome facial features and an oppressive aura gathered on his face. His eyes contained a hint of arrogance as he walked with a majestic gait. When this person arrived in front of the point ranking, the surrounding crowd immediately parted for him. He glanced at the point ranking and saw the 4 words, Xianyuan Zhantian, at the top of the point ranking. Xianyuan Zhantian's expression was neither complacent nor conceited. It was as if everything was as it should be, as if the first place was prepared for him. When Xiao Chen felt this person's aura, he felt astonished. This person was actually a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Xiao Chen wondered how this person cultivated. In terms of combat prowess, he was probably stronger than Bai Lishi. Ha ha! Xianyuan Zhantian, no matter how you look at it, you will not be able to maintain the first rank for long. Who was so bold to speak to Xianyuan Zhantian like that? Everyone could not help but feel curious. Xianyuan Zhantian was a true inheritor of the Divine Dragon Palace. As long as he did not fall, he would be the next master of the Divine Dragon Palace. Half of the Eastern Sea would have to listen to him. When everyone looked up, they saw 4 youths wearing red, blue, green, and purple robes standing in a row at the entrance of the hall. They all had impressive appearances and were extraordinarily handsome. Unexpectedly, they were all small perfection half-step martial monarchs. Of the 4, the second from the left was the youth in azure robes. He was the most extraordinary. Like Xianyuan Zhantian, he was also a great perfection half-step martial monarch. The person who spoke earlier was this youth in azure robes. He looked at Xianyuan Zhantian mockingly. So, it is the Northern Sea's 4 young masters. No wonder they dare to challenge Xianyuan Zhantian. The 4 of them are qualified to do so. The Northern Sea's boundless sea is controlled by the 4 noble clans. These 4 people are the scions of their respective clans. In the future, they will be the rulers of the Northern Sea. They are Xianyuan Zhantian's competitors. The people in the surroundings who understood the situation discussed in whispers. Their gazes were filled with interest. When the outstanding talents of the 2 clans met, there might be a fierce battle in the hall. However, what surprised everyone was that the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Xianyuan Zhantian, did not even look at the green-robed young master's mockery. Xianyuan Zhantian only said indifferently, "If you have the ability, then take it." However, do you have the ability? Chapter 5:18. After the green-robed young master spoke, he laughed loudly and headed for the exchange room. He only showed his back to the green-robed young master, completely ignoring him. This angered the green-robed young master. He clenched his fist tightly, and his complexion turned ashen. He felt powerless but helpless. The purple-robed young master consoled the green-robed young master, "Big brother, just ignore him. You just advanced to great perfection half-step martial monarch. It is not too late to fight him after some time." The green-robed young master's gaze turned cold as he said, "This fellow is still as arrogant as ever. Does he really think that the Divine Dragon Palace is still the same as it was 5,000 years ago? Sooner or later, I will make him kneel and beg for mercy." Ha ha! Young master, stop boasting. You already lost to Xianyuan Zhantian once. You can forget about making a comeback in this lifetime. 7 youths wearing the same golden battle armor arrived at the entrance. They all had golden swords hanging at their waists. The 7 of them stood at the entrance together. The light in the hall was dazzling and dazzling. It seemed like the light in the hall was brighter because of these 7 people. The Western Sea's 7 knights are here as well. This is going to be very lively. We are still missing the Southern Sea's 4 heroes. If they really arrived, all the outstanding talents of the Boundless Sea's younger generation would be defeated. As the crowd discussed, 4 youths slowly walked in from a side door of the hall. There were both men and women. The 4 of them were very low profile. They did not look at the point ranking in the center and headed straight for the exchange room. However, the strong auras of the 4 could not be hidden from the cultivators in the hall. It really is the Southern Sea's 4 heroes. All the outstanding talents of the Boundless Sea's younger generation are here. The atmosphere between the Northern Sea's 4 young masters and the Western Sea's 7 heroes was not friendly. However, the green-robed young master endured it in the end. He looked coldly at the leader of the 7 before heading for the exchange room as well. Unexpectedly, there were so many strong geniuses in the Boundless Sea. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers everywhere. They were much stronger than the youths of the 4 nations. With such strength, probably only the peak geniuses of the Great Gene Nation could compare to them. There is still a gap between me and them. However, this is just the beginning. As long as I am not a martial monarch, I can hold my own against them. From these people, Xiaoqin could see the gap between them. However, he did not feel discouraged. His blood surged with fighting spirit, his ambition undying. However, these people had all returned from the battlefield at the same time. It was a little strange, and it was hard to describe it as a coincidence. Bai Lishi had already recovered from his earlier disappointment. When he saw Xiao Chen's solemn expression, he thought that these people had overshadowed him, causing him to be depressed. Xiao Chen consoled, "Don't overthink. In the ancient desolate land, you are the center of attention. However, in the Boundless Sea, you are nothing." Ever since the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the 9 dragon veins left the Tianwu continent. Aside from the Great Gene Nation, the spiritual energy of the other nations is not very good. The spiritual energy of the Endless Sea hasn't changed much since ancient times. In addition, these guys all have super forces behind them. They grew up eating heavenly treasures, so the treasures they have are stronger than yours. As the saying goes, they eat better than you, dress better than you, and live in better places. Furthermore, this is the era of geniuses. Their talents are not bad either. It is reasonable that they are stronger than you now. However, this is just the beginning. You still have a chance to catch up to peak martial monarchs. Once you become a martial monarch, you will all be on the same starting line. Xiaoqin smiled helplessly to himself. Although Bai Lishi liked to show off occasionally, he was still a friend in the end. Thank you. However, I really do not care about this. Don't you think that it is too much of a coincidence for these people to return at the same time? When Bai Lishi heard this, he was stunned. Coincidence? What coincidence? Right after Bai Lishi spoke, he thought about it and understood what Xiaoqin meant. Unless they had no other choice, no one would return to the main camp during the experiential training on the battlefield. They could settle some minor matters on the outpost islets. There was no pattern to when they would return. However, today, the outstanding talents of the Boundless Sea all returned on the same day as if they had discussed it beforehand. This was indeed too much of a coincidence. Xiaoqin continued, there is no harm in being prepared. Let's not go out for the next few days. At the very least, we can only leave after all these people have left. The two chatted for a while before they took their leave. Bai Lishi wanted to repair his secret treasure and Xiaoqin wanted to find a place to test out the power of the spirit-gathering pearls. Xiaoqin left the hall. Not long after, he ran into someone. He could not help but stop. It was the yellow-robed cultivator that he met a few days ago. When the yellow-robed cultivator saw Xiaoqin coming out of the hall, his expression froze. The Evil Moon Pavilion's Baijian. The white-robed bladesman, Xiaoqin. The two exchanged glances before asking probingly at the same time. It looked like while Xiaoqin was trying to figure out the other party's identity, the yellow-robed cultivator was trying to figure out Xiaoqian's identity as well. The yellow-robed cultivator, Baijian, smiled gently and said, if I could confirm your identity back then, you would not be standing here now. Baijian's tone was calm, and his expression was gentle. However, the meaning behind his words was overbearing. He did not care about Xiaoqin at all. It was like he could squash Xiaoqin to death at any moment. Xiaoqin retorted with a smile, back then, your movement technique was excellent as well. You came and went without a trace. You have already grasped the essence of leaving no trace. Naturally, Baijian could tell that Xiaoqin was mocking him for being cowardly and running away without a fight. Baijian's lips curled up in a smile. He said indifferently, good luck. You had best not run into me on the battlefield. The pavilion master already gave the order. If I do not kill you, I will not be able to obtain the position of pavilion master. Although I don't care about the position of pavilion master, I don't mind using your head to repay his kindness. After Baijian spoke, he flicked his sleeves and leaped over Xiaoqian's body, heading for the palace doors with large strides. Baijian was a small perfection half-step martial monarch. However, the combat prowess he displayed could rival that of a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Baijian's martial technique, which was an extreme attribute of ice and fire, inspired fear in others. The most important thing was that this person was very cautious. He had thought things through, knew when to advance and retreat, and knew how to endure. It would be fine if Baijian did not make a move. Once he made a move, he would be confident of victory. Xiaoqin compared his own strength with Baijian's. He discovered that Baijian's overall combat prowess was much stronger than his. At the very least, Xiaoqin would not dare to fight against 20-odd high-ranked winged demons at the same time. Being targeted by this person would be problematic. Xiaoqin had to quickly raise his cultivation to superior grade martial king. Otherwise, he would only have a 40% chance of victory. After leaving the palace, Xiaoqin spent a large sum of money to find a secluded courtyard on the divine dragon warship, far away from the crowd. Xiao. When Xiaoqin arrived at the courtyard, Ling Yu immediately rushed out of the spirit blood jade. Xiaoqin pointed to a side room and said, you can stay there for the next few days. I will not be going out in the short term. Ling Yu thanked Xiaochen. After that, she said, that person is much stronger than you. Although he looked casual, he is actually determined to kill you. You must be careful of this person. The Eros demons were good at reading people's hearts. Outside the palace, Baijian spoke casually. The smile on his face never faded. However, the killing intent hidden in his heart could not be hidden from a high-ranked demon like Ling Yu. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, I always know my limits. He is very strong, but he is not strong enough to make me stay. You don't have to bother about this. Ling Yu felt the confidence in Xiaochen's words. She did not say anything more and headed to her room. In her room, Xiaochen took out 12 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls from his universe ring and placed them on the wooden table. Finally, he took out 2 blue spirit-gathering pearls. He had obtained the blue spirit-gathering pearls from the Savannah King's burial goods. When he placed the white spirit-gathering pearls next to the blue spirit-gathering pearls, it was clear who was superior. Be it the color or the spiritual energy they contained, they were far inferior. They were clearly not of the same grade. Xiaochen played with the 2 blue spirit-gathering pearls in his hand for a while before putting them away. Xiaochen thought to himself, the blue spirit-gathering pearls should be superior grade. However, now is not the time to use them. Let's test the might of the white spirit-gathering pearls first. Xiaochen took out a white spirit-gathering pearl and carefully placed it on the Tianmen acupoint on his head. Then, he sat cross-legged on a prayer mat. Although the white-haired old man from the Divine Dragon Palace said that those below Martial Monarch could not use the spirit-gathering pearls to cultivate, Xiaochen believed that his situation was special and that there should not be any problems. Xiaochen had been stuck at peak medial-grade Martial King for a long time. If his cultivation was compared to a bottle, this bottle was constantly expanding. Xiaochen consumed more than 20 medial-grade spirit stones every day. Coupled with the heaven-ranked cultivation technique and the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer, his cultivation speed was very fast. However, he had not reached the bottleneck of medial-grade Martial King. The bottle continued to expand. Xiaochen could still advance further as a medial-grade Martial King. This was a blessing. If others had Xiaochen's cultivation, they would have already advanced to peak superior grade Martial King long ago. However, Xiaochen was still climbing step by step as a medial-grade Martial King. He could not see the end point, it was so far away. With such a large foundation, once Xiaochen advanced to half-step Martial Monarch, even the older generation experts who had been stuck at half-step Martial Monarchs for decades would not have any advantage over him. It is time to use a strong medicine. Even if there are risks, I have to bear them. I do not have time to stay here any longer. Those outstanding talents of the boundless sea are all stronger than me. Baijian is also eyeing me like a tiger waiting to take my life. I already have no way out. I have to charge forward. I have to keep charging forward. After Xiaochen made up his mind, he steeled himself. He no longer hesitated. He closed his eyes and circulated his lightning-attributed pure yang-attributed energy above his head. Who? As time went by, strands of white smoke came out of Xiaochen's head. The white spirit-gathering pearl finally started to melt. Xiaochen remained calm. He was not in a rush to let the white liquid flow into his body. He sent out some essence and let the white liquid float quietly above his head. Chapter 5:19. After 1 hour, the spirit-gathering pearl turned into a ball of liquid flickering with spiritual light. It floated quietly above Xiaochen's head. Some of the spiritual energy leaking out of the spiritual liquid turned into a white mist, spreading throughout Xiaochen's room. A fragrance immediately assaulted the nose. The spiritual light was very moving. With just a gentle sniff, one would feel refreshed and refreshed. Xiaochen carefully extracted a grain-sized drop of spiritual liquid from the glowing spiritual liquid. Then, he dripped it into his Tianmen acupoint. Xiaochen had to be bold and careful in everything he did. He could not act rashly because of lofty aspirations. He could not think that he had the halo of a main character and could never die. Xiao Chen's dantian, the Chanzhong acupoint on his chest, and the Tianmen acupoint on his head formed a central axis, separating his body into two. That was the most important of the 9 main meridians. Boom! The moment the grain-sized drop of spiritual liquid came into contact with Xiao Chen's scalp, it immediately poured into the acupoint and turned into a ferocious flood. It was like a waterfall falling from the 9 heavens. It passed through the Tianmen acupoint and the Chanzhong acupoint, carrying 5 tons of force as it entered the dantian. The energy contained in the spiritual liquid was too vast. The speed at which it fell was very fast. Xiao Chen did not have time to react at all. He immediately felt panic in his heart. The qi whirlpool in his dantian was like a small pebble under a waterfall. When the spiritual energy fell, it gave off a loud sound. Xiao Chen's internal organs immediately turned upside down, his heart was in intense pain. Pu ci. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and vomited a large mouthful of blood. He had been caught off guard and was significantly injured. That was not all. The essence controlling the spiritual liquid also lost its air for a short period of time. It instantly poured into Xiao Chen's body. The energy of the grain-sized drop of spiritual liquid was extremely horrifying. Xiao Chen found it hard to endure. When this large ball of spiritual liquid fell, it was like the water of an entire river poured in. It was more than 100 times more powerful than any waterfall. The energy fluctuations generated by the explosion were enough to blast Xiao Chen to pieces from the inside, killing him without a burial. The situation suddenly became very dangerous. As long as that ball of spiritual liquid fell into the cyclone, it would definitely cause an explosion, and Xiao Chen would definitely die. Bang! The spirit liquid landed on the cyclone and a loud bang echoed inside Xiao Chen's body. At this moment, the purple spirit liquid inside the cyclone completely exploded. The purple liquid was the essence cultivation Xiao Chen had cultivated over the years. In terms of power and storage capacity, it was even larger than the white liquid. The 2 types of spiritual liquids converged in an instant and surged wildly in Xiao Chen's body. They were like wild horses that had lost control. This caused Xiao Chen's already injured lungs to become even more injured. If this terrifying energy could not find a place to vent, it would directly blow up Xiao Chen's body. I can't die. Xiao Chen did not lose all hope. At this critical moment of life and death, his mind was incredibly calm. The 12 acupoints on his left and right arms that could close freely were quickly opened. The wild horse-like energy in Xiao Chen's body found an outlet to vent and immediately surged out from his arms. Boom! 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 24 streams of dragon-shaped qi came out from the acupoints. Amidst the dragon roars, the 24 streams of qi immediately blasted Xiao Chen's room into fragments. Then, the fragments turned into dust. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately, he felt a boundless pain and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen, who was extremely pale, could no longer hold on and fainted. Xiao! The instant the dragon qi appeared, Leng Yu, who was in the side room, felt an intense aura. At the same time, she felt an intense pain in her chest. This was something that would happen when the master of the spirit blood jade was in a life-or-death situation. Leng Yu rushed out and headed for Xiao Chen's room. However, just as Leng Yu reached the door, she saw 24 blue dragons come out from the room. Xiao Chen's room immediately turned into dust. An intense shock wave surged over and Leng Yu quickly leaped up. When she landed, the entire courtyard no longer existed, it had been reduced to rubble. When Leng Yu found Xiao Chen's body in the rubble and saw the spirit-gathering pearls scattered on the ground, her expression changed greatly. She said with some resentment, a martial monarch already refined his essence into quintessence. That is why he dared to use the spirit-gathering pearls. This fellow is really suicidal. Even if he wanted to use it, he should have told me first. Boom! At this moment, a wooden coffin slowly rose from the ruins of the courtyard, and the lid of the coffin fell down. The scarred man walked out and looked at the unconscious Xiao Chen. He smiled sinisterly and said, I originally thought I would have to put in a lot of effort. I did not expect things to be so simple. Ling Yu turned her head and looked at the scarred man slowly walking out of the rubble. Her expression did not change much. In the inner area of the battlefield, Xiao Chen frequently met with cultivators who wanted to target him. After he crippled these people, Xiao Chen handed them over to Ling Yu to deal with. After absorbing the yang essence of so many cultivators, Ling Yu had already recovered some of her strength. She would not be like when she met the middle-aged swordsman, where her charm technique broke and she lost all her combat prowess. Hey! Suddenly, Ling Yu felt the aura of a demonic spirit from the scarred man. She muttered, it is actually someone from the Dark Church. The scarred man looked at Ling Yu. Originally, he did not pay much attention to her. However, when he saw the slender tail behind her, he could not help but frown. This brat actually has an Eros demon by his side. The Dark Church was founded on demons. Naturally, they worshipped the demon god of the deep abyss. Even now, it was still the same. Every person who joined the Dark Church had to place their mental imprint on the demon god statue and swear on their heart demons to be loyal to the demon god for life. Only by doing this could one turn their martial spirit into a demonic spirit and obtain great strength. At the same time, they could learn the demonic race's martial techniques and martial techniques. Of course, cultivators with naturally mutated martial spirits did not count. However, the scarred man was not one of them. Hence, he placed his mental imprint on the demon god statue. He had to be loyal to the demon god. One of the rules was not to kill demons. If he killed demons, he would be disloyal to the demon god and would suffer the backlash of his heart demons. Back then, when the scarred man swore on his heart demons, he did not care too much. After all, the demonic calamity had passed many years ago. Demons were very far away from him. Such rules were useless to him. However, he did not expect that the person the vice sect master wanted to kill today would have an Eros demon by his side. After thinking for a long time, the scarred man looked at Ling Yu and said expressionlessly, move aside. Don't block me from doing what I want to do. Although I cannot kill you, I can still severely injure you. The scarred man did not have any true loyalty to the demon god. He was only doing this for the sake of gaining strength. He did not have any respect for demons, he only found them troublesome. Ling Yu smiled gently and said in a gentle voice, no. These were just 3 simple words. However, when Ling Yu said them, they sounded very flirtatious. Even the resolute scarred man felt somewhat dazed. The scarred man steeled his resolve and got rid of that daze. He said coldly, good. You actually dared to use a charm technique on me. In that case, you were the one who made the first move. If I accidentally killed you, you will be fine. The scarred man had a demonic spirit and was very strong. He was also a half-step martial monarch. However, with his demonic spirit, he could rival a human Tianwu realm cultivator. A regular half-step martial monarch would not be a match for him. Hence, the scarred man thought very highly of himself. He did not care about Xiao Chen at all. The Eros demon did not care about him at all. The corners of Ling Yu's lips curled up slightly. When she saw the wooden coffin behind the scarred man, she had a playful expression on her face. She smiled and said, I wonder which layer of the coffin evasion technique you have cultivated to. I hope you can still return. After she spoke, she started to form complicated and ancient hand seals. Her expression turned very grave and the purple mark on her forehead glowed. An ancient and distant aura spread out from her body. The scarred man felt an indescribable sense of danger. He quickly took 3 steps back and formed hand seals as well. 8 wooden coffins slowly rose from the courtyard. The wooden coffins contained rank 4 demonic corpses specially refined by the Dark Church. A rank 4 demonic corpse was strong enough to fight a peak superior grade martial king. Furthermore, the corpses were specially tempered. Ordinary martial techniques would not be able to harm the demonic corpses. With 8 demonic corpses, the scarred man could find an opportunity to kill a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Leng Yu completed her hand seals before the scarred man could. A dazzling purple mark appeared between her palms and she pushed it forward. The purple seal exploded, forming a formation with many complicated lines in the air above the courtyard. The formation glowed with a purple light, enveloping the knife-scarred man and the 8 wooden coffins within it. The scarred man's expression changed drastically. He said in astonishment, "This is the great exorcism mark, a high-ranked martial technique of the demon race. How can an insignificant Eros demon like you grasp it?" Before he finished speaking, the light on the spirit formation grew even more dazzling. When the light reached its peak, the spirit formation began to emit even more dazzling light. When the light reached its peak, the 8 wooden coffins, which had only appeared halfway, all retreated. A strong suction came from the scarred man's wooden coffin, trying to suck him back in. That suction was incredibly strong, comparable to a strong wind. The scarred man's face was filled with dissatisfaction. He half knelt on the ground and stabbed his fingers into the ground. Chi! Chi! However, he still could not resist the suction. His 10 fingers left long marks on the ground. The scarred man's expression became even more horrified. The exorcism mark could knock a demon back into the demonic world. There were 18 layers of the demonic world. No matter which layer the scarred man entered, he would not have a good time in the future. Although the scarred man had joined the Dark Church, he was still a human. He still wanted to enjoy the colorful world of humans. How could he get used to it after entering the demonic world? Furthermore, every layer of the demonic world was filled with danger. As a human, it would be difficult for the scarred man to establish himself. However, no matter how much the scarred man resisted, it was to no avail. The light of the formation became even more dazzling. In the end, the scarred man could no longer resist and was pulled back into the wooden coffin. Pa! The coffin lid on the ground instantly closed. Leng Yu pointed at the air and the purple great exorcism mark immediately pressed down on the wooden coffin. The formation caused the wooden coffin to vanish into the rubble of the courtyard. After doing all this, Leng Yu looked at the 10 finger marks on the ground. She rolled her eyes and rubbed the finger marks, making everything in the courtyard look exactly the same as when it was in ruins. Chapter 520. 3 days later, Xiao Chen, who was lying on the ground, finally woke up. Cough! Cough! Xiao Chen opened his eyes weakly and coughed violently a few times. Then, he struggled to sit up from the ground. Xiao Chen checked his body with his consciousness. He could not help but reveal a bitter smile on his pale face. Although most of the spiritual energy from that day had already leaked out from the 24 acupoints, the vast amount of spiritual energy that remained in his body still caused significant damage. Xiao Chen's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, large and small intestines, stomach, and gallbladder, all his internal organs were severely injured. Every slight movement caused intense pain. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's meridians did not suffer much damage. His meridians had been specially tempered by the dragon and tiger body tempering art and the firmament body tempering art. His meridians were already as tough as frost iron and as hard as a mountain rock. At the same time, they were as soft as autumn water. His meridians were already hard and soft at the same time. It was very difficult for him to receive true damage. However, the thing that dismayed Xiao Chen the most was that the essence in his body was completely drained. It was completely drained, with nothing left. Even if he wanted to use his essence to alleviate the pain, he could not do so. No matter how intense a battle was, cultivators would always leave some essence for themselves. This was because only with essence could they complete a cycle of cultivation and quickly replenish their essence. If one's essence was completely drained, it would be very difficult to recover. No matter how powerful the medicinal pill was, it would be useless. One could only wait for the dantian to naturally produce a strand of essence. Only then would there be an effect. This time, I really ruined myself. Xiao Chen sighed to himself. In the end, cultivation could not be done with brute force. Xiaochen looked at Leng Yu. She had a calm expression as she looked at the sky. It seemed like she did not notice the awakened Xiaochen. Speaking of which, is the sky very nice? When I woke up, I did not even want to look at it. Leng Yu withdrew her gaze and smiled sweetly. How can that be? I did not notice. Then, she ran over and helped Xiaochen up. Xiaochen really could not stand up. Leng Yu could clearly feel the pain on Xiaochen's face when she helped him up. You've suffered such heavy injuries. I'm afraid this trial is about to end. Xiaochen smiled faintly when he heard this. He let go of Leng Yu's hand and said, End? You're looking down on me too much. This bit of internal injury is still within the range of what I can consume. Don't even think about it. Leng Yu muttered to herself, I am showing concern out of goodwill, but this fellow still does not understand. Half a day later, Xiaochen regained his basic ability to move. Leng Yu finally understood what Xiaochen meant when he said he could afford it. First, Xiaochen spent 300,000 medial-grade spirit stones to buy a bottle of rank 9 healing medicine from the Divine Dragon Worship's medicinal store. The Dragon Fragrance Clear Cloud pill specialized in treating internal injuries. It had an excellent effect on Xiaochen's injuries. That medicinal store was opened by a merchant association under the Divine Dragon Palace. There would definitely be cultivators injured during the trial. Hence, business was booming. They also had all sorts of herbs. After buying the healing medicine, it was still not enough. Xiaochen spent another 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones to buy a blood circulation mushroom that replenished blood essence. This blood circulation mushroom was 2,000 years old. That day, Xiaochen vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Furthermore, it was not the usual blood clots from internal injuries. Instead, it was the blood essence of the human body. When one's blood essence flourished, one's qi and blood would flourish. One would feel refreshed and full of energy, doing anything with vigor. When one's blood essence was insufficient, one's qi and blood would weaken. One's complexion would turn yellow, and one would become dispirited. One would be out of breath with just a little intense exercise. Hence, Xiaochen had to replenish his blood essence. Furthermore, it had to be a great supplement. He had to replenish it in the shortest time possible. Hence, he had to be willing to spend spirit stones. Xiaochen bought a blood circulation mushroom and a few other similar spirit herbs that were 2,000 years old. 300,000 medial-grade spirit stones were gone, just like that. Xiaochen felt that it was still insufficient. So, he bought some 1,000-year-old sea cucumbers. Sea cucumbers were a spirit herb unique to the boundless sea. They were very useful for recovering from internal injuries. When used together with the Dragon Fragrance Azure Cloud pill, the effects would be even better. When Xiaochen walked out of the shop, the boss of the shop sent him off. The smile on his face was like a flower, he was clearly very excited. It was impossible not to be excited. On this trip, Xiaochen had spent a total of 1 million medial-grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to the boss's monthly sales. Originally, with Xiaochen's physique and some low-grade spirit herbs, he would be able to recover from his severe injuries in at most a month, even though he was severely injured. However, what Xiaochen lacked now was time. He had 30 days in a month. How could he afford to waste so much time? Furthermore, he had a feeling that something big would happen in a few days. Hence, Xiaochen had to recover within 3 days. He could only spend spirit stones to buy time. No matter how big the price was, he would not reject it. Leng Yu, who was beside Xiaochen, wore a pink dress. She also had a black and white robe draped over her back, covering her tail. She also wore a veil that covered her face. This way, no one would know that she was an Eros demon. This was a method that Leng Yu had thought of in the past few days. This way, she would not have to remain in the spirit blood jade. After returning to the courtyard that Xiaochen rented, Leng Yu clicked her tongue and said, "Young Master Xiao, I could not tell that you were actually so rich. No wonder you dared to speak so boldly, not bothering with such a small injury." However, I do not know how many more times you can do this. Spirit-gathering pearls are not that easy to absorb. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He looked at Leng Yu and said, "You seem to be implying something." Leng Yu smiled and nodded. "That's right. I know how to let you absorb spirit-gathering pearls normally. However, you have to agree to a few conditions of mine." Xiao Chen shook his head slightly and did not say anything. Then, he headed for his room. Xiao Chen did not intend to touch the spirit-gathering pearl for now. It was as the white-haired old man said. That thing could only be used when breaking through to the martial king realm. Xiao Chen had oversimplified the problem earlier. It was not a problem of whether the Dantian could contain the spiritual energy. Instead, it was whether the Dantian could withstand the force of the river that seemed to fall from the 9 heavens. Only when one reached a bottleneck would the Dantian require a large amount of vital qi to break through the bottleneck. At that time, the Dantian's endurance would be very strong. No matter how much strength a cultivator used, they would not be able to break through. This was the meaning of the so-called bottleneck. Only at such a time could one withstand the impact of the spiritual liquid from the spirit-gathering pearls. The stronger the impact, the better. However, even at such a time, the danger was not small. Once he failed, he would most likely die. Xiao Chen guessed that not many people would dare to use the spirit-gathering pill. This was because the price of failure was too high. Xiao Chen did not believe that Leng Yu would have a way to use such a dangerous thing. Furthermore, demons were very cunning. How could he completely trust her words? He did not want to experience such a situation again. When Leng Yu saw Xiao Chen leave without even turning his head back, she thought that Xiao Chen felt that she had raised too many conditions. She quickly said, "I don't need a few conditions, just 3 conditions will do." Two is fine as well. Don't go. One should be fine, right? I'll tell you how to use the spirit-gathering pearl. You have to promise me 1 condition. Leng Yu chased after Xiao Chen. She said this somewhat angrily. Her face was red under the veil. Xiao Chen turned his head back and looked at Leng Yu suspiciously. He said, "Do you really know the correct way to use the spirit-gathering pearl?" Seeing that Xiao Chen was looking down on her, Leng Yu was unconvinced. She said, "Naturally, I know. I also know how to deal with the corpse demonic fish and witch fiends at the bottom of the sea. I was about to tell you about it, but you did not let me out. If you had asked me in advance, you would not have ended up in such a miserable state," Leng Yu muttered to herself. "I even helped you chase away a big problem." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Good, I believe you. State your conditions first." Conditions? What conditions should I state?" Leng Yu felt somewhat anxious. The conditions cannot be too simple. Otherwise, he will know that I am helping him on purpose. It cannot be too difficult. If I cannot do it, he will definitely reject me. Damn it! Why is this fellow so straightforward? It is so difficult for me to think of a condition. Xiao Chen looked at Leng Yu strangely. She lowered her head and clenched her fists tightly. He did not know what she was thinking. After a while, Leng Yu raised her head and asked depressedly, "I have not thought of it yet. What should I do?" Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. He only thought that the other party was trying to maximize her benefits. There is no rush. 3 days is enough for you to think about it. By then, my injuries should have more or less recovered. When Xiao Chen returned to his room, he placed the peak-grade spirit herbs that he had bought at the medicinal hall on the table. Then, he divided them into 2 categories. One was to replenish essence blood, and the other was to heal internal injuries. Internal injuries and replenishing essence blood could not be done at the same time. There was a sequence. He had to heal his internal injuries first before replenishing essence blood. Otherwise, if he forcefully replenished essence blood with his severely injured body, his weakened internal organs would not be able to endure the vigorous qi and blood. His injuries would worsen. When Xiaochen saw the table full of spirit herbs, he felt a pang in his heart. 1,000,000 medial-grade spirit stones was not easy to come by. Right now, Xiaochen only had about 1.7 million medial-grade spirit stones in his universe ring. Of the 700,000 medial-grade spirit stones he needed for his cultivation, he only had 1 million left. After taking a deep breath, Xiaochen picked up the Dragon Fragrance Azure Cloud Pill on the table. He opened the bottle cap, and a dragon-shaped medicinal fragrance immediately wafted out. Xiaochen took a gentle sniff and the dragon-shaped fragrance split into two, entering his body and circulating around his chest. Then, it circulated in his chest and turned into a liquid that dripped onto his liver and spleen. It was like sweet nectar, instantly alleviating much of Xiaochen's pain. A rank 9 medicinal pill truly lives up to its name. Just a strand of medicinal fragrance has such an effect. It is indeed worthy of the title of holy medicine. Xiaochen revealed a joyful smile. Originally, he had many doubts about these medicinal pills. He was worried that he would not be able to recover completely within 3 days. Now, it looked like there would not be any problems. Xiaochen no longer hesitated. He took out the medicinal pill and swallowed it together with the 1,000-year-old sea cucumber. Immediately, Xiaochen felt a strong sense of drowsiness and immediately fell asleep. During the night, the medicinal pill completely permeated Xiaochen's internal organs. As he fell into a deep sleep, the medicinal pill anxiously healed his internal injuries. The next day, Xiaochen opened his eyes and stretched his legs. Then, he was shocked to discover that his internal injuries were already mostly healed. 1 million medial-grade spirit stones, it was worth it. Xiaochen felt very carefree. All the depression from the pain was swept away. Chapter 521. After another 2 days, Xiaochen's internal injuries were completely healed. His blood essence was strong and his qi and blood flourished. His face glowed, and he was in high spirits. He had completely recovered to his peak state. Dong! 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 There was knocking on the door. Xiaochen calmed down. It should be Leng Yu. When he opened the door, he saw the alluring Leng Yu standing outside. She smiled and said, "I have thought of the terms." Xiaochen nodded gently and asked interestedly, "What is it?" Leng Yu said softly, "Change the 1-year period to half a year." According to their initial agreement, Leng Yu needed to stay by Xiaochen's side for a year to help him grasp the state of massacre. Now, 3 months had passed. If it was changed to half a year, there were only 3 months left. Xiaochen thought for a while and said softly, 9 months. Help me for 9 months. At that time, regardless of whether I have grasped the state of massacre or not, I will let you go. Sure, 9 months it is. Contrary to Xiaochen's expectations, Leng Yu did not try to haggle. She quickly agreed to Xiaochen's terms and handed him an alchemic recipe. Xiaochen received the alchemic recipe and took a look. There were many precious herbs recorded on it. According to a certain ratio, they could be used to make a special medicinal liquid, the exquisite 7-aperture fluid. Leng Yu explained, the spiritual liquid in the spirit-gathering pearl is very vast. Only when one is a martial monarch and has cultivated their essence into quintessence can one withstand the impact. If one wants to absorb it when one is a martial king, one has to dilute the spiritual liquid with the exquisite 7-aperture fluid. Then, fill the bathtub with clean water and sprinkle the petals of the heavenly demon flower. After you jump into the bathtub, you will be able to absorb it. Xiaochen looked at the alchemic recipe carefully and frowned slightly. He said, "The things on this are not cheap. 1 bottle of the exquisite 7-aperture fluid costs about 500,000 medial-grade spirit stones." Leng Yu's expression was very calm. She said softly, "Cultivation requires resources. Without resources, you will not be able to get injured. Without resources, you will not be able to cultivate quickly. In the demonic world, only some of the royal clans know this alchemic recipe. In the demonic world, only the royal clans can afford it. You just need to buy the ingredients. I will make the exquisite 7-aperture fluid for you. Otherwise, the horrifying failure rate will make you bankrupt. Xiaochen grasped the alchemic recipe tightly. He looked at Len Yu and asked, Len Yu, I should believe you. Of course you have to trust me. Right now, there are powerful enemies who want to kill you. If you die, I won't be able to live either. Len Yu spoke with an extremely serious expression. As she spoke, a faintly discernible air of nobility was being emitted from her body. 2 days later, Xiaochen went to all the medicinal stores on the Divine Dragon warship. Then, he went to the free market for cultivators for a long time. Finally, he managed to gather 20% of the ingredients for the alchemic recipe. Xiaochen spent 1 million medial-grade spirit stones just like that. Even Xiaochen lamented his own squandering. In less than a week, he had spent 2 million medial-grade spirit stones. Xiaochen hoped that he would be able to fulfill his wish. Otherwise, his losses would be too great. 1,000-year-old snake blood flower, Dead Sea mushroom, magic blood crystal, demonic monarch grass, poison stump fruit. Len Yu was in her room, taking inventory of the various natural treasures that Xiaochen had bought. She carefully checked the quality of every ingredient. Her expression was very serious and meticulous. Furthermore, her eyes were very sharp and her methods were very experienced. She managed to find a few spirit herbs that did not meet the requirements. How can a snake blood flower be 1,000 years old? It can only be used for 900 years. When determining the age of a spirit herb, you cannot just look at its growth rings. The snake blood flower grows in the stomach of a snake for its first 100 years. Those 100 years do not count. You will have to buy another one. One of the Dead Sea mushrooms has already withered. The person who sold you used spiritual liquid to nourish it. After 12 hours, the spiritual liquid will be used up and it will be useless. The spirit herbs in Len Yu's alchemic recipe were very rare. They were not recorded in the compendium of cultivation. Hence, Xiaochen fell for this trick. When Xiaochen heard Len Yu's words, he did not feel uncomfortable. He made a mental note of it. He felt like he had learned a lot. Len Yu sorted out the spirit herbs that did not meet the requirements. Then, she looked at Xiaochen and said unhurriedly, you have to buy these again. You wasted 200,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Xiaochen swept the spirit herbs that did not meet the requirements into his universe ring. He said indifferently, it is not really a waste. Naturally, I will make the person who cheated me pay double. Wait a little longer. Len Yu did not have to wait for long. 4 hours later, Xiaochen returned, filled with killing qi. Then, he took out 2 sets of spirit herbs that he originally wanted to buy. I will take my leave first. I will not disturb you from refining the exquisite 7-aperture fluid. Len Yu stopped Xiaochen and said, there is no need for you to leave. I need your help. Refining the exquisite 7-aperture fluid is not a secret. How much you can learn will depend on your own ability. Bang! Right after Len Yu spoke, she waved her hand and a cauldron appeared in the air. The azure-black cauldron was about the height of 2 adults. It was very large and there were dragons and phoenixes carved on it. Many talisman scripts were carved on it, giving off a spiritual light. At the top of the cauldron, there was a smooth, transparent, and crystalline mirror floating above the cauldron. Below the cauldron, there was a crystal board with a large formation carved on it. A small strand of white flame floated quietly in the center of the formation. All this was an eye-opener for Xiaochen. This was almost exactly the same as the cauldron that immortals used to refine medicinal pills and treasures in the compendium of cultivation. When Xiaochen looked at the pure and charming Len Yu again, a huge wave stirred in his heart. Perhaps Len Yu's identity was even more incredible than he had imagined. Xiao. The purple mark on Len Yu's forehead glistened brightly. She flicked her finger and sent a beam of dim light at the crystal board. Boom! The white flame floating in the center of the formation exploded. The blazing flame started to burn intensely. However, the burning flame did not raise the surrounding temperature. Instead, a cold wind blew. Instead, it made one feel a chill. Xiao Qian knew that this white flame was probably a high-ranked inattributed flame. As for what kind of inattributed flame it was, only Leng Yu knew. The raging golden light mirror floats above the cauldron. Originally, it could absorb the flames of the sun during the day and use it. However, this is the deep-sea battlefield. The sun is blocked by the demonic clouds. Hence, we need to borrow your purple thunder true fire. Xiao Qian nodded to indicate that he understood. A purple flame gathered in his right eye and turned into a purple dragon that swam into the raging golden light mirror. The transparent surface of the mirror instantly refined the purple dragon into a pure inattributed flame. It gave off a dazzling golden light. Leng Yu opened the lid of the cauldron and placed the various ingredients into it. The sound of splashing water came from the cauldron. It looked like she had filled the cauldron with clean water in advance. Leng Yu placed the lid back on and pointed at the raging golden light mirror. Immediately, a beam of golden light shot out from the mirror and penetrated the barrier of the cauldron, entering the cauldron. At this moment, Leng Yu had already closed her eyes. As the yin and yang flames intertwined, she focused on refining the herbs in the cauldron. The purple mark on Leng Yu's forehead flickered. An ancient and noble aura came from her body, sweeping away her usual charm. After refining the herbs for 6 hours, Leng Yu opened her eyes again. A purple vertical eye opened in the depths of her eyes and gave off 2 beams of dim light. She started the final step of the refinement. Boom! The dim light vanished, and Leng Yu waved her hand. The lid of the cauldron fell off, and 2 streams of golden liquid leaped out of the cauldron. Under Leng Yu's instructions, the golden liquid entered a jade bottle that she had placed at the side. Then, Leng Yu carefully handed the bottle to Xiao Qian. The exquisite 7-aperture fluid is done. Take it. Remember, 1 bottle can only neutralize 3 spirit-gathering pearls. Any more will not do. Xiao Qian caught the jade bottle in his hand. He was not in a rush to leave. He stared at the cauldron with a fiery gaze and asked, "This cauldron can be used for refining, right?" Leng Yu was slightly stunned. She had not expected Xiao Qian to know about this. She nodded and said, "Indeed, it can. However, what do you want to do? If you want to refine a magic treasure, you will need natural treasures. You will not be able to afford them." Xiao Qian did not say much. He took out the palm sword in his right hand and said, "Help me strengthen this secret treasure. I will pay for all the materials you need. If you have any requests, just let me know." Leng Yu received the flying sword that Xiao Qian handed over and looked at it carefully. Then, she nodded and said, "Secret treasures are slightly different from magic treasures. However, they are of the same origin. I can help you strengthen it. I will list out the materials, and you can think of a way to obtain them yourself. As for the conditions, there is no need for that. Just leave those cultivators seeking trouble for you to me. Only when you become stronger will I be able to stay by your side with peace of mind during these 9 months." When he was an inferior grade martial king, the palm sword had been Xiao Qian's trump card. When the palm sword was shot out from the palm, it could catch the opponent off guard and make it hard for them to dodge. Unfortunately, as Xiao Qian's cultivation increased, the palm sword became outdated. Its flying speed could no longer pose a threat to half-step martial monarchs. If Leng Yu could help strengthen it, that would be for the best. In the future, Xiao Qian could ask her for help on the blood flame shoes and black leather gloves. After receiving the list from Leng Yu, Xiao Qian took a quick look. The items listed were all rare ores such as black crystal, brilliant white steel, earth crystal, and magic blood crystal. They were all very expensive. Now, Xiao Qian only had about 700,000 or 800,000 medial grade spirit stones to use. After he bought all the ores on the list, he would be left with about 200,000 medial grade spirit stones. 200,000 medial grade spirit stones is sufficient for me to cultivate to martial monarch. I should not think too much about it for now. I will think of a way to obtain more resources when I am a martial monarch. If I really cannot, I will just rely on the Haotian sect that Yu Chenxi is in. On the path of cultivation, the higher one's cultivation, the more resources one would need. This was especially so for genius cultivators. Without sufficient resources, they would not be able to bring out their potential. Thus, most genius cultivators had to rely on a strong sect. Only then could they afford to expend a horrifying amount of resources. With an idea in mind, Xiaoqun no longer hesitated. He went out and spent 400,000 medial-grade spirit stones to buy all the rare ores on the list. Then, he handed them to Lin Yu along with the palm sword. After doing all this, Xiaoqun returned to his room and prepared to absorb the spirit-gathering pearls. There was a bathtub about half the height of a person in the room. It was already filled with clean water. Black heavenly demon flowers floated on the water.